किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन टू हैव अनलिमिटेड मस्ती विथ यू. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल। ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर। न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
history of Tuniworld, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission to have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes, जहाँ है 100% safe parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission
to have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe parent controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
Good morning guys, my name is Sonup, I am the host for the day. मुझे पता है आप सभी लोग दिल थाम के बैठे, बहुत ही पेशेंटली बैठे हैं. जस्ट थोड़ा और पेशेंस रखिए क्योंकि बहुत जल्द हम किक स्टार्ट करेंगे बहुत ही एक सुनहरा प्रोसीडिंग दैट इज इंडिया किड समिट सीजन 2. सो दिल थाम के बैठिए और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप सभी लोग ब्रेकफास्ट कर चुके हैं. यू हैव हैड योर टी, यू हैव हैड योर कॉफी. सो आराम से बैठिए, डोंट गो एनीवेयर बिकॉज़ वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ एक्साइटिंग सेशंस लाइंड अप एक्सक्लूसिवली फॉर यू.
Voot Kids पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी.
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है. बेहतरीन. गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे.
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका.
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज.
एक नंबर.
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल. ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल. लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर. न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स.
Voot gets bad पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse. इंडिया के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission.
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe parent controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चूइंग विद चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
जहां कहीं से भी आप लोग ने ज्वाइन किया, लेट मी फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ऑफिशियली वेलकम यू टू वूट किड्स प्रेजेंस इंडिया किड समिट सीजन 2। यार पता है मुझे बहुत बेसब्री से आप लोगों ने इंतजार किया इस सेशन का, सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर पेशेंस। लेकिन कहते हैं ना सब्र का फल मीठा होता है, दिस इज समथिंग दैट आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू, आज का दिन बहुत ही सुनहरा होगा, वंडरफुल होगा, क्योंकि आज के दिन यू विल गेट टू सी अ लॉट ऑफ एंगेजिंग, इंसाइटफुल, एब्सोल्युटली इंस्पायरिंग एंड एनलाइटनिंग सेशंस। एंड बाय द वे मेरा नाम है सोनू, हम और भी रूबरू होंगे आज के दिन, लेकिन सबसे पहले ये भी बता दो आज का डिटेल एजेंडा जानने के लिए आप लॉग इन कर सकते हैं indiakidsummit.com पर। तो चलिए आज के दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं। सबसे पहले थैंक यू कहकर हमारे अन्नदाता यानी स्पॉन्सर्स को दिल से थैंक यू कहेंगे। लेट्स बिगिन बाय थैंकिंग आवर स्पॉन्सर्स वूट किड्स प्रेजेंस इंडिया किड समिट सीजन 2 विद KidZania, powered by Gubbare and Discovery Kids, knowledge partners Adamas University and the Learning Curve, virtual event partner MintLabs, creative partner Virtual Box, kids activity partner Real Events, media partner Media News for You, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live। दोस्तों यकीन है कि मुझे आप लोग ब्रेकफास्ट कर चुके होंगे, चाय पी चुके होंगे, कॉफी पी चुके होंगे, वैक्सीनेशन ले चुके होंगे। अगर घर पर बैठे आराम से बैठो, दिल थाम के बैठो, क्योंकि सेशन अभी हम शुरू करेंगे। लेट्स मूव टू द फर्स्ट इंटरेक्शन ऑफ द डे। लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस एंड लेट मी वेलकम द डायनामिक फाउंडर and editor-in-chief of IWMBuzz.com, Siddhartha Laik.
Hi Sonu, good morning. How are you?
Very good morning, sir. I'm doing very well. How are you doing in this new normal?
It's pretty good so far. It's been all good. We are all trying to get back to the good business days, and hopefully, in the coming quarter, things will look better soon. Thank you so much.
Right. But first of all, let me congratulate you for the super successful season 1. अब सीजन 2 से उम्मीद ज्यादा है, एक्सपेक्टेशन स्काई हाई है, तो बताइए इस बार क्या नया, क्या कुछ यूनिक और डिफरेंट देखने मिलेगा सीजन 2 से?
Kids Summit is very close to our heart in terms of the overall agenda that we weave. We have 4-5 properties that we do throughout the year. ये last year हमने KidZania में किया था, ground में बहुत अच्छा support था, बहुत अच्छा audience था. This year it's virtual, and as you speak, a lot of people are kind of coming in. It's been a good response in terms of registrations that we have received. The speaker lineup is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Sponsors, thank you so much for believing in the property. We strongly believe that the kids content economy is very, very viable in terms of the overall business that we kind of cater to. So इस virtual season में बहुत सारे insightful sessions होंगे, and hopefully next year we can get back to ground and do a bigger and scale it up further.
Sir, इस बार virtual मिल रहा है, तो अगर रूबरू in person हम मिलते तो एक pat on your back दे देते, तो एक smile तो कर लीजिए सिद्धार्थ जी. बहुत बढ़िया एक समिट आप लोग होस्ट करते हो, तो देखिए आपको वो बीमिंग स्माइल बहुत अच्छा लगता है देखने के लिए. बट सर, IWMBuzz के बारे में बताइए. बहुत अच्छा एक जर्नी रहा है IWMBuzz.com का ये 4 साल में. हाउ इज द जर्नी बीन? You know, what are the key takeaways, what are the key learnings, and what is the future like?
Bapre, you asked me too many questions, but all I can say that we completed 4 years as a startup. We are still bootstrapped, self-funded, thanks to a lot of hard work and team members. We have grown from a team of 4 to 55 good working foot soldiers along with us. It's been great. We are in top 5 when it comes to the overall readership in the entertainment news genre as per Comscore. We are independently functioning. We are competing with the mites like Times of India, Indian Express, other groups. We have grown some very interesting IPs which have a lot of seasonal values, and one being India Kids Summit, of course. We aim to go across languages. That will happen soon. We hope by next year we can achieve that. And overall, we want to curate and create opportunities and events where a lot of good people, like the next panel is a very power-packed, heavy, enlightened panel that people will lead into. So मैं आपका ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा. I thank all the speakers. I thank all the registrars. I thank all the sponsors, and have a great session in India Kids Summit Season 2.
Thank you very much, Siddharth.
Thank you so
much. Appreciate your views. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Guys, let's move to the first power-packed session of the day, which is titled Screen Time for Kids, Pros and Cons. And let me welcome the participants. For this session, we are in conversation with Varun Dugirala, co-founder of The Glitch, podcaster and content creator, joined by Anand Bhadkamkar, CEO Detsu India, Prerna Uppal, Chief Partnership Officer KidZania India, Uttam Pal Singh, Head Discovery India, Atit Mehta, Marketing Head, Think and Learn Private Limited, Byju's, Vishal Chinchankar, CEO Madison Digital and Media Ultra. May I have the panelists on screen, please? Over to you, Varun.
Thanks, Om. Good to start off the day with, I think, what's going to be an interesting discussion. I think we've all spent the large part of the last year and a half talking about how screen time is no longer something you couldn't control. It's actually a part of life, not just for kids, but I guess for all of us. So I promise to make this less of a musical chairs discussion and more pointed at points. But to kind of start this off, I want to ask everyone that how has your perspective on screen time changed, especially in the last year and a half? From, let's say, before that, when it was, okay, do we give kids how much screen time kids have? Now saying, okay, they need to, the only way they can consume content, only way they can learn, only way they can get entertained is through a screen. So how has your relationship kind of evolved with that? I'm just going to go around with this one. They are one of the few times I'll do that, I promise. I'll start off with you, Uttam.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Varun. And I just have to say, like, to the beginning of it, that this has been one of the most interesting panel I'm part of because of the wonderful stalwarts people from the industry and the eclectic nature of it. So, and we're all connected, primarily maybe we have kids at home, nephew, nieces, and ourselves who are going through that change. So very valid question. Initially, like, there was a certain time limit which we used to have, I mean, how kids have a school time, how they have a play time, and there would be a television time, right? But because of this whole pandemic and how we have adapted, the school has adapted to a virtual school, we have adapted to a virtual office, work from anywhere. Similarly, like, I think the time has also mixed. This is what my observation has been, is that, for me, it's important, like, that when we used to, as a kid, as a parent, limit a certain time, but now that limitation has sort of like, blurred the boundaries in a bit, in both good and bad ways. So yeah, which basically is kind of leading to, like, how you would have a certain focus time on game, on school, and on your television with your favorite characters, but that boundary sort of is like, blurring.
Prerna, I'll come to you on this. You're on mute, Prerna.
Hi, everyone. For me, I think, I don't have children at home, but I do observe my nephews and nieces. And, I strongly believe there are two parts to it. So when it comes to education, attending school for the children, especially for the younger kids, I think there's a little challenge for them to get on board and the comprehension that they get with online learning. But the second part of the screen time that they get to learn doing things on their own when it comes to entertainment, when it comes to gaming, when it comes to DIY activities, I think they're deeply engaged and engrossed doing those activities and having fun. So, again, as Uttam said, there's a blurred line and there's a mixed, kind of feedback that I observe and, I get to hear from the kids in the house. For me, I think, again, the biggest challenge is going to be, the health of the children today, with the limitations put on going out, mental health, because they're always glued to the screens. So that's a big question mark for me.
I like that you said that. I have a 4-year-old who spent her first year in school, which is nursery, entirely off an iPad. So we actually had to take a spin to show her how school looks from the outside, because she can't go inside.
Exactly.
And that's really how I think look at it from like just the initiation into school it's on the screen, and she knows how to leave meetings a lot faster than anybody I know.
Exactly.
But apart from that, it's the mental health aspect is definitely a core point to pick up. Adit, I want to come to you on this one, because obviously we are towards education school, but how have you seen this part evolve?
Right. So the question is that how much screen time is good screen time? While all of us have been going through it, and it's not only about the kids, but it's also people like us who are spending now 8-10 hours on the screen. So the big question, and especially for kids, is how much of screen time is good screen time? While none of us would ever compromise on education, whether it is an offline education in last 1.5 years, the online piece. So yeah, so now that is by default. So yeah, it is not the right situation to be in. Plus they're not able to go out, so they're spending more time in the house, and then they're watching a digital screen or a television screen. So it's all about the screen. Yeah, so there is enough and more grievance and angst and agony and panic amongst parents, but there is nothing anybody could have done about this. But yeah, it's important as a parent or as a guardian that to control and define what is a good screen time.
I think good screen time is an interesting term to use. I think that's very valid in that sense. But then talking to how it's kind of affected the entire market aspect of it as well. I'm going to pop in to the other two panelists here and have them both kind of come in on this. I'll start off with you, Anand. How have you seen this kind of affect how you look at this specific segment?
No, that's true. I think what Uttam said or Tarun said or Prerna said, the screen time means I would sort of differentiate that. Earlier it was by choice, you would say, for parents or for kids. Now with education being 100% online, it's compulsion. So you can't take the screen time away. So I think, as rightly said, it's how much is the good screen time. I think that's something which comes into fore, because The softer aspect of this is one bit where the kids who are just starting the school, you're starting them off with being on the screen. So for them, if you see on the other aspect, the friends are what they see on the screen. It's not, as you said, right? You took your kid to the school to just show the school around. Earlier, it would have been physical interaction. So that's completely going away. So the contra of how much is the more screen time is actually, it's by compulsion, but how much of the physical interaction or playing with their kids or their sort of people of their age, their interaction, I think that's something we'll need to see in the long term, how that's going to affect. But I think it is not something which you can control. So as I said earlier was choice, now it's compulsion, but we just need to optimize on how best we put to use actually.
Vishal?
Yeah, hi, morning everyone. So I'm going to just echo everything what everyone said because that's the irony of being last. But my sense is, look, I've got a preteen. Life completely changed 2 years back or 1.5 years back, where the screen time went up from just about 2 hours or 3 hours a day to about more than 8-9 hours now. Even there's WhatsApp chats happening, and there's Japanese learning on YouTube and various things happening. Look, my sense is screen time is going to go up. Is this a new normal? Are we going to live with it? Are we going to go back to the old habits? It's a little hard to say, but what I can say is that these kids are very tech savvy. But if it's harnessed well, and if it's like sort of, guided well to really watch the right content or something, possibly it'll turn out to be good, but that's out of control. My also sense is, pre-pandemic, when there was a co-viewing of parents and children, right? Maybe on a large screen, or for that matter, even gaming along with the mom or something. That tribal moment of sitting together and watching something is gone away. It's the personal moment. It's the kid who's going to get the phone or the iPad or whatever, and there is something beyond control. So it's concern, but something that probably we need to draw a line. And I really agree with Uttam. It's a blurred line, so hard to answer that right now.
So let me pick it up from here and kind of go towards one aspect. Right? It's the actual content that is being created. There has always been categories of content created, and I feel that education over time has it's always been a part of kids' content, but I feel that it's become more of a predominant part, especially with learning moving this way. So what I'd want to kind of kick this off with also saying, how has the content evolved? Like, how has the process of building it kind of changed when we are looking at it at kids? I'd want to first start off with learning and then kind of come to entertainment and how we build experiences. I'm going to go in that order of things. So Adit, just start off with you. How has the way that we build learning specifically into content kind of changed?
No, this has been a metamorphical 1.5 or 40 years. The educational content also went through a big change, because while we all have been lucky and going to good schools and end up talking and reading and speaking in English, that's not the piece at an India phenomenon. So the first big change which I saw in education is the language adoption. Yeah, content which was primarily in English has now got dubbed in multiple languages. So you're making access of quality education easy. So that has been the big change which has happened. And the other thing is that, at least from my organization's perspective, and as a category also to a great extent, we have moved from maths and science to multiple other subjects, because EdTech was always STEM, and in academics it was always maths and science. Today there are multiple courses available in multiple languages across social sciences. There is English, and there is a lot of other subjects which are coming in. So what has happened is you have now been able to provide quality education. Access is quite easy in the language which you understand, which probably happens in school. You still might be going to an English medium school pre-pandemic. Yeah, your learning is happening in your local language, while school is still teaching you in English, but you're understanding in your local language. And that's exactly what has happened in the educational context.
Just to pick up from there as well, while entertainment for kids has never been purely entertainment, and Uttam, you obviously been in this space for a fair bit of time. has that changed how you look at entertainment? Because obviously there is now many other aspects that kind of come in as part of it.
Actually, the good thing is for the linear television or the television, like, it has come on and become a category of its own. Like, there is kids entertainment, which is very specifically now as content creators, producers, we are catering to it. And we are thriving within that entire genre. So yes, initially, you would want a kid to have values and learning and things within the content, which stays correct. But because the audience is growing so fast and they're getting exposed and simulated with so many things, they also want their entertainment time. I'm primarily talking about the kids here. And they feel that this is also their kind of right, because if you as parents are having a Netflix or our own time, they also need that. And it's good for them. I think it's great for their learning, they're growing up. And in that sense, the challenge which we are facing right now is, I guess, we were not ready for this kind of volume or this kind of, demand from the audiences. And this pandemic is what has really put us out there. When, let's say we used to make 52 episodes within a year. And now, we are on a constant perpetual production pipeline. So if there was a holidays for kids from April to June, we would work around the year and focus during that time. But there is now, since 1.5 years, there's been this long holiday and we have been in this production pipeline like crazy. There have been challenges, yes, but then there's not been any rest for us. So one more very interesting point, which is, I just wanted to bring it up, was while, during holiday time, you would see the audiences coming to the television and sitting and watching it in the morning time, evening time, they would reduce. For 1.5 years, that has not gone back. Even though schools have opened up and they have adapted virtually, but we still see maximum of audiences coming and watching television. Okay, younger kids, yes, but still in the morning time. So, they are living a parallel life on themselves too. Like, they're focusing on education and they're also focusing on entertainment right now.
Vishal, would you say that that's kind of changed how you look at the market itself? If you look at this segment in terms of how we look at it from a marketing perspective, from an advertising perspective, has that changed how this segment is looked at now?
So not really from an advertising and a marketer's perspective. I think, look, this category is really gone up, right? The screen time, this time that is spent along with kids or whatever has gone up, whether it's on OTT platforms or whether it's on television, the large screen. We've seen a huge amount of spike coming in everywhere. Our marketers looking at it more from being present everywhere. Of course, I mean, they've been opportunists and they definitely love to be associating, because there is an angle of pester pressure which kids sort of apply, and that definitely works for most of the brands. Having said that, lots of marketers have also got into this trend of creating a huge amount of branded content, whether it's an hygienic branded content or a hero branded content. So that's a space which is also definitely going on an upside, and this is definitely giving a lot of rise to personal moments, as I call them, right, where there's content which is really getting fragmented, and marketers are making sure that they're present on both these areas.
See, this is perfect timing. I have a daughter here who's knocking on the door, who's saying that why am I not allowed to come inside the room? So it's obviously these things kind of add up into this conversation over here as well. Anand, just to add on to that, if you look at the broader space, is this pretty much what you're seeing as well, or are there any other additions to that?
No, I think what Vishal said, I think that captures the way the things are moving, or even the advertisers are looking at, because over the last 18 to 24 months now, the consumption or content consumption for kids has gone up dramatically. And if you see now, almost 70 to 75% of the school going kids, they are somehow or the other online because of their schooling. And then that can run up to 3 hours, 4 hours. And as we were saying, then there's an ask for being always at home. The TV viewing, the TV kids channels, they are now almost 3% to 4% of the overall AdX or advertising spend. So huge growth opportunity there, or where we are seeing the content consumption is increasing. And as Uttam was saying, that's why there's this more demand actually, because then you always have to be on the constant generation. Advertisers are taking steps in that. Even a few of our clients who we are speaking with, it's more on those subtle brand integrations or working on IPs along with the platforms and sort of reaching out to the kids. At the same time, there's sort of more conservative view from some of the advertisers or some of the MNC clients as well. There is for marketing to kids, because you need to keep that in mind, that you don't sort of go all out and promote to the kids who are impressionable age. So I think that the whole thing comes in, and the ecosystem is evolving in that way. But from content perspective, definitely there is a huge, huge growth potential.
Prerna, from your perspective, because when we look at physical experiences and a lot of it has moved digital, how have you kind of bridged that? How are you seeing that happening? How are you seeing that it's now a hybrid model kind of going ahead? Are you seeing, and how do you see that evolve?
For us, pre-COVID, there were a lot of challenges when we used to create experiences around tech, or, we had an experience around coding. And brand marketers used to ask us, will kids really learn, at such an early age? So I think it's a great opportunity for us to create new age experiences around edtech, around space. We've just had, Richard Branson doing this whole space journey, and we already have a space center experience which is ready. So I think the experiences that are getting created today, be it on the digital platform or, in the new sci-fi kind of an arena, they're becoming more relevant. And it's a huge, huge opportunity for us to work around, these concepts, be it AR, be it VR, be it like, IoT hubs. We already have partnerships globally with the likes of OTT platforms, where kids are taught how to become a YouTuber, how to become a podcaster, and also how to become a content creator when it comes to creating content for platforms like Netflix, or it could be something on the edtech platform. So I think for us, we see it as a great opportunity, and looking forward to opening up so that, we can be out with such new hybrid experiences for our brand marketers and as well as for our visitors.
You make an interesting point about the kids also want to learn how to be creators, right? And I feel that in that sense, what I feel an increase in screen time is also allowed for them is to really find more interactive experiences rather than passive experiences, which was pretty much, I think, what a lot of us kind of grew up with exactly. Screens. And screens now are a lot more interactive in that sense.
Exactly.
But do you see that in some way that you still see physical being a strong part of that? Because I'm guessing that a lot of it will kind of be. So do you see that balance shifting back then a lot more physical?
Definitely, because, the digital platform doesn't allow you to create that paraphernalia around you. Just to give an example, we've got, partnerships with a radio partner, wherein kids get to become an RJ. So you have the whole studio set up. A digital platform doesn't give you that immersive experience, to learn, to create, to understand the nuances of how the whole radio or an RJ, functions. So I think it works to an advantage. And like I said, we're looking forward when things open up, it will definitely give us a huge opportunity to work around these new age experiences.
Speaking of interactivity, Aditya, I want to ask you this question, saying that one of obviously the first major pushes towards interactive screen time, if we call it, was through education, right? What have you seen have been the additions to that experience? Like, obviously, it started off at almost like translating what is physical into a digital platform, but what do you feel have become innately digital pieces that you cannot actually replicate in a physical space?
Yeah, so see, couple of things again has happened in the education segment. The one big piece is now moving towards very, very high level of personalization. Yeah, which is exactly what is to happen in an offline school where one-to-one attention is coming. So now if you look at White Hat Junior, yeah, we are teaching coding, but it's a one-to-one teaching. Yeah, We have launched White Hat Junior for maths and then singing and everything else. It's one-to-one. So that now that is getting personalized. Over here, you have a physical teacher, but even if you don't have a physical teacher, the content with the use of artificial intelligence and all the tech changes which keeps on happening faster than what we can imagine, customization, personalization has been the single largest tech innovation in the education space. So you had content converted with a great pedagogy, converted into educational content, which was very generic. Last couple of years have made this generic content very, very customized and personalized. So if I'm in a fifth standard, I want to go through a chemistry video, and if I'm weak in chemistry, I will not be shown a high degree of understanding. I will start at a very, very base level. Once I understand the concept, and then I can keep on adding the difficulty factor. So that level of customization on a one-to-one basis is what has been a phenomenal change.
And when you look at that specific aspect, just as a follow-up on that front, as we get more and more personalized, do you almost see this as, I mean, I'm flipping the hybridness here, is that when you look at physical schools kind of coming back, physical institutions kind of coming back, would this almost be a prerequisite to them actually being able to teach better and to be able to educate better?
Oh, absolutely. So most schools have adopted LMSs. So Google Classroom, for example, has a phenomenal LMS. Yeah, schools have adopted LMS. What happened is, while nobody realized this, our teachers were ill-equipped to teach online. They are very well placed to teach in a blackboard. Life changed in a matter of weeks from a blackboard to a digital screen. Yeah, so they are now using content which has got created, which is then customized and personalized. They act as that one-to-one connect with the student on a platform like this. And students are then learning the way they used to learn at school. So now to go back to the first point, that this is the good screen time.
Yeah.
Yes. Because parents were worried. There was a learning loss expected. We were talking about 1 year or probably 2 years of learning loss. Thankfully, it has not been the best scenario, but whatever we ended up doing, I think nothing could have been better than this. So at least we eliminated the learning loss for students across the country.
Yeah. Speaking of good screen time, there's also the screen time that kids have where they just want to consume really random content, right? And I feel that all parents at some point, we're all guilty of handing them that screen when we aren't able to keep their mind occupied. I'm guilty as charged on that front for many times. And a part of that consumption obviously is how they're advertised to. Anand, you mentioned this a little earlier about how some brands are looking at this. What are you seeing as the right ways to advertise to this segment, specifically because they are also consuming? I like I'm going to stick to this good screen time, not so good, and not so is I think what I'm going to use as the other case. So how do you look at that?
That's right. So as I said earlier, right, means it's again dependent on the advertiser as well, but that's effectively being responsible advertisers or marketeers as well, because the content which is generated, you would sort of ensure that that's kid appropriate or that the right content is delivered to the right audience. That's something when we are speaking of personalized content or sort of personalizing the messaging to the kids. But I think from advertising as well, at times advertisers do try to focus on, because of the pester power of the kids, because the kids might influence the decision making. But as overall the advertising also has evolved, many of our clients have put in this self-regulation in place in that way that they would not advertisement. Some of them have gone to the extent of saying that there's a program where there is viewership of 12 years and lower. We would not even get into that program for advertising, because we want to keep away from there and not expose to the kids to that aspect. But the kids, when we speak about, they are of quite impressionable age actually. Means the celebrities, or you talk about the OTT platforms, the YouTube celebrities over there, I think they also become quite important. So the messaging that goes around, it's more on us as advertising agencies or advertisers and marketeers to ensure that we are taking the right messaging across and following that self-regulation actually when we get across. So as Atish was also mentioning, as it has started evolving, over the last 18 to 24 months, it suddenly has expanded as well quite a lot. So in Western world, that has evolved much more. I think in India, we are sort of starting on that. The content generation has started, or we are creating content which is sort of expanding now. So it's an evolving journey. But as advertisers, it's definitely more responsible advertising and sort of being responsible in the way we reach across. I think that's going to be important as we move along.
Vishal, I just want to get your perspective as an add-on to this one is especially when we focus on digital and we look at how consumption there is. Are you seeing the kind of content veering a lot more towards for you, lack of a more refined term, less advertising content and more relatable in that sense for kids especially?
So I'll just break this question in two parts. So one is obviously I agree with Anand what he said. There is a rule book for marketing to kids. Definitely there are universal standards which are followed, especially in categories like food and beverages, where you've got to address the concerns like the obesities and the abilities of the child and all that. So one, obviously that's something that we're pretty cognizant of, and definitely it's something that we even tell brand advertisers to be pretty cognizant of that as well. There has been some bit of an innovation. While there is your normal GRPs that I can buy and the normal areas of having advertising within the right content is something that I can do, whether it's any platform, whether it's YouTube or Voot Kids or Disney Kids or whichever kid, right? I think some of the brands have also, and giving it a lens more from an experimental marketing part, which even Prerna spoke about it earlier. I think brands have also evolved in creating this personalized moment with the children's, right? Brands like MACD, which created something called as an Happy Meal, promoting why you can download, you can play skill-based games, blah blah blah. There's another brand called as Fevicryl. They created something called as a Fevi Create, right, where they taught origamis. I think these sort of activities that marketers would look for really captured a lot mind share. Obviously, that's not us. That wasn't largely huge scalable sort of a thing, but there's a lot of one-on-one sort of a marketing that happened at the same time. And obviously, you had all these other platforms which gave an opportunity to be present with the right content as well. So choosing the content obviously became more prevailing then.
Okay. That totally makes sense. And
No, I think just an add-in point, like, to what, everybody was mentioning here, the broadcasters, one thing, like, which you've really done really wonderful for the Indian broadcasters, and this is a story which is specifically for India as compared to rest, is that, like, we've been able to create some really wonderful characters, characters who connect with the kids on a wonderful level, like, and once you do that connect with the kids, then those characters can transcend and create even wonderful value for advertisers, even for education. I'm giving an example of Little Singham as a character, like, which was adapted from with Rohit Shetty from a Bollywood movie, but then pure entertainment, but with the values which brought in, it was able to, like, get the same values which advertisers could connect with. The same, like, when we launched preschool learning app on Little Singham, it, like, was really a blockbuster hit without even getting into huge marketing around it. Plus the school contact program, where the parents as well as the school, like, would really want the characters to come and connect with the kids. So I think that is a nice bridge which is being is like connecting between the education part and the entertainment part, and it's bringing value across the platforms. So just adding to that point.
Prerna, you had something to add in.
Yeah, I would also like to add, kids today, and not just kids, even the adults, they're more aware of the natural resources that they're surrounded by. They're aware of the environment. And hence it becomes very imperative for us, to kind of start making them, or, getting these values of taking care of your surroundings, your environment, in a very, very, again, entertainment kind of a platform. Out here at KidZania, we've created a concept called Center of Sustainability, which teaches, concepts of water management, which teaches concepts of rainwater harvesting, simulated farms, hydroponic gardens, recycling and waste management. And the idea again is we strongly believe that, the kids today can really bring in the change, inspiring global citizenship, building strong communities and awareness among families.
I love the points both of you made, and specifically looking at how kids today, what they're also kind of learning has a lot more to do with not just base level education, also they're learning about values a lot more. I'm not saying we didn't, I'm just feeling it's now seamlessly a part of so many extensions, and the Little Singham extension was something which is fabulous, just because you're taking something that's pure entertainment and then kind of spreading it out over there as well. And Uttam, you kind of stole my question from me, and you answered before I brought that one up. But just as a follow-up to you on that one, when you see these extensions happening, is the way you look at your, like, what's your core content and what your extensions are, has that become almost an evolving piece? Because initially, at some point in time, you would have just been the main content you're creating for the network, but over time it's become all these pieces and merch and everything else as well. So as you look at that, how do you look at the overall content experience having evolved for kids? So then in that sense, what you're also doing is you're not just sticking to consume this, you're saying interact with this, you can physically work with this. So in that sense, how have you seen, at least from your perspective, how your work changed?
You're right. I think initially the whole idea was like, to let's say make it the top show, the best show, and get the best GRPs. But then, when you're working as a creator, you're working as a producer, and then you're also working as a parent. You're listening to your kids, you're listening to other parents sitting on a dinner table and criticizing, like, kya cartoon banaya, acha banaya, bura banaya. So, and you're listening to kids. No, what a great story! Like, wow, aapne to maza, that was really amazing. We were just so hooked. So I think all those listening and all those information which goes inside you, and then you're trying to find a balance. And it's really important to meet all those or tick mark all those boxes whenever you're creating any show, because we just don't want it to be a cartoon character, on a platform which nobody then remembers, after a while. We wanted to have a long journey and a long life. And as this generation of kids grow, for example, I'm just giving an example of Little Singer, but this would be the 4th year. Now, more younger kids generation would come in, and because, older generation would have seen it and we are still very fresh, they would still come and connect with it. So for us, the cycle begins again, and, we try and top off, again, do great engagement and some revision within the format. But for us, the journey is also evolving. There's not many benchmarks for us to look at, but we're really happy that, when we are able to connect, get the value to the advertisers, get the parents' consent, and also entertain the kids at the same time. So I think for Discovery Kids, that's really core at focus.
And a follow-up for you, Prerna, do you also see that the values part is now core aspect of every single experience you kind of built out? Do you see that as the core part of how you do?
Absolutely. I'll just give an example. The experiences that we create, they're multi-sensory in nature. So Nestle, they've got a concept of, farm to folk experience, and, for their product called Ceregro. And we've got a simulated cow planted within the experience zone. There's a simulated farm. And then you have the whole factory experience, which, takes them through the whole processing part of it. So the fun part, and there's also education and taking care of your environment again. Kids get to milk the cow, they get to plug the cereal, and then they go on to learning the nuances of the entire process. And in the end, they're ingrained with the whole nutritional value of what Ceregro kind of has, and they get to sample it and they get to enjoy it. So just like that, we've got a Parle-G factory set up, wherein, again, not just learning the whole process of what happens and how the favorite biscuit, which has been consumed by generations, is made. They also get to smell the unique Parle-G fragrance, which I don't think any other platform can today provide. And again, the values related to Parle-G, known for energy, known for, having it with along every meal, and right from your grandparents to the current generation, it kind of just activates what the product or the service has been known for. So we try to kind of, we work very closely with the brand partners and the media partners to create these experiences with the values, with skills, be it cognitive, be it social, be it interpersonal. And we try to imbibe these through our each and every experience. And that's our core.
I want to pick up on this and kind of go back to what we started off with when we start talking about screen time itself. And we've discussed different aspects of it, discussed how things have evolved in it. But as we move towards a scenario of over time physical experiences kind of coming back, what do you see are the challenges to balance the amount of screen time that kids have been now have had access to, and to pull that back? How do you see that changing from the consumer, which is the kid in this context, but also on the other end, how do you see it changing for how all the aspects of what all of you all do change as well? So I'm going to go a little round robin on this one here. So I'll start off with you, Vishal.
Sorry, can you just repeat the question, Varun?
The question is that as we go back to a lot more over time physical kind of coming back, and not just pure digital ways of interaction for kids, and screen time will go down, how do you see that changing the consumer and mindset and how they interact with the kid? But on the other end as well, how you look at the market and how you kind of do what you do change as well?
Look, I think in my mind, as I kept saying, there was pre-pandemic and life was normal, and then pandemic happened, and today there's a new normal, and there are certain habits which are going back. There are certain habits which are there to stay. From a consumer lens, and even from a kid's lens, especially, I think these habits are there to stay because, as I said earlier, these kids have become more tech savvy, and I don't think these habits are going to change because it's somewhere the hardware has become a part of their pocket. I mean, it's always in the pocket. So we got to probably live with it. Maybe make sure that the right sort of content is, as a consumer, again, the kids are consuming the right set of content. From a brand's perspective, it's an opportunity definitely for a brand from a marketing perspective. As we spoke about why kids are more influential when it comes to brands, keeping in mind all these things. If brands can really take a positive way, or some sort of I would say something to do with removing this and reassuring the fact that the brands, whatever that they promote, are going to be for the good in the future, because last 1.5 years has been traumatic for even the kids. Can they reassure that life's going to be normal? Can they reassure that we're going to live a beautiful life with whatever brand integrations that they have? If they're going to make sure that there isn't any insecurity for the parents, I think then the acceptable of the brand is going to be much, much higher, and that's the opportunity that I probably feel.
Anand?
That's what I think I agree with Vishal, but what I would just add more on that is actually, creating those experiences or taking those experiences back again. You come back to the physical world from the digital world in that sense, if I were to sort of put it in crude terms. But it's going to be, because a lot of habits, they are going to continue as they were in the last 18 months to 24 months. We have seen that. But as you start getting back to normal, what Atit was saying earlier, right, from schooling perspective, because when you go from online education again back to my classroom, that time the changes. But I think that bridge which comes in, and for brands, I think catching on to that experience and that engagement, I think that's going to be quite critical. And you start creating content or your messaging while keeping your values intact when you are reaching out to the kids also as the consumers or as my final user. I think that's going to be quite important, and walking that path along with the kids when they move into, because it's again going to be a new experience for them. And many kids actually, they will be experiencing that for the first time. So it sort of moves seamlessly for them. And it's a good opportunity actually, as even Vishal was saying, it's a huge sort of a scope for brands, for platforms, and for everyone sort of to start playing and engaging with the kids in that future growth actually. So,
Uttam, how do you see that change from your end?
For the lack of better word, like, you say, they have tasted blood. They have tasted this, and it's very difficult for them to take away, because we set the example for them. We as parents also are in the same phase, and if we are able to show them this, positive role model key, we can control our own screen time. I think they will also emulate that, but it's very difficult. However, there are some, just been reading few things, and I think one really interesting topic was from this person called Neer Ayal, who also wrote a book called Hooked, which became benchmark for getting people engaged. But also at the same time, he's talking about the indistractable kids and the people generally, so you spend as much time as you want to, but are you focused on it? And that is more important for you. Okay, fine, there is a timeline. You come back in education and your studies and you're focused on it. You're not distracted by anything else. And if you go back on screen, then how much focus do you have? And you're able to get that entertainment out of it. I think those things are very important aspects for us to now find, let's say, find a timeline or a certain, schedule within the, and have them come back and get a good focus in their life. As young as they could be, a routine or a focus, I think that would really help, or something which we should focus on as we go ahead.
I think the routine part is actually an interesting one to add in, and weirdly enough, that is actually what we've started to do at home, where it's now become screen time now follows some specific things that happen, and I think that's it's actually a good point that you brought up.
No, because we are humans, we're made with habits and with routines, and I think as young as you can get it into their life, it'll be great. It's always great. I've seen with my two kids, I've seen with ourselves as a family, and that really helps. But the point is, whether it'll go back, very difficult. I've seen some really wonderful things during this pandemic too. Kids were not necessarily having a face-to-face interaction with their own friends. But there were some of these wonderful games, Roblox as an example, I would say. I don't know where it came, everybody in that age group of 6 to 8, 9 suddenly became so proficient on it. And now they're interacting and they're in an environment with their own friends. Yeah. So they're having a friend's time, they're having a play time, and they're also building new things at the same time. So that simulation is helping them grow very differently. The next generation, when it comes out, I think this will be quite interesting to see what they'll do.
Yeah. Speaking of simulation, I'm going to go to Prerna on this one, and get your points on this as well.
When it comes to us, I think we're also working, or the idea again, or the biggest challenge for us was always how do we kids were already engaged through these experiences, and parents had to wait out. So the biggest challenge for us was how do we create something that would also engage parents, and that's given us an opportunity to kind of create experiences or simulated formats, not just for children but for families who can come together as a unit and enjoy doing these activities while learning the whole nuances of that branded experience. Just imagine we've got something called as a dubbing studio, where the joy of coming back, behind the mic and narrating a dialogue, of a cartoon character, even as an adult, it gives me such excitement to do it along with my kids. So I think, for us, it's been really, opening up of, a sky of ideas, to create not just for kids, alone, but also for families together.
Actually, I want to take this to the other side of things, and I want to come to you, Anand, on this. Is that what do you see are the key problem areas that we'll have to work to addressing from now onwards, especially, and what's kind of been created with the amount, not just the amount of screen time, but in general in this segment per se?
So I would say on overall basis, means one is when we are speaking of, I won't call it problem areas, but I think I look at them more as growth opportunities as well. But there are other aspects which come in. But one definitely is, I think we did refer to some time back, was the content which is being generated, right? Even Uttam mentioned about that. that availability of good quality content on ongoing basis. So there is international content which is available, but I think that's getting it available for the kids. That's one aspect. But since the kids are online, I think that internet safety, that becomes quite important as we are speaking now. If this continues for a while, so that awareness amongst the kids or even among the parents, actually the parental safety, ensuring that the kids are aware that you do not post your pictures or your whereabouts or your personal information online, because like we were talking about Roblox and everything, at times then kids are having access to multiple other information, or the apps also at times do ask for the information. So creating that awareness amongst the kids and ensuring that the confidential information remains there, the anonymity for them and kids safety, I think that's something which we need to see more and more and create around that. But more, I would say, is that content availability and creating that opportunities across in the market. And as we are evolving, the creativity or taking that product up, the production facilities or communication facilities around that, I think that is going to be quite important. It's still evolving. And as Prerna was saying, when it's going to be physical and digital, sometimes people are calling digital. But I think creating that experience, the UI UX into, I think those are still in the development phase in that sense. So that even we do see as good opportunity for brands, advertisers to sort of partner with platforms, develop a lot of IPs and sort of take it forward.
Vishal, anything to add on to that one?
Yeah, so I think a very important point what Anand made was data. I think that led to data. Children's really giving their data to sign up, and this information is definitely one of the concern area, because I mean, if it's a safe zone environment and the data is shared, it's fine. But otherwise, there are a lot of misusage of these data that can happen. So that's one definitely a big concern area. The other one, which I would probably say is what happened during this just between pandemic is PUBG sort of took a big scale. Gaming was definitely going up and kids were engaging in gaming was massive. The time spent on gaming went up. But then there were games like PUBG which came in, right? There were games like the toxic games like the Blue Shark or whatever, those games came in. Definitely that's an area of concern which probably kids need to be stayed away from. And maybe from a brand point of view and from a marketing point of view, if I had to just talk about it, I think you need to really create some rich experiences for the kid, whether it's engagement and interactivity with their favorite creators, the collaborators, whatever, but in a non-toxic environment. That's the key word is a non-toxic environment. That's what would make a big difference.
I just want to pick up from the toxic part, and I feel that that's a very valid area of focus, primarily because when you look at scale platforms, let's say at most times regulation becomes far tougher, which is why when you're building almost platforms or other extensions around one, and Uttam, I want to come to you on this one, is that when you're building that out, obviously your primary focus is a certain segment, so you can have, correct me if I'm wrong, you can build a lot more robustness in terms of just making sure there's a lot more controls in place than if you're going very general and wide like a lot of other platforms are, which are focused on, let's say, not just kids but adults as well. So what do you look at in that specific aspect?
So one key thing, with linear platforms has always been, we have had internal processes in place, which is our standards and practices. We have our own guidelines, and obviously working with international partners. We've said for kids whenever we're catering, and all our content goes through that team before it goes on air, and they're very stringent about a lot of things. And I think that's the reason why parents have found it they found television or linear television as a better platform where they could place the kids and they could have the screen time without getting worried about something out of the box will pop up and taking them, which is what basically internet or other platforms the kids can get exposed to. And how do we translate those stringent guidelines? Of course, you could be on any platform, even digitally, but the point is this whole universe is so big, and kids can easily navigate now. Whereas on linear platform, like, it's not easily, like, you'll just switch from one television to another television, but you'll still have under the same guidelines, like, you'll be in a safe environment. So there have been a lot of debates on it. There've been a lot of changes, within YouTube, like, itself, like, which came up with a set of guidelines, and other people also following suit. But that still remains the challenge. As a parent, as a creator, or even, like, as generally, like, as adults, like, what kids are getting exposed to, that remains one of the biggest challenge.
And just to look at the broader question which I'll ask is that what areas do you see as problems of which you need to focus on in terms of more concern areas that need to be worked on beyond this?
Be specific about this, like
if you look at this segment and how you work with this as well, if you're looking at the overall market per se,
Right.
are there specific areas you see that need to be addressed which still haven't fully been addressed yet and need to work
Right.
towards?
So I think one big thing is that India is a huge country. There's great potential. And right now, through various platforms, whether it's like, even digital or linear, we've only been able to cater to a very small size population. So there's great potential. Everybody's like, working towards expanding the reach, trying to reach new audiences. Language, like, is helping us. We are trying to adapt into various languages for kids to relate to. For our content, like, is currently available in 5 languages, which is great. We're expanding as we go ahead. So these are very interesting things for which we are doing for our content to reach as big as an audience. But there's still, like, challenges within distribution, within the system, like, which we primarily have. But yes, India is a great potential for us to, like, the kids audience in the genre to keep growing.
Prerna, what do you see challenges as?
I think for us, the biggest challenge is, the ROI from the big FMCGs when it comes to, especially sponsored branded content. We're not a commerce platform, and, there's a lot of expectations from a couple of our brand partners who want, the moment they have the experience ready in KidZania, the sales going up. We are not that platform. And, there are other platforms to kind of, generate sales and, generate leads, so on and so forth. And hence, our appeal to all the brand partners and even to the media partners is to treat our platform as their own asset, for content creation, for conducting researches, for sampling, and, for CSR activities. So that's the biggest challenge that we face. And, given the current scenario, we are shut past 15 months. So just hoping that, we get to open soon and, keeping all the safety and security protocols, which we've already been, kind of aligned to ever since we have been designed since 1999. So I think so far we just need to open.
I think a lot of us are hoping for physical experiences for
the good
kids to
times,
open up as well.
Exactly.
I'll just point out one more challenge. Although the audiences increased, we saw some really great momentum on the kids genre within like past 1.5 years. But yes, like the revenues are definitely hit. And I think that was an industry aspect. Like, everybody was facing the same issue. But the good thing is, like, I look at the brighter side, and it's more like, that we were able to expand the entire genre. And I think that's something which we have to thrive for. Advertisers have to continuously see the value, even though this is little under index in terms of monetization. But, we believe, and I firmly believe, as like, Anand and Vishal also mentioned, the best power of kids and great content and great characters, like, will win everybody. And, see that great potential within the things that, like, which genre is doing. So yes, it's more of an opportunity than a challenge.
Speaking of opportunities, and I know I've come to Prerna towards the end of the last 2 rounds that I've done. I want to, as we come towards the close of this session, I want to ask you, what do you see as major trends for this entire segment, right? Kids and how we build screen-based experiences and physical experiences for them. But in general, look at this entire segment per se. What do you see as key trends going ahead?
I think the key trends for me again is, with the layer of technology embedded, both in, physical formats as well as in few linear formats as well. It's going to be around, keeping the content relevant in terms of, by doing new age experiences. And, for me, again, experiences or content which teach values and which make kids aware, self-learning, being independent. I think that's going to be the key trend going forward.
Anand? Okay.
So that's right. I think that experience or UI UX is going to be quite critical. Digital will remain to be core, and video, voice, and vernacular. We haven't spoken much about voice, but that's something which is also quite prominent. It's your Alexas and then Google and then Siri. That's something which is going to be important as it evolves on that. So backed by that, the gaming or user-generated content, that also will go in. As we are talking about Roblox or kids generating creating their own games and expanding on that, I think that's going to be much sort of evolved as YouTube's and other aspects actually as it keeps on going.
I like the fact that you mentioned voice assistants. I think I've referenced my daughter way too many times in this entire session, but she's still confused why one is called Alexa and one's called Siri and interchanges them. So I think at some point that will really be a learning curve. We'll have to let a lot of them kind of go through. Vishal, I'm coming to you for what you feel are the opportunities or other trends moving ahead.
So I believe that these trends and the changes that we've seen are here to stay, and that's my perspective. Areas like gaming, areas like the personal moments that I spoke about, whether it's YouTube or whether it's DIY content, it's there to stay. And we will see probably a lot more and more consumption of this sort of a content coming in. And that's the new experimental content or an interactive content, what you'd probably like to say. I think moreover, that's more from a consumer point of view, and a trend which probably from a brand point of view, if I had to probably look at, is I believe that most of these brands will take this area or the tonality of reassurance to the clients, the area of removing the insecurities of the parents. So I think that possibly is already coming in when you look at most of the communications, especially in the categories of F&Bs and the immunities and all these things. But I think that is a new trend that will probably come in, and immunity as a word will be there to stay.
Uttam, I'm going to have you close this one off with what you feel.
I think everybody's said some really wonderful key points. I'll probably end with a little gag from my end. Is the word, when it comes from the kids and it says I am bored. I think that will keep us on the edge. To always keep on innovating, to keep thinking, what is happening? It's not content banana, it's a movie banana, I'm getting bored. So I think that will keep us on the edge of things. Although at sometimes I would love the kids to get bored. This is really wonderful because they're so simulated right now. There's so much thing for them to absorb. Just seeing them, getting bored is not a bad deal at all.
I think that's actually a great takeaway, that I think that if we all need to get a little bit more bored more often. I feel that our tendency to kind of, when we move away from one screen, I think we move to picking up another one with our hands, right? So I think getting bored is, I think, a good way to kind of close this one off. I hope the audience wasn't bored. I think it was I enjoyed all the insights that came into this session, and thank you everyone for taking the time, and that's it for the amount of screen time we have on this session this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you everybody.
Thank you for having us. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that wonderful, informative, and absolutely engaging session. Now, before we move on, we would like to thank our sponsors again. Voot Kids presents India Kids Summit Season 2 with KidZania, powered by Gubbare and Discovery Kids. Knowledge partners, Adamas University and The Learning Curve. Virtual event partner, MintLabs. Creative partner, Virtual Box. Kids activity partner, Real Events. Media partner, Media News for You. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Let's move on to our next session, which is actually a knowledge session on understanding kids' viewership trends on TV. And I would like to welcome Aditya Pathak, EVP, Client Partnership and Revenue Function, BARC India. Aditya ji, over to you, sir.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah. Yes, Aditya ji, you are. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Aditya Pathak and I'm from BARC India. And I'm here to present the understanding of kids' viewership and the trends of the 2 to 14-year-olds in terms of what they view on television. Can I have the next slide, please? What we intend covering here is the overall TV landscape of kids. We will obviously look at what kids do watch on their platform as much as they would want to probably watch stuff which would be only dedicated to their genre. There is a segment that we cover on the overall advertising volume on the kids space and how that is structured as against the overall total TV volume. We'll have a flavor of what's happened during the entire COVID period, right from pre-COVID, that is the pre-first wave in 2020, and how it's panned out over this 1 year period. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So in order to understand, the 2 to 14-year-old viewing pattern, I think it's absolutely essential first to have an audience size in our mind. We have approximately 210 million TV owning households in India. This is as per the Universe Update 2020 that BARC had done, of which we have now 892 million odd individuals in those TV owning households. And 230 of those individuals are kids aged 2 to 14, which clearly goes to give us an understanding that 26% is what the overall TV audiences today are in the households that own TV. And that's a sizable component. Next slide, please. Even if we were to break down between the last universe estimate that we had done, which was BI 2018 until the UE update on 2020, 2 to 14 very clearly, which is the first quadrant that you would see, has been growing at a rapid pace, which is pretty much in line with what the population and the entire geography of this country would be. And it's the highest component in terms of the age groups that we have, which are present on TV today. Next slide, please. It's very important for us to gauge various contours of this 2 to 14. We figured out the audience size being 26%, which was the 230 million of the 892 of the TV owning households. What is it that this 26% kids population actually contributes on total TVs viewing, which is 21%, which is the second quadrant from there. The same 2 to 14, which contributes 21% on overall TV. How much is that kids dedicated genre now contributing to the total TV percentage, which is 7% today? The ad volumes that it attracts, slightly under indexed, stand at 3%. Next slide, please. Often there are questions that are asked within the ecosystem. Are kids really watching the kids genre? How much time do they really spend on that? What is it that they spend otherwise on TV? It's important to note, and a very key consideration to factor, that approximately 27 billion viewing minutes on a weekly basis is what these 2 to 14-year-olds today spend collectively on the kids genre. On an average, 80 million kids today would be watching the kids channels per week and spending an hour and 23 minutes daily on these kids channels. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the kids channels, when we talk about all these percentages, just to give you a context, today within the BARC ecosystem, there are approximately 580 odd channels that are being monitored and measured in BARC. These are approximate numbers, they keep changing month on month, of which 24 such channels are dedicated kids channels. We have 15 of these which are virtual channels. By virtual, we mean these are multi-language channels. And then there are 9 which are specifically regional channels. This number of 24 channels is as of July 2021. We have a sense because you have to get the channel watermarked, and broadcasters and networks do come to us for that. There are a couple more channels that we believe will get added in the kids space in the month of July/August itself. Next slide, please. So, like we would have expected, the kids' viewership would have been over-indexed in terms of what they watch on their genre versus what the others would have watched on the kids' genre. We also have a component which we will cover going forward on what the co-viewing part is. It's interesting to note that a lot of kids do spend a considerable amount of time, and their hedge on certain genres like GEC and movies is equitable to the overall universe hedge. Next slide, please. In terms of kids engagement, and we've seen how this continues to grow. The way it's a little busy slide, I'm apologetic about that. Most of our slides are very number heavy. So what we'll see over here is that the left hand side of the quadrants, which are your universe numbers as against the 2 to 14, very clearly from last year we've seen, I mean, most of us would have been homebound, and likewise for the kids, that the overall TV viewing did go up. Yeah, that went up to almost 4 hours and 3 minutes at a universe level, and kids also pretty much mirrored the entire piece. In 2021, up until now, we've seen how an average of 3 hours and 51 minutes, which was the universe viewing, and how kids has taken up that trend where they are now overhedged from the universe, and they are spending 3 hours and 52 minutes today. Next slide, please. Now, going back to that 1 hour, 23 minutes that we spoke about, how kids are spending this time daily on the kids genre, it's important to look at the engagement levels. We see today that the engagement levels of the urban kids, or kids based in the urban geographies, is higher than rural. An important point though over here is, if you look at the trend right from 2018 up to 2021, rural has really grown from 1 hour and 8 minutes that kids would normally end up spending average daily time to almost 1 hour and 19 minutes, and it's coming closer to the urban averages today. Next slide, please. As compared to total TV, kids viewership has always, so this slide essentially is looking at how the universe would view the 2 to 14 kids specific genre channels and how 2 to 14 are. So over here, the way to look at it would be to look at the lower quadrants, which is right at the end of each of these graphs, where we compare total TV as well as kids. We see distinctly that kids today have more skew towards male kids in 2 to 14, who are watching the kids genre more than the overall total TV and the other genres that are present in that. As against even the NCCS composition, if we were to look over here, the NCCS A composition is more skewed towards the kids genre. Similarly, between 2 to 8 and 9 to 14-year-old kids, we've seen how 2 to 8-year-old kids are more skewed, or are spending more time watching their kids genre. And as kids grow from 9 to 14, we've seen how they start looking at exploring other genres and other opportunities available on TV. Next slide, please. Contribution from rural India to the kids genre has increased. If you look at 2018, and if you look at the circled quadrant, which was 41% is what the rural part of India used to contribute to the overall kids genre viewership, that has moved up from 41 to almost 47% in 2021. Next slide, please. Now, we spoke about how 26% was the audience size, 21% was what they were contributing on total TV. This essentially is an understanding of how that 21% got broken up, where 14% goes towards the entire kids genre viewing, and 86% of that would be other genres. This is a phenomenon which we've seen over the years. It largely yet continues to be the same phenomenon, because 98% of Indian TV homes are yet single TV homes. So there's a lot of co-viewing that happens. In fact, this percentage of co-viewing, and can we move to the next slide, please? In fact, if we were to look at this co-viewing, which is the 86% that they co-view together or they watch other genres, we see almost 51% of that is skewed towards GECs. Now, this entire co-viewing piece, which is of 82%, now that essentially used to be almost close to 80%, almost a year back, that rose to 82 and came back now to 80%. Next slide, please. I did mention how, the preference, the choice of channels, the choice of genres changes between, we have a group which is, clubbed together as 2 to 14, which is what, makes up for the kids as per the NCCS classification. But if you were to bifurcate that between 2 to 8 and 9 to 14, we see very clearly over here that the entire GEC space hedge between these kids, 9 to 14-year-olds, have a higher hedge as compared to 2 to 18. Likewise, for the kids genre particularly, 2 to 8-year-olds are over hedged on that as compared to the 9 to 14-year-olds. Next slide, please. So when we discussed about the overall genre, which contributes 7% to the total TV viewership, what is this 7% essentially? If we were to look at a share of duration versus a share of viewership, and if we were to index that and figure out what an ROI would be, some results of it obviously would be, as expected, where cartoons, stroke animation, and feature films, which contribute almost 90% of the entire FPC that all collectively, the kids channels put together would place. They have a ratio which is the best ROI ratio, where 1 is to 2.86 versus 1 is to 1.06 are for the first two subgenres of programming that the kids channels across their entire 24 channels would program. Next slide, please. So we discussed about 24 channels being part of 580, which is the entire BARC ecosystem. A very quick view over here, if we were to see in 2016, right up to 2019 and 2021, how the channels in 2016 were 19 and how today they stand at 24. It's important to note that the share of regional language feed in the kids channels has grown from 51% to 69%. We've also seen how the number of channels today who have multiple language feeds have grown manyfold. In the previous session, I heard the experts speak about how reach is important for them, how it's important for them to cater to the length and breadth of the country, and therefore, for obvious reasons, the language hedge has gone up. We've seen how Tamil, which had only 10 language feeds within the kids genre, today stands at 15, Telugu from 9 to 16, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So we spoke about how the regional hedge has moved up, how the number of channels with languages that were for the regional specific audiences has gone up. We've seen right from even 2020 to 2021, where that entire contribution from regional has moved up from 23% to around 28%. Half of the viewership, though, from most of those multiple language feeds comes largely from the Tamil language feed that caters to the entire kids genre. Next slide, please. Kids genre, important to note, it's not just viewed by the 2 to 14, and we got that quadrants of 26, 21, and 7%, and what kind of 14 to 86% are the other genres that the kids view. Similarly, a lot of kids channels are not just viewed by the 2 to 14-year-olds. We see almost 59% of those are viewed across different age groups, and that's when we spoke about co-viewing as well. Next slide, please. So this lends a unique opportunity, and we've seen a lot of brands do that. We've seen how creatives of certain commercials get played out, and specifically a lot of big advertisers looking at an opportunity, categories such as auto, finance, how they try and target all of these segments particularly. That's largely because of the quantum of co-viewing, which today stands at 82%. It was at almost 80, which today, sorry, apologies, stands at 80%, which was at an 82% first. So it hovers at around 80 to 82%, which is a sizable portion. Most kids which are watching TV today between the age group of 2 to 14 and are watching the kids genre, any one of those or many of those 24 channels, have a probability of 51% of the times co-viewing it with a female 31 years plus. Most likely it could be their mother. Next slide, please. Even if we were to look at the ad volumes in this, and if we were to look at the ad volumes for the kids genre specifically, we've seen they're slightly under indexed, considering that the kids genre today actually gives, or rather contributes almost 7% of total TV viewing. The kids genre, unfortunately, today has a 3% hedge on the overall ad volumes that are placed on the kids genre across these years, and it's been pretty consistent. We hope that probably grows soon. Next slide, please. This is a trajectory which pretty much mirrored the overall ad volume also on Indian television last year, given the entire pandemic, where we have seen how the pre-COVID levels of the total ad volumes virtually got whitewashed in the first lockdown, which is a colored graph in between. and how we saw Q4 and Q1 really come back. Q4 was an all-time high for the kids genre, and 15 odd million seconds which were placed on the kids genre in a particular quarter was a never seen quarter before, right since inception. Quarter 1 was buoyant as well. The second lockdown did see some softness, not as much as the first lockdown. So we are hoping that the hit wouldn't have been as severe as last year in 2020. Next slide, please. What we see over here is that the number of advertisers also came back in Q1 of 2021 if we were to compare it to pre-COVID levels. The second lockdown phase did have a slight dip on that, but it yet continues to remain very buoyant as compared to the first lockdown period. Likewise for the brands as well, where you had a number of brands that actually were higher than what they were in pre-COVID who were present on the kids genre. Next slide, please. E-commerce that grew significantly across the TV landscape. Likewise, again, for the kids genre, the initial hedge was 5% to overall ad volumes that were placed in the kids genre in form of what e-com would. That almost doubled to 11% today. And what we see on the right-hand side of the chart is how subsections of e-commerce, and more expectedly the e-education, the OTT portions, and how online shopping contributed. Next slide, please. If we were to detail this, if we were to detail the segment which resonates the most and which would be the most likely one which would increase their hedge on the kids genre was the e-education component. The e-education component grew massively from 0.82 million seconds to 2.39. It's almost like 200% growth. There were a lot of new e-education clients that came on board. They have been listed on the right hand side of the screen. It's not an exhaustive list. We've just named a few who were quite buoyant on the kids genre. Next slide, please. It's important to gauge what the impact of COVID would have been on a genre which kept which has had a very steady trend in terms of viewership all across. Extremely important to also understand what happened in terms of certain geographies or time bands. Did we spot any differences in this entire 1 year period with kids being homebound? Next slide, please. So in this, what's important to note that the hedge of kids, which is the 2 to 14-year-olds watching the kids genre, increased post-COVID. And likewise for the GC space. If we were to look at the lockdown period, the first lockdown period versus the second wave period, or even the pre-COVID versus the second wave, we very clearly see a hedge where the kids viewership has increased, not only on their genre, but even on the overall GC space. Next slide, please. It's important to note over here that Southern India, the skew was a little more towards the kids genre, and that's increasing, slowly but surely. Even if you look at a pre-COVID, which had a 32% of contribution from South, today that contribution on the kids genre stands at 38%. It's important to note that while HSM, which is the Hindi-speaking markets, would have a 60% urban contribution, urban kids watching, South has a 46% of urban contribution only. So that means in Southern India, there is more rural kid audiences which are aggregated now from pre-COVID up until now. Next slide, please. The free platform which used to have a 25% of its viewership coming from kids, which were 2 to 14, and this is across genres, not specific to the kids genre, that hedge now from 25% has gone up to 28%. Next slide, please. Post-COVID, the catchment area for kids in this particular quarter and over a period of time, our understanding is that it's now at from 12 noon until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as against pre-COVID historic understanding where the pre-prime 1800 to 1900 hours would essentially be the catchment area where there would be heightened viewing. Given that kids are homebound, given that a lot of online classes would happen, and there is no fixed time as what they would be watching TV on, a trend has emerged in the last quarter where we have seen that there are more kids watching today, and that is between 12 noon until 1 o'clock. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, most kids again homebound, very little difference left between weekday and weekend viewing. how the delta on a weekend was a 12% delta in terms of viewership of the kids pre-COVID times, that over a period of time has got diminished, and now virtually your weekdays and weekends, they are absolutely at par. So that's another shift which probably the programmers across would have taken cognizance of. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide, and this is the summary. Important to note that kids today are an integral part of the overall TV viewing audience. Their audience size is 26%, which is the highest. We also look at how they contribute 21% to overall TV. We've seen how the hedge of rural has increased from 41% in 2018 to 47%, driven largely by South. Kids genre has been consistently growing, and we know that despite its growth, it's slightly under-indexed when it comes to ad volumes. It stands at 3% versus 7% of viewership. With Kids Homebound, we saw how during the COVID and now in the latest quarter, we are obviously not yet off COVID. And we've seen how there has been some changes with reference to the genres, the time bands, and the geography. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Aditya ji, for sharing your invaluable insights. Friends, it's been 2 super sessions till now at Voot Kids Presents India Kids Summit Season 2. Next session promises to be super, super exciting because the topic is kids entertainment, then, now, and future. And for this session, we are in conversation with Pradyuman Maheshwari, founder MXM India, joined by Anusika, head creative content and research, Kids TV Network Viacom 18, Rajiv Chilaka, founder and CEO, Green Gold Animation Private Limited, Vincent Narona, Chief Marketing and Business Head, Have More Ice Creams. Over to you, Pradyuman sir.
Thank you very much. And welcome to all of you here, and welcome to all our my co-panelists here as well. The topic that we have been given is kids entertainment, then, now, and future. It's a fairly broad-based topic, and we could go on and on about it, especially when we have a panel comprising folks like Anusika, who heads creative content and research of the Kids TV Network at Viacom 18, Rajiv Chilaka, I should say Rajiv Chota Bhim Chilaka, founder and CEO of Green Gold Animation Private Limited, and Vincent Narona, Chief Marketing and Business Head of Have More Ice Creams. The topic is fairly broad-based, and we've just had Aditya Pathak speak about, share the numbers with us about kids' viewership on television. But clearly, it's not just about television that we see right now. It's a lot more than just television. We have multiple devices that are there. So I'm going to first go to you, Vincent, because you are the money bags. You are the person who advertises in various channels and various other various other platforms that are there. How do you, as an advertiser, see the entire genre of kids entertainment in terms of viewership, in terms of the stickiness, and how it has moved from say 5 to 10 years in the past to now? Vincent?
Yeah, thanks, Pradyuman, and thank you for all the co-panelists. So I'll try and answer your question probably in 3 parts: then, now, and future. Okay. So while there's a bag of money in the last 2 years has definitely depleted. We all know the reasons behind it. So have our advertising spends. However, when we used to advertise on the kids genre, the kids portfolio, the only thing that we used to see is, again, as Aditya was taking us through the numbers in terms of viewership, we see a lot of viewership in the afternoon time band, and that is where we see, or at least our insight is, the kid does not watch it alone. There is a guided viewership, either with the mother or with the elders in the family. And they also become our core TG to whom we want to direct our advertising. So in the past, we used to take this approach that let's advertise kids in the afternoon time band where they are back from school. They have guided viewership along with their family members. And this is how our learnings used to be. As a brand or as a category, when we advertise largely during summers. Ice creams, we all understand it's a summer portfolio again. And during this summer, it's large part of it is the summer vacation in India. So at afternoon time band, mother, child viewing it together becomes the apt portfolio when we used to advertise then. In the last 18 to 20 months, we have traversed a little bit more from television onto other mediums. We've looked at digital as a great source of advertising. And another reason I would say that is Aditya has tried and validated our point that though the viewership on TV has increased, the advertising revenues haven't corroborated that increase. So advertisers like us have moved onto a platform which is digital, where we are seeing much more content, much more Indian generated content for our Indian kids. And that is where we are putting our monies right now, removing it from television, putting it onto OTT or putting it onto a YouTube platform. Just to name a couple of them is, for example, we are targeting the Coco Melon. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about the Coco Melon platform or channel on YouTube. This is where we've spent certain amount during this summer, during this lockdown. So again, now this is our current strategy that all the viewership that kids are doing right now is on online. And that is where most of the time is spent because of education, because of other activities, and that is where the entertainment also complements them. Future, going ahead, what would the trend be? We are expecting the current trend to continue in the future. That is what we expect, and that is what all the media providers or the content creators are also helping us, because that is where the content creators are.
Vincent, I'm going to ask you this question. While the theme of the panel is kids entertainment, but given the fact that you have a past in the print media as well, tell me, as an advertiser, when you look at kids, is it only video medium? Is it only television and video on digital? Is print totally dead for you in terms of reaching out to your potential target audience?
If it's related to the kids TG, I would say yes. Print nowhere fits into the media plan for kids.
Right. Thank you. I think that's a fairly straight and direct comment. I'm going to come to you, Rajiv, next, and then to Anu, because you are while you are aligned with Chhota Bheem with a certain platform, but the point is that as an independent, okay, and having seen through the journey of Chhota Bheem and before that at the entire genre of kids entertainment, what do you see? What according to you has been the journey like for yourself and as somebody who looks at the genre, given the fact that now you have multiple IPs, and when we come to when we have Anu speaking, their platform has had so many of them. But what is your view on the entire genre?
Yeah, thanks, Pradyum. Hello, everyone on the panel. So, I think first thing, I'm very itching to have these kind of meetings in real life. I mean, it's been almost a year and a half that we are all in this COVID scene, and then the second wave, and I hope everybody here and the families and all are safe. So coming to the kind of the animation kids business side of thing, I think there is no better time that India has seen in terms of kids business. I think we are very rightly positioned to kind of
kind of take off from here. I think from if we go with the what like we talked about past, present, and future. Now, starting in 2000, when towards 2001, when we set up Green Gold, the early stage of Green Gold. So, if you go with that kind of thing, at that point there was only one kids channel, and slowly by next 4-5 years there were more than 6 kids channels. Today there are a lot more, and at that point the only way you could make kids content was go to a kids channel. Today there is a lot more opportunities for studios like ours and others, that it's not just a kids channel you can work with. You for animation you can work with YouTube, digital platforms, OTT platforms like Netflix, Amazon, Voot Kids, of course, and there are so many other ways to kind of monetize your content. And then not just like when we are like example as a company, when we are working with kids, we understand this, that today's kids are different from kids of a decade ago, and they're much more different, their technology much more advanced, and then also you also have to reach out to them through multiple platforms. It cannot just be that you're on one network and that is enough. So today you need to be present on YouTube, you need to be present on an OTT platform, then you have to be present on a kids channel, then also have a reach to them through physical form, that is either through merchandise or comics, those kind of things. That's when your brand shows that how popular it is doing. So it becomes very tricky about like today, like where to work with and whom to, because there is work coming for everyone, which is great. I think thanks to channels and platforms like Viacom, I mean, they promoted Indian animation. Warner, which is Turner, has promoted Indian animation. Disney, the same thing. Sony, the same thing. Discovery, the same thing. So, which results that today we have lot of work for animation studios in point of view. So now today it's like earlier we had to take whatever comes our way, but today we are able to choose what shows we want to produce and stuff. Same time, there is million opportunities out there. I mean, still like in 2021, we still have a lot more kind of content not being produced for kids yet. Like we don't have still a specific girl show out there. We still don't have live action successful show for kids. So which shows that like, our industry is maturing. Same time, we have a long way to go. This is just the beginning. And I'm so excited actually that today, I mean, I've chosen the right field. Like when about two decades ago, I wasn't sure what to do. But I really enjoy working in the kids business, and I've kind of worked on all sides. Like I like from, Beam has licensed from ice creams to noodles to what all, and name any product he's been there, including the sanitizer to a hand soap to a soap to a biscuit packet. So we are blessed that we've been able to do that. But there are going to be many more beams that are going to come, and there are already some great shows we ourselves are working on, like Rudra with Viacom and a few other shows with Sony which are upcoming, as well as with Disney that are upcoming. So it's I would think it's golden times.
Great. Of course, these are golden times, and much as the pandemic has been a downer, it is for this domain of children's entertainment. It has been a one long, if I might say, a vacation period. If Anu, I remember every year Nickelodeon and the Kids Entertainment Network of Viacom 18 would have these press conferences where you would talk about the children's entertainment special programming that you were doing for the summer. But now it's because of the fact that people are at home most of the time. It is what it is. But let me get to that question later. But to you, Anu, in terms of the domain that has been there in kids entertainment, we've seen a huge growth, and we've seen the huge growth at the Viacom 18 slew of channels, and everywhere else. There have been more channels that have come up. How do you see the entire domain from, as the topic of this theme is then, now, and the future?
Thank you so much, and sorry, my connection just got disconnected and I lost out on, didn't get to hear what others had said, especially Rajiv, but I heard the latter part of his comments, and to great extent I agree with what Rajiv is saying. Rajiv has already given a brief glimpse of what the category was 10 years back, what it is now, and what it's going to be in future. I'll just add on a few points to that. And hopefully I will not be repeating him, because as I said, I didn't hear the first part of his conversation. Yes, we have come a long way from where we all started. As a matter of fact, when in the morning, I was thinking about this subject, and it's just your own memories start jogging around and you start feeling, where did we all start from? And I remember at Nickelodeon, that's where the journey for the local content production started for us. It started in 2010. Now, for us, and I'm assuming for Rajiv, this was a couple of years before that. So if you actually look at it, the journey, it's been a very small journey for us so far in terms of local content that is being produced in India. It's just a beginning. And if we look at the numbers which are there, just the sheer population that is there of the kids, I think almost close to 35% of population in our country is below 14 years of age. So you can imagine the kind of, the audience that is sitting out there for us to serve them. So that's a huge, huge incentive for us. We have, it's almost 8% of the 2+ audience constitute or contribute 8% of viewership to the entire TV viewership. So it's a big, big chunk which is sitting out there. And I always believe for us, it's just a beginning. These are just the baby steps that we have taken so far. Pandemic was tough. At the same time, as I believe wherever there's a problem, there's always an upside to that as well. Of course, we were all, last year, suddenly we saw what lockdown was all about. One had just read about it, one had never experienced it, and we experienced it for the first time ourselves. And suddenly we were all grappling with the fact how to cope up with this situation. But I give it to a lot of studios, the way they managed to, take control of the situation and how they turned this around into an opportunity. And today what I hear from a lot of studios is, we have suddenly come up with a new model of working, whereby you don't really need all the people sitting in the studios just to deliver the work. For us, yes, we all had a setback for first 2-3 months or so. And after that, things started coming back on track. The viewership, of course, for us, the biggest, as a broadcaster, for us, the bigger challenge was suddenly you have the audience sitting out there waiting to be fed with newer and newer content. And yet we were trying to, initially at least, we were, struggling big time in terms of how to continue producing newer content. But I think all the studios in India, we have to give it to them that they made this, saw an opportunity out there. And today, I believe that the business model for the studios probably would have changed big time in terms of how they're going to operate. And to coming back to your point as to where we stand today and what's the future, I think the future is extremely bright, as Rajiv said, and as you are aware. We are not just we are not just witnessing the launch of various other platforms. Right now, even if we look at just the TV stations, I mean, the number of kids channels that are opening virtually year on year, obviously they're seeing some business sense in that. It's only then that they're jumping into this game. Otherwise, I don't think anyone would be taking a business decision if they don't see a potential in this particular category. We know how influential the kids are, whether the advertiser accepts it or not. The reality is today a kid is a big influencer in every decision that is made at home. The good thing is today, almost 15, if you look at 10 to 15 or 15 to 20 years back, we were really not making anything which was specific to kids. We were not catering to kids at all. Kids were compelled to watch content which was not actually meant for them, which was never made for them. This is a time that we have started catering to kids, understanding what their needs are, what their dreams are, what is it that excites them, what is it that entertains them. Somewhere we try very hard to send out certain messages to them, positive messages, which we try to do. And we have a long way to go. As mentioned earlier, there are a lot of categories which have not been catered to so far. We perpetually are in a catch-22 situation where we want to do it. We have a platform to do it, and I speak as a broadcaster. Unfortunately, we don't have the support from the advertiser to do it. For instance, preschool, which Green Gold, led by Rajiv, has done a brilliant job of coming up with the most successful Chota Bheem, spin-off for a preschool. We all would like to create local preschool content, and it's an area which has almost been untouched. And I'm saying that because today a Nick Jr. almost commands 8% of the market share in 2 to 14 in the kids category. So we know what the potential is. It's just that we are in this dilemma as to when the advertiser is going to understand the potential of this particular subcategory in the kids category, for us to then go ahead and start investing in this kind of in that subgenre as well. So we have just taken baby steps right now. While we have, yes, Nickelodeon has been perhaps in today's age and time, I guess it would be the largest local content maker in India when it comes to animation. We have close to 8 or 9 shows which are on floor, which are in production, which are on air. So, and we'll continue to do that, but we still believe these are just very small steps that we have taken, and we are long way to go.
Anu, just on one of the points that you raised in terms of advertisers evangelizing some of the new concepts and the innovations, given the fact that you do now have pay TV, you do have people, you do have ways and means in which you can get people to pay for the content. Are broadcasters, is linear television just too dependent on advertisers to fuel the innovations?
Oh, well, we have our subscription model as well. I mean, we do get substantial subscription revenue, but that alone is not enough for us to say that we'll continue to invest in the content, irrespective of the fact whether we get the advertising money or not. Yes, we are dependent on advertisers substantially. Until the time we do not see, one can say right now the ratio of subscription revenue is not as much for us to say that whether we can bring on the advertiser on board or not, we'll continue to invest in the content. For us, both these streams of revenue have to work very extremely effectively for us to continue to invest in local content. I mean, why just right now look at the models which have not been done? As a matter of fact, even if we have to continue feeding our existing pipeline, for instance, if I have to continue to invest in local content which is catering to the more boy-centric shows and for an older age group in the kids category, which would be, let's say, 8 to 13 or 8 to 14, we still need the support of the advertiser. We know for a fact we have an extremely under-indexed category. Kids category happens to be one of the most under-indexed category, I think, in the TV business. And that is the reason why, while we continue to produce content, unfortunately, we have not been able, if we look at the animation quality, we have not been able to match up the standard which is done in the West. And one of the reasons, and if we look at the budgets that we give out compared to the budgets that are given out, in the Western countries for any animation product, any animation show or an episode, there is absolutely no comparison. So for us to keep improving, for this animation industry to grow, yes, there are these OTT platforms where it's subscription led. If you have it, we have our Voot platform. and we just hope that it's it's on an upward trend, and our hope is that it's going to grow into one of the most sought after, because that's the only exclusive kids platform that we have in India as of today, Voot Kids. So we are looking at the growth there also. But for the TV channel, both these streams, which is subscription as well as advertising, it's crucial for us if we have to continue to invest in the local content, be that any genre or subgenres.
Right. Vincent, I'm going to come to you because clearly the call is that advertisers need to invest more in ensuring that the innovation happens. But as somebody who's with an ice cream genre right now, and you've had a past in an FMCG major like Hindustan Lever, what is it that you are looking for from the entertainment majors, especially those who are in children's entertainment, to ensure that you that you put in the money and you put in perhaps more money?
So in the last 18 to 12 months is what I'll comment on. We've seen a trend that for kids, the first screen is their handheld device. Okay, it may be largely because of educational purposes. They are stuck onto their handheld devices. Whereas we are talking about OTT platforms giving us new content. Is there a way that what TV delivers an OTT or a handheld device can deliver? For example, if I have to put in just layman terms, a Star TV and a Hotstar giving the same content to a cricket lover is what can we look at innovation, or can we look at that content for kids in the time to come? While Voot Kids would be present as an OTT platform, again, Anu can comment better. What is the subscription number of subscribers that we have on Voot Kids? Okay, if you had to make content more popular and more accessible to more number of kids, advertisers would definitely flock to Voot Kids, because that is where the kids are. And right now, what advertiser, at least me as an advertiser, what I see is, because they hold a handheld device, it could be a tab or a mobile, I quickly flock onto a YouTube channel to advertise myself, because I am 400% sure that they are watching it on the mobile phone. And that is where I go, and TV takes a second stand there. So if there can be a strategy where content can be leveraged, the same content can be leveraged on the mobile phone that you do on television, advertisers will come forward and fund this money there.
Vincent, you are a fairly response-driven advertiser, right? In terms of, if you do advertise, you want the response to happen. It's not just branding that you're looking at from your advertising. Now, you had mentioned earlier that you have embraced some other platforms in the recent past. Are they giving you the kind of response that you expect? Are your sales increasing thanks to your switch from linear television to these platforms?
So as a marketer, we would always want to put a correlation between advertising and sales. Definitely, I would say it hasn't worked 100%, but it has worked at the cost at which we have incurred. A television cost versus a digital cost is, you can't compare the two. However, the output that we had expected, we've got those.
So basically, you want more discounts from the television guys.
I wouldn't say discount, but if you look at a 10-second rate that happens on a television, and the impressions that you get out of it, and the CPM that or a cost per thousand that an online aggregator helps me with, there's a huge difference in the cost model.
Except that in digital, you don't really have third-party data monitoring tools, right? You have proprietary tools. So how do you know that X number of people are watching?
So that is where your first question comes into play, is whether am I correlating it back to sales? If we see a jump there, if we see any movement or traction happening there, we correlate it back to advertising.
Can I just jump into your comment saying you would want that the same content which is available on television to be present on Voot or on OTT, and that always gives you a bigger exposure. Now, this is a personal, I mean, what we do, because we are working, of course, everything happens to be under the same, since it all belongs to us, belongs to Viacom 18, which is Voot and all the 4 channels of Viacom 18 Kids channel. Actually, majority of our content which we play out on the channels rest on Voot Kids as well. They do have some shows. They have done a lot of acquisition, which are new shows. But a bigger chunk of their library consists of shows which actually rest on all the 3 channels of us, which is Nick, Sonic, and Nick Jr. But in addition to that, if you say, and as a matter of fact, this is one trend that we are seeing, that today, it's a feedback that we get from people, and especially from the studios, that today the OTT platform, their mandate is they will pick up a show only if that show is present on one of the broadcasting, the channels as well. Otherwise, they're not really interested in getting the original content produced. This is the feedback that we get, and also to your question, that children are normally on their devices, are on the phones. Now, our experience happens to be very, very different from what I'm hearing out here. And when I say our experience, we say it on the basis because we actually, every show that we produce, or every year or every alternate year, even with the existing show, we go to the market and we conduct these surveys with the children. We do a face-to-face interaction with children to understand where they are, what their lifestyle is. So it's a more generic kind of a research. And surprisingly, one thing that we get is, you'll be surprised to hear, so every time we ask them, do you prefer watching content on TV or on phone? And normally the response is, we like it on TV because the screen is bigger, the audio is clear, and with phone, what happens is, it's not normally, the kids don't have phones of their own. It's their parents' phone or the older siblings' phone. It says every time jab bhi ghanti bajti hai, humse phone wapas le liya jata hai. So we'd rather watch the content on the channels rather than on the phones. So and I'm not saying this trend is not going to change. Of course, the smaller, different screens are here to stay, and they're here to grow, and they will continue to grow. But by that, if today we start saying or start believing that channels are to be undermined or channels are too expensive, trust me, the kind of eyeballs, and I don't say it because I'm working in a channel and speaking on behalf of a channel, I say it purely because we interact with children on such a regular basis that even today, the bigger chunk of their viewership comes from a normal linear channels rather than these OTT. Yes, we can definitely talk about the fact that if we look at the cases of metro cities and all that stuff, maybe that trend is growing, and it'll continue to grow, and slowly and steadily it'll percolate even down to the smaller cities. But for now, this is the reality. I mean, yes, and to add to that, when we talk to them about YouTube, invariably their response is, we do go to YouTube to catch up on the episodes that if we have missed any on the channel. That is the response that we get from the kids, and this is literally coming from the horse's mouth. So this is what our experience is.
It's interesting, this debate and discussion about linear television versus OTT will never end. But I'm going to, we're running out of time. I'm going to ask Rajiv. You are, in a sense, an insider and an outsider. But if you want to basically sum up this entire discussion about, one is, what is it that you are looking for as a studio and one of India's biggest makers of kids entertainment shows and one of the most successful? What is it? If you had a magic wand, what would you like to see happen with this entire genre? Whether it is regular television, whether it's OTT, whether it's whatever. Because I do know that Green Gold has also invested in comics and various other forms of print options also. So what is it that you would look for?
Yeah, I think thanks. See, it's a when you talk about magic wand, of course, I want to ask superpowers, and I would like to fly and all. But to be realistic, yeah, I think in terms of animation, I think the biggest challenge for all studios has been taking from script to delivering to the network. I think that has been a challenge because every studio is busy, every artist is busy. So now we have to use technology. So how do we use technology? Again, not everybody is putting their. I mean, most studios are not having an R&D wing. They're not researching or how can we speed up production? How can we make quality the same or better while speeding up production? So we've been working on such things. And ideally for me, the day I have the script, I would love to have the episode ready in a day or two, have the channel watch it, approve it. I think that will be the thing. Sometimes it's very difficult even for the networks to plan, like, okay, Diwali, what are we going to do? And suddenly there is some new current theme that comes up, and then you have to design as per that. It's almost impossible for those kind of scenarios. So hence, speed becomes the most speed of execution at the same time quality storytelling, like it happens in live action. I think that's something that we need to pep up. Second, as Green Gold, there are a lot of areas that we are getting into. Of course, like Anu mentioned, we have gotten out into preschool on Netflix, and Mighty Little Being is doing wonderful across entire world, including South America and remote places that we haven't been to. But I think even the future also we are looking at VFX as well as feature film content production for children, as well as genres which are young adults. That is, I'm talking about movies like the Spider-Man or Marvel kind of movies that we are aspiring to do that, and we are working on that in the sense. So in Hyderabad, we are building a actual studio floor. A couple of them, they're being made right now as we speak, and we want to be ready for the future because I think the future, a lot of these shoots will happen virtually, pretty much in the studio, and then you have just changing green screens to LED television and those things. And we're getting ready for the future. We want to be ready when the world is changing so fast, and we never know when this pandemic, if it'll ever get over, we don't know. So I think we have to work in safe environments. So we have to figure out. So I think the future is going to be faster and brighter.
Anu, any wish from the magic wand? Is there something that you would like to look at happening apart from advertising, paying more money?
So one should, if the day you stop wishing and the day you stop dreaming is the day you stop living. So the dreams are unlimited, but right now let's come back to the dreams of right now, how the work can and the life related to work can become easier. This is something I have brought up time and again on various platforms, and I know a lot of studios do complain about this fact every time I raise this issue. And my one humble suggestion to them every time I meet them on face to face or we meet on such platform is, I always request them, please invest in storytellers. While we have great executioners today, the animation is virtually day on day, the quality of animation is improving in India, and there's no doubt about it. And when I say it's literally from scratch to the end, when it comes to designing, when it comes to everything else, it's improving and it'll continue to improve. But my big worry as a broadcaster and as a storyteller is that we still lack original. There aren't enough good storytellers. One is executing, bringing it alive in the form of animation. That we are there, and we'll continue to improve. From where we started 10 years back, we have come a long way from there. But unfortunately, where we are still stuck, we don't have good storytellers. I have been saying it on virtually every platform, and I'll continue to say it because till the time we don't have good stories to tell, let me tell you, no matter how beautiful animation we might be able to come up with, that's not going to solve the purpose. End of the day, you can
10-second response from you. 10-second response from you, Rajiv, on this thing. Storytellers, is it because there aren't any available, or is it because you need more money from the broadcasters?
No, it's not about the money. I think Anu has absolutely hit the nail on the head. I mean, we need storytellers and more storytellers. And most importantly, great storytellers are going to Bollywood. I think we need to get Bollywood storytellers also to work on the animation side. Then I think it'll be great. But I think the new generation is going to be a lot different. I think parents are letting the children, creative children, pursue their dreams. I think that happens, we're going to see a lot more storytellers in our world.
On that note, Vincent, any last word from you? I started off with you. Any word from, how will you put in more money into this network, into the genre? Is there one thing that you would do?
Definitely, when we earn more money, we'll put in more money. So just hoping that if we get the magic wand, we can get the external situation corrected. It will help everyone.
That's something that we all hope for. Thank you, everyone. Vincent, Anu, and Rajiv for this session, and thank you to the organizers for hosting us. Thank you very much, and over to you, Viral.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that wonderful, wonderful session. Very, very engaging indeed. Now it's time to move on to our next session, which, let me tell you, is an important one, especially if you are a parent, because it is titled Monitor What They Watch, Kids Safety on Internet. And for the same, we are in conversation with Kalpana Ravi, Bureau Chief, Media News for You, joined by Aarti Garambhalli, Principal, Indira National School, Prasada Shejale, Founder and CEO, LogicServe Digital, Akshay Gurnani, Co-Founder and CEO, Shebang, Sujata Dvibeti, Group Trading Director, Amplify India, Dentsu, Suhas Bedekar, Director, The Learning Curve. Over to you, Kalpana ji. Kalpana ji, if I may ask you to unmute yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon to all my panelists, and they all esteemed. So if there are any glitches, please excuse me. It's great. We're not meeting personally, but meeting on the virtual screen. The topic today is how do we monitor our kids' time on the internet? I would like to start with Suhas. Suhas, we're talking about content on the kids' genre. How has it, progressed over the years, and what are we seeing now?
Thank you, Kalpana ma'am. Thank you. Welcome all panelists as well. Yes, I'm actually dealing to preschool and daycare. So our age group is between 18 months to 6 years. But there's a big change that is happening across in this segment as well. And the worry always is that what is the right time to be on the phone or on the internet for the usage of kids. And we personally never believed in that though. But due to pandemic, everything is now on virtual platform across out over there. It's very important to ensure what is the right content to watch. And I'll just give a simple example. We handle kids into daycare for 12 hours, right from 8 to 8. And whenever the kid is taken home again by the parents, and if he starts screaming or crying, the first thing the parents do is कि उसके हाथ में phone थमा देते हैं, and the kid is very happy to have the phone and start Googling whether it's a YouTube or it's a favorite music or whatever. So the internet has become an important part of the life, especially during the COVID times. I feel today's world, it's very important for a parent to actually partner with the child and to engage and probably sit with the child on whether it's on the internet or whether it's watching a movie, to do the do's and don'ts about it. Rather than, yes, we at a back end, we can have all the glitches controlled, which site to watch, which site not to watch. But I think it's very important for a parent to sit with the child, to engage the child on the internet, to share probably what is good and what should be avoided. In the segment that we are in, I think there's a big change that has happened. I mean, we ourselves have gone online with the session plans, with the LMS across, and we have started doing all the sessions online. So there's a big change, and especially kids have also adapted to that. The kids, the new age kids are a very smart kids. They in fact know how to unlock your phones also, so they know exactly where to go, how to Google things, and they can actually move on from one page to another page. I have seen a kid which is a 4-year-old and was surfing for the school project, very interestingly. And while surfing, he did realize at a later stage, after 10 minutes, that he has almost close to 30 windows open simultaneously, and he's been searching on something. So, so this is the today's world. So whether that 30 windows were right for him or it just went on and went on. So I think it's very important for parents to come as partners. So we always in high schools or in our schools also, we talk about parent partnership programs, but I think it's more important for the parents to partner with the child and actually sit with the child and have enormous. I mean, I was listening a bit to the earlier conversation also, where Viacom and Netflix and all the OTT platforms are talking about creating new content across out over there. But I think what to watch is also critical. I myself is a big fan of animation movies, and I always give that example to my team members also, that you should watch animation. There's a lot of learning apart from enjoying that animation, whether the movie is a Coco or whether it's a Spirit, Untamed, or any movies across out there. But there's a learning, and I think parents should sit to ensure what is the learning out of it. So I mean, we as an adult can also learn a lot out of these movies across there. So I think controlling internet, what sites and all that, and what timeline, it's very difficult. But yes, there is definitely a good engagement platform. Yes, we can definitely ensure what to watch and what not to watch. But it's an enormous world. It's a very different world. And last 2 years with COVID, everybody is only on phones. So either it's a phone or it's a TV that they're hooked onto, and I think they're missing the actual fundamental of being kids, especially in our age group that we talk about, 18 months to 5 years, where they need to enjoy with toys, enjoy with the play, enjoy the story time, enjoy reading books. So that is something which is missing, but we should control a lot on OTT. Yeah.
Coming to you, Aarti, as a school principal for toddlers and preschool, how do you go about educating, today I would say educating parents on how to control what their children are watching?
Thank you very much, Kalpana ma'am. As Suhas was rightly saying, now that we are all of us on this online platform since say about 18 to 20 months now that we are into this mode. Of course, earlier we used to have this platform, but you know, the children mainly played games or watched movies or cartoons or whatever that they were interested in. But now that they are, we as parents, teachers, or the students, we all of us are on this platform today. And as I heard earlier also, we are stuck to these devices nowadays. What I feel is, you know, as Suhas said, yes, parents have to monitor every time what the children are doing in their homes today, that they are locked in their homes. They're not allowed to go out. There is no physical activity. What we have experienced is, you know, when they are too much on this platform, you know, we have seen some, you know, they're always on the watch. As he said, pop-ups come up. You try to go into those modes also, and you explore so many things. The children are exposed to so many things nowadays, and they don't know what they are watching exactly. So sometimes what we say as tips we give to the children, as teachers also, we constantly make them aware of so many things that are happening around us. So what we do is we give them some safety tips every time that we enter into this mode, you know. We tell them that even the parents, when we have some orientations with the parents, we tell them how you parent the kids, especially on this mode, you know. What we do is we tell them, don't allow your children to sit alone and browse on the internet, because they don't know what they are watching
exactly and what is good or bad for them. And especially the teenagers, they love this mode actually. They post so many things about their times, about their pictures or anything, and they're on the social media all the time. And they love interacting with their peers at this age. So what we tell them is don't allow these kids to browse alone. You be with them or you be somewhere around them, what they're doing, monitor what their activities are going on the online basis. Also, we tell the children that, you should be keep their privacy. They shouldn't be telling about their family members' names or what their occupations are or what they are doing or what my mom or what my dad is doing. All these things we ask them not to do these things. They should be privately kept for themselves. They shouldn't be doing anything like online. Sometimes they ask for some pop-ups come and they ask for the names for your, say for your addresses, something like this. Sometimes even the teenagers love to buy something online shopping, so that time you tend to give away your phone numbers, your addresses and all. So that has to be monitored by the parents regularly. Of course, the parents have so many things also in their hands under their control. They can always have some security tools embossed in the devices. They can say that, they can actually stop all these things from the children. Also, we tell the children not to click on the pop-ups that come. Like now, as Suhas said, there were 30 pop-ups, there were 30 videos on. So the child doesn't know what he's seeing exactly. So we tell the children not to click on any of the pop-ups or any of the e-newspapers or anything like that. Also, we tell them to use some strong password. The parents can help them to have a very strong password, which will help them to keep it as private as possible. And of course, or as parents, we can have a set time rule for your screen time. The screen time is another one issue which is always there with the parents, with the children, with us also. We are always on this mode of screen time, screen time, screen time. So we tell them, you should have some specific time every time. You can have some time for your, say, videos or your projects or your schoolwork or anything like that, And then also you can have, you can, as parents, as role models, we should see our screen time, what we are having. We should be the role models where we are also with the children, especially have some plan, during dinner time or during, so most of the time what I have seen or what I have experienced is many of the families, they have dinner in front of the television. So that is also a screen time. They don't interact with each other. So somewhere we have to stop these screen times, also just before going to bed. Also, sometimes we all love to play games, as teenagers, as the students, as the younger ones, they love to play games as they are in the houses itself. Of course, there is no physical activity for them now. So what we feel, oh, this is the only entertainment left for them. But as parents, of course, we can have so many other physical entertainment with the children, and have some small gatherings with each other. And you can have so many discussions. You can have simple play. As I'm a principal of a school, I speak like this, that you should have some time with your quality time with your children. You play games with them, which you can play at home, not online, but offline. I feel this is very important, and we educate our children to be very cyber security. Even the parents, due to this pandemic, I understand they have a lot of issues of taking care of their kids. But I feel we are all into this new normal. We are adjusting to these things and wish that all these things come to an end soon and we are back to our offline mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Sujata. It's a pleasure to meet you online. It's been a very long time.
Yes,
Sujata, tell me from a media agency point of view, where do you think the kids' content is going today, and and what are the brands you would want to put so that the kids can really see without getting into too much of a trouble or anything of that sort?
Well, today the kids' content has been increasing. If you see, there are so many channels which are there. And kids are not only educational, but otherwise, story, animation, even Indian content is there across all the kids channels. Now, coming to the advertisers, If you see the top 10 advertisers, it would be predominantly FMCG because, they are the largest in overall AdX, right? So the top 5 would definitely be the FMCG clients who are advertising on the kids channels. And that's nothing to do with, mainly food or chocolates or products related to them. It's anything and everything, because the kids channels are priced very low, which works very well for the advertisers and the agencies to pick up the kids channels, right? The second thing is the advertisers like Heinz or Ferrero or Nestle, these clients have consciously decided not to advertise anything that's got to do with food because of their M2K policy. So what happens is kids below 12 should not be fed with any ads, right, pertaining to food, which leads to obesity. So they've taken a conscious call, and which is why you will not see these kind of advertisers on kids channels. And they also are conscious in the content they pick up from general entertainment channels. They ensure that the reach of the channel should not be at a very high level for the kids. So the advertisers have become very conscious in what messaging they want to do. Now, coming to the digital platform, in the digital platform, it's quite open. However, Google, which is one of the largest platforms where search is happening, what's happening is, there are enough and more parental controls available on Google. So when we feed our ads, we are also conscious on whom we are targeting, right? And there are parental controls, there are links. When you're downloading games or anything from Play Store, you can ensure that, those kind of games are downloaded, which don't really have, which have controls for the kids. And in terms of content, whatever is fed in YouTube Kids, Voot Kids, those are, of course, what kids are watching. And unfortunately, we don't have too many educational and, mentally good content, which the kids would kind of grow with the content. We don't have such content internationally or in India. And kids as ad spends are very low in the country. It comes to about 3 to 4% on television. Even on the digital space, advertising to kids has actually gained momentum only in the last year because of the pandemic, because the internet connection, etc., has gone up amongst the kids. So earlier, kids were not really getting advertising on internet much. It's really grown since last year.
Coming to you, sir, Prasad sir, what is your take on this whole content, and how would you see advertising of content, advertising on these kids channels?
Yeah, sure. I think a very interesting question here, and very good to hear different views, from perspective of basically becoming the partner to the child, to having safety tips that we are talking about, and general content ecosystem here in India. But very interesting thing, when I say kids, I'm taking the way you said 18 months to probably the teen age, okay? And I think the age that I am at, and my daughters have seen it grow along with the internet, okay? My elder daughter is about 22, 23 years of age, and now the younger one is in 12th. And a huge amount of nieces and nephews that way, okay? And I try to being I always wear a hat of 4 things always, okay? One is definitely as a marketer, okay? Second one is a parent. Third one is, I would say, content creator. And the fourth one is a responsible citizen, okay? And if you really wear those hats, there are different perspectives that you get to it, okay? So yeah, I mean, it is very imperative to say that when a kid is in an age wherein you can control his behavior when he's a kid, a really kid, I don't know, I mean, I don't know whether it is the right thing to say it or not, but I don't think you can control kids' behavior nowadays, no matter whether it's a 1 day old or more, okay? So I'm sorry if I've said something wrong there, but at least, you have a sense of your creating, okay? Wherein, you can actually control, give it to me, all that stuff, right? When it gets to, and invariably, if you go to someone else's house and say that, and you really want to use their internet, okay, their Wi-Fi, if you ask the password, there'll be some teenager who tells you that. What are you talking about? I've gone through all that setting up K9 when my, my younger daughter was 7, 8 years old, and, having a false feeling that, I control them. Okay. No. Okay. I mean, and as a marketer also, probably if I think that I know the teens, okay, it's impossible. They are some 1,000 light years away. Okay, seriously. Okay, have you ever used Discord? Then, their languages, the way they call servers is a very different one. I took some lot of time, and the worst thing is that all these nephews and nieces, okay, if I try to get into mujhe sikha, tell me how it has to be done, they will give you hardly 4 or 5 minutes to you, and after some time they won't allow. Their world is different. Having said so, understanding where they are, and the whole the simple thing, I always say is that post 2000 probably God made, whichever God it is, okay, made a different chip in their brains. We can't understand it. I can't resonate with what they like. I can't use Twitch. I can't use Discord. I can't appreciate, the types of content. How can you? There are kids I have seen in the houses wherein they are doing their homework, and at the back of it there is a Discord is running with some gaming. Talking about gaming is a very, we don't understand gaming at all. Absolutely not. I would say no. Absolutely don't. Okay, so coming to content part of it, I think that is where I think there's a huge underlying sort of I would say underlying a need of these kids, okay, to at the same time they think they are independent, but there are a huge amount of being part of something. Okay, there are groups, and that is what scares me a lot. Okay, wherein if you see, I would consider basically type of content. Even if it's gaming, on the gaming one, the types of formats that you have to share your where, who you are, what you are, and how you are. Okay. Apart from that, the huge amount of easily accessible probably pornography, okay, which is it's a content. Okay, so I think today's discussion is more of a safety part of that.
Yeah, safety part.
Okay, the contact. Okay, I mean it is so. My daughter, who comes from having all the things that we've been talking about, being partnership, being telling them what it is, having all the rules, what. But I sometimes she scares me. Okay, a few days back, just to play a particular game, okay, she installed a different OS, okay, and set it up everything for it. I wouldn't have even known. It just that happened is that there are some things that I have set it up which triggered, and I went and said that what are you doing? Okay, and she said so just imagine, okay, there's a whole contact that you can talk about. Then of course the overuse that you have, okay, and of course as someone was talking about buying part of it. So this is the content related one. I think easier one to have where it is regulated and which is in front of you. But there is the whole 99% of the content which is none of us are aware of it because we are not accepted in the world and we don't understand. That is what worries me a lot, and it is uncontrolled.
Okay, coming to you, Akshay. Sujata talked about because kids channel advertising is so cheap, so media buyers go buy all kinds of slots in kids channel. As per the rules abroad, even in Europe, you're not supposed to advertise in certain time when the kids were watching it. As an integrated marketer, what do you think, or how do you advise your brands to get content or get advertising onto kids channel, and now the digital medium with so many people coming out with apps?
Absolutely. I think this entire kid space has become a real big boom. And I think some amazing learnings already for me from the kind of conversations we've been having so far. But, this entire new, so we used to have the millennials, we had the Gen Z, now we have the Gen Alpha, as we call them, right? And this Alpha, I think in all true sense is because they're Alpha, because they know exactly what they want and they're the ones really controlling every decision in the homes, right? And I think the kind of pester power that they have is, I think, unprecedented. Exactly what all the panelists have said, that these kids actually know exactly where, how, what, when, and they have more knowledge than anybody. So I myself don't have a child, but I work with a lot with brands that talk to children. And in fact, I do a lot of baby photography. So I meet with many parents every now and then just to understand, and I try to understand from them that, what's actually going on in the mind of the child to, and what kind of content are they consuming on these platforms to really allow them to be distracted up to a large extent, because I think a lot of content is created for distraction, while the second part of content is made for edutainment. So I'll just talk a bit more on the content side to it, and some of the learnings that I've actually got is, that like nowadays there's so much of this animation based content that's been sort of booming off late, because with the entire lockdown, of course we cannot shoot content, so a lot of the content is being made in studios through animatics or then through influencers. I think this entire space of kidfluencers, as we call them, has picked up substantially in the past 1.5 years. Okay, and these kidfluencers, of course, they're being represented by their parents on the platforms, but the kind of share of voice that they have in the child's minds is, I think, tremendous, because today kids are able to resonate with these kidfluencers, and actually, they're swayed a lot by what these kidfluencers are actually talking about on these platforms. So, from a media perspective as well, when we talk about how to advertise, kidfluencers today have become a media channel for us. We are actually utilizing kidfluencers to promote a story, promote a narrative, or promote a particular product. Of course, keeping it as organic within the conversation as possible. So we used to work with a brand called Mattel. Of course, Mattel is one of the biggest brands that sort of caters to the entire kid space. And one of the biggest mandates for us, as a content generator plus as an advertiser, has been that we've got to be COPPA compliant, right? We've got to have certain, compliances in place which allows the platform to not save any data of the kid or of the device from which he's logging into the platform. And I think the entire controversy that came up a couple of years ago with, YouTube, specifically from the kind of content that they were promoting ads on, again, pornographic and, a lot of ISIS content, a lot of terrorism-based content. When the entire YouTube Kids sort of, launched in India as well, that became one of the primary platforms for us as marketers to sort of advertise on, because, it is COPPA compliant. They're not saving too much data. You cannot get into micro targeting. It's more of, very surface level targeting. So we're not necessarily capturing any cookies of these consumers or potential consumers. We also work with another platform called Totally Awesome. Totally Awesome is the largest network of kid safe advertising. So they work on something called Awesome Ads, where they have suites of apps which are visited by children, but again completely COPPA compliant. So ensuring that, because again we spoke about the fact that gaming today has become a big part of the child's daily habits of content consumption. So getting onto these apps like a Clash of Clans, or like, a Ludo King, for example, or like Dora the Explorer, being a part of the organic conversation in the app while the child is playing the game. So maybe he's actually interacting with the brand subconsciously, while maybe, moving up a level, for example, or buying a new life, for example. So it's trying to keep the entire narrative slightly more organic and not being too, outwardly branded in a whole sense. And I think, that's the way to go. Of course, the regulations are always evolving, and it's interesting to see how can we self-regulate more importantly. And that's always been a tip to clients, saying that, regulation comes by self-regulating, because at the end of the day, most of our clients are parents themselves, right? You've got to ask them saying, would you want your child to see this content, right? Would you want your child to be bombarded with this content? If the answer is no, we won't do it, right? It's as simple as that, because eventually we all are human and we all care about the places that we are advertising or the people we're talking to. So I think keeping those morals intact becomes very important. Of course, we're trying to comply with all of the legalities as required, but I think morally being sound becomes very important. And that's what we tell our clients, as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. Getting back to you, Aarti, with schools online, parents working from home, how does a parent ensure that the kid is, like Suhas said, 30 screens open on his mobile or tab or whatever it is? Or like Prasad said, there's something playing on the background, you're doing your homework. How do you think parents should be able to control this problem with children?
Yeah, as I said earlier, thank you, Kalpana, again. It is a little bit important, essential role by the parents to be played at this moment. They have some security tools. If you go into the setting menu, you can stop all these kind of screens, especially for the children when they are doing their homework or they are on the online mode of teaching, when they are learning from the teachers. Especially when, of course, parents every time cannot monitor these things, so they can stop these kind of viewing by the children through security tools, which we can impart in the devices, as I had said earlier. As I said again, it is very important that we choose how much time our child can go on this online mode. I feel that is more important as parents, that they should take care of these things, And as I said, of course, screen time is very important. We have to plan something for the children every time, even if we are at home or even in the school time. We have to plan some time, like, in the school time, we teach, say, just for 3 hours, that is the online screen time that we give to the children. Apart from that, when they have to do these homeworks or they have to do some projects, that has to be monitored by the parents, especially in the presence of the parents. I think once the parents finish off with their work, I think they can spare some time with the children for this.
Unfortunately, I have grown up with a child in the internet age who's 26 now, and I'm, like he would say, I'm technologically challenged. And like Prasad said, I agree to it. You can put any amount of screen locks and things on your phone, on your thing. Today, OTT is on TV. How are you going to stop your child from watching that? So anybody coming up with a suggestion, how, you have Netflix, you have Amazon, you have everything on your smart TV. It's just a button. There is no regulation on OTT. There is no regulation on the digital platform. How do you have, any one of y'all can come in and tell me what kind of parental control will you do on this? They are much smarter than you and me. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, they are much smarter. I think some of the few important things that I sort of follow, because no matter how much control that you'll put, they will find ways to do it. At least after 10 years, I'm telling you, they do it. I mean, if we can have it later on, and I have figured a lot of things. But anyway, so at least few things you can avoid. For example, if you have an OTT, have a different profiles. Okay, so that whatever you are watching, at least it doesn't go to them directly onto it, right? Okay, so that's something that I would work on it. Another one thing I think work on is that I think trust related one. So be very open. The way probably we encourage to talk other things in life also. Similarly, I think internet safety is you have to be open. You can't just say don't do it. Okay, you sort of go much deeper and try to sort of show what can go wrong, etc. Be a friend, a genuine friend to them, okay, because they are the only one who can let them in their world. No matter how much you do it. As I was saying, there are a lot of technologies that they work on, you don't understand. No matter as a marketer, I think that I understand, and I sort of come to conferences like this and talk about it. But I think there are 90% dark stuff that I don't even know, right? So be a friend to them, okay? And I think that's something, of course, family sort of media related. They are watching you, okay? So make sure that you when you are on the table, don't use it, etc. So and some once in a while, probably it's like every month some sort of a lecture that you give it to them, saying that this all of us are agreeing to it. Do we agree? Something like that we do in the house. But I think trust is something which has to be built onto it. Otherwise, you can't control. And trust me, I mean, I have tried all sort of monitoring systems and everything, but they will always find some way to do that. Because the whole niece and nephews which we sort of in and around, and many of them are doing some, so they find out among themselves how to go over it. Okay, so that has failed miserably for me.
Coming to you, Sujata, as a brand custodian, you said that because advertising on a kids channel is cheaper than advertising on GEC, so any sort of advertising gets on. Do you think that there should be, I know I shouldn't step into this topic, but do you really think that, kids channel should up their prices? So then you're very careful, or the brand is very careful on what is being advertised on the kids channel.
Well, there's a logic behind it on why it is priced so low. But the thing is, they can't really take it up by 5 times, right? Then they will not get advertising itself.
I'm not saying 5 times, but at least up it up by 2 times, twice, 2x or something like that.
I don't think they should increase the pricing, but what they could do is, I'm a media buyer at heart, so obviously, I wouldn't recommend increasing the price, but what they could do is have some kind of, filter on what advertising happens on the kids channels, because while some international advertisers have consciously stayed away from kids channels, but what's happening is there are many others in India, and they are feeding the content to kids. So normally India has one TV household, smartphone is being shared with the kids. So the kind of content that's getting fed, we need to be more responsible with that. And the communication and messaging needs to be focused more on pricing. At the moment, it's not only the kids channels, the market is in such a state that nobody can talk about pricing increase. Maybe when the things improve better, when they are able to give the kind of reach that the other general entertainment channels are giving. See, they are very good rate deflators, but what happens is overall, in the larger scheme of things, their reach has to be that high to demand that kind of rate, right? So their footprint is not as high as the entertainment channels or the news channels have.
Coming to you, Suhas, you are a content producer, you do animation. How do you think each channel can up their content offerings to the children? Today, kids have become very smart. They watch all kind of international content. Korean content has become the most in thing the kids go to. How do you think kids channel in India need to up? You can always get an international content and dub it in Hindi or other languages. But as an Indian, as a content provider in India, what do you think is the next step forward?
Honestly, I am not into content provider nor into animation. I run preschool and daycare chains. But so I'm not a big fan of giving screen time also. So we ensure in our schools there is no screen time when the kid comes to the daycare. But obviously, as I said, because of the COVID, there's no much option there, and the parents are stuck with their own work at a home front also, and they really don't have time, to be very honest. I mean, when you are asking Aarti also about how do you check, it's very difficult because parents are also stressed because of the work and with the fear that they might lose the job and all. So they have also been working around the clock. So it's very difficult to control all. It's coming back to your thought line on the content. There is so much available, so it's very difficult to even analyze who is watching what content. So probably Sujata can give us a little feed on this, which international content is being watched in India, because you have multi-layers. I mean, if you go into the district level of Maharashtra, you have Marathi content going super, and similarly every state had its own content driven. So it's only the metro cities where you will see different content being seen. So suddenly you have a Japanese Heidi coming into picture, and you have Heidi series going on everywhere. So this keeps shifting across. On a lighter note, I would like to share one news which I was reading through. We are talking about screen time for kids, and this is a district place. I don't want to name the place nor the state, otherwise I'll be sued here straight away. But this is a proper news which was there. The teachers had to apparently go to every household to tell the parents to stop their screen time watching the TV serials, so that they can give that time slot for the kids to come and do educational stuff there. Because in the district level, generally all the education is happening on the TV channels, and they don't have, because as I said, they don't have phone and nor iPads and all like. So this is a very interesting story, and here we are talking about screen time for kids. I think they are fighting, the teachers are really fighting at that level, how to stop the screen time for the adults so that they don't watch their daily soaps and give that particular time slot for kids to learn. So, so there's a very, very different thing between the metros, tier 2 and the district level scenarios across out over there. Yeah.
Coming to you, Akshay, as a marketer.
Yeah.
Today we are also seeing a growth of regional languages widespread. Okay, everybody
Correct.
wants to watch content in their own. And what is the key trends you've seen in the past 5 years, and going forward, what are the trends you see? Will English and Hindi still be the medium of content, or will regional content take over from it?
Yeah, so I think when we're talking about marketing, usually we see that it's the Bharat who we're going to be talking to in the next 5 years, right? It's the next 500 million who are going to come onto the platforms and will become the inherent consumers of the content as well as creators of the content. I think what we've seen in the lockdown is that the digital penetration has only spiked considerably because there's nothing else to do, right? So I think the phone sort of becomes that kind of a medium to actually have entertainment plus education up to a large extent. And of course, content creation becomes a large part of that entire sphere. So I think as marketers, what we've seen, ma'am, is that, of course, English and Hindi have been the predominant languages, for the past many years. But in fact, today they're creating content in almost 13 languages. The platforms themselves are allowing us to cater to our audiences in multilingual, in regional languages, right? So we have actually content being created in 11 to 12 different languages simultaneously. I think that is going to be that's going to be the big way forward for most of us as marketers when it comes to creation of content. And I think, very importantly, we keep hearing from the clients is that today, kids no more want to be the audience. They don't just want to consume the content, they want to be a part of the story as well. They want to be a part of their entire, co-creation of the content. So I think a lot of, learning and doing as you're watching becomes a very important part of the content we create. And I think also with the entire lockdown and our social skills going for a complete toss because people can't necessarily meet, kids can't meet other kids as well. I think this augmented reality, AR, VR is going to be a very, very important way to actually give children an experience. I know Google, for example, if you go and search the keyword tiger, for example, on Google, you can actually turn on a VR experience and place a tiger in your house or on your bed and give your child the experience of seeing a tiger in front of them, right? Unfortunately, we can't take the children to the national parks, but I think augmented reality will be a big part of their overall content creation journey along with multilingual. Yes.
Okay, we're coming to the last 5 minutes of our session. So I really want to reiterate the fact that, how do you ensure internet safety for your kids on the whole? Whether it's a preschooler or whether it's a teen, how do you ensure internet safety for your children? Anyone?
I feel it's clear that it has to be a parent partnering driven there. So the parents have to sit with the child, whether it's a preschooler or a teen, and then probably get into, as Prasad was saying, you need to understand their lingo, their language, their content, and be a part of it, because you can't really control anything. They crack each and every element there. They are much smarter. As Prasad said, the chips are different completely. Even as a 3-year-old, the chips are completely different, and they're much smarter. Even if you don't take a particular name of a person that the adults are speaking about, and the kid will suddenly say, "Oh, he must be calling you now, see," and all that. And there's no clue there, but they are really, really smart. So I think it's only the parents who would really have to partner. And today, I think because of the COVID, parents have really realized that, because obviously, we used to run a daycare and we used to have kids silent for 12 hours with us, because parents have been working round the clock. But today, parents are really feeling that, yes, they need to spend some time with the kids. They understand that. But yes, they are not really able to balance their work life there as well. But with the content, with the internet, parents have to sit. Just on a lighter note, again, I don't know how many of you watch Wagali Ki Duniya, but I've been watching Wagali Ki Duniya, and they are really connecting well with the teens, how the kids, their peers pressure comes in, and they are fantastically depicting it. I think that's an amazing learning across out over there. So, I think parents have to take the place and help the kids out to understand what is good, what is not good, what should be avoided, and what is the best for them. Thank you.
Sujata, as a mother, what is your thought on
this?
Yes,
that's what I thought. I have a teenager and I've been through this whole thing. And what I've realized is not only being friends, also, look at the history of what they browse. You don't need to, constantly, monitor such, but do have a look at the history of what they're surfing. Do, be part of their Instagram posts, just be friends with them, see what they're posting, and the kind of pictures they click. And also just being friends with them to tell them things like, why don't you watch Social Dilemma? That will help you understand that when you post a picture, it remains forever. So things like this really helped me. I have a 16-year-old and, she is into BTS and the Korean music, and the content she views is nothing to do with what is, aired in India. She's learning Korean on her own. There are animes they're watching. You can't control the content anymore because there's no geographical division anymore, right? Content is happening from everywhere, from the world. All we can do is inculcate certain things in them so that they know that in future everything remains. What goes to the internet just remains. That is a principal thing we need to tell them.
BTS is so huge. I know somebody who's got a 7-year-old, and when she told me this, I said, "What is BTS?" She looked at me aghast and said, "Auntie, you don't know. I mean, you should need some education." And I was like, yes, I do need an education on this. As a principal, what is your thought on this, ma'am? Last 10 seconds.
As Sujata very well said, even Suhas, even Prasad sir, even Akshay, whatever they are saying is correct, that parental monitoring is very important wherever they go. As said, yes, we have to be friends with our own kids and monitor what they are doing, what they are seeing, and help them out. I feel helping them with them and being with them is very important. I feel that is very important for all the parents.
Akshay, your thought, you're not yet a parent, but I think you must be dealing with a lot of kids in and around you.
I do. But no, I just think that, because advertising is the most persuasive form of communication, I think it's very important that as advertisers, we are very conscious of what we are doing. And, I think it all comes back to our own personal morals, because there could be enough of regulations put out by governments and lawmakers. But I think at the end of the day, if we feel heart and heart that something is wrong and should not be out there, I think we should say no. And I think that's the biggest filter we can keep for ourselves. And there's nothing, more important than that. Yeah.
Prasad, last words.
I think one of the most important, though it's a very complex world and we think there's a lot of complexity, I think what kids are sort of not getting is what I would say simplicity. Okay, they're not getting, if you see most of the content which they like, it's about, even if there's a grizzly bears, what it is about observation, right? Okay, so they miss out on that, right? Okay, so if you add that and experience, okay, so simplicity, observation related one, and experience, if you put that together on top of it, if there is a huge amount of being part of that tribe, okay, that all that K-pop or a BTS that you talk about, okay, is something that everyone want to be. It started with a lot of girls then, and it's spread. Of course, it's more girls still, but if you do that, I think then I think we should be able to understand what sort of stuff that they.
Yeah, this is a very debatable topic. What is privacy for me is not privacy for a teenager or for a girl. There's always a thought, you never put your children on the social media, because like Sujata said, what goes on to digital stays on digital forever. But telling this to today's kids is a little bit of a problem. So I think self-regulation, I think the only thing we can do as parents is teach our children self-regulation, because you can't monitor them day in and day out, because then they feel that you are treading on their FOE, FOS, and it becomes a huge debate after that, because they're watching this everywhere, so we may be old-fashioned, they are not. So, but I think only thing is teach our children what self-regulation is, and make sure what you put on the internet doesn't come to bite you back after 10 years or so. That's the only thing, that's the only advice I think all of us can give. Thank you so much to Indrani ma'am, Prasad sir, Sujata, Suhas, and Akshay. It has been a pleasure talking to you guys. And thank you, IWM, for getting me onto this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that wonderful session. Guys, we'll take a quick break of about 15 minutes. From now, khaiye kuch aaram se, grab a quick bite and be back, because we'll be back with a lot of exciting, interesting sessions here at Voot Kids Presents India Kids Summit Season 2. See you after 15.
Voot किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन टू हैव अनलिमिटेड मस्ती विथ यू. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things. Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201. I am a firefighter. Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us. I am a store manager. If we were to run away, cut! The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part. I am a director. Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors. I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things. Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201. I am a firefighter. Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us. I am a store manager. If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part. I am a director. Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors. I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
Kids पर पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission
to have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us. Okay.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move on to our next session, time to thank our sponsors: Voot Kids Presents India Kids Summit Season 2 with KidZania, powered by Gubbare and Discovery Kids, knowledge partners Adamas University and the Learning Curve, virtual event partner MintLabs, creative partner Virtual Box, kids activity partner Real Events, media partner Media News for You, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Let's move on to our next session now. It's a fireside chat. We are in conversation with Ayush Tiwari, VP, Talent Management and Music Business, Monk Entertainment, joined by Sanskruti Gaikwad, who is a YouTuber, and she has her own channel called Pari's Lifestyle. And Sanskruti will be joined by Preeti. Over to you, Ayush.
Thank you so much, team, for the lovely introduction. We, as a team, both Pari and us, we are deeply honored to be a part of this prestigious event that throws light on a very engaging space in modern YouTube. So by way of introduction, I head talents department and the music department for Monk Entertainment. I am a manager to Pari's Lifestyle. Not trying to boast when I say that Pari's Lifestyle is one of the biggest kids entertainment content channel on YouTube India, with over 7 subscribers overall, and all of that in just 3 years of content and being consistent. We've partnered with brands like Asian Paints, Cadbury, Discovery, to just add more feathers caps. The one question which all of these brands, the audience ask us is how Pari at this age is so consistent with her content. What is it that is keeping her going through to make content, to keep up with video and all of that? So I'll just direct the question to Pari. Pari, कैसे आप consistent रहते हो? आपको वीडियो बनाते टाइम कैसा लगता है?
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि मुझे डर नहीं लगता, क्योंकि वो सब मेरे फैमिली मेंबर्स ही है और मैं बोर भी नहीं होती. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है और हम जब शूटिंग करते हैं तब फन मस्ती में ही करते हैं.
Right, because we've mentioned shooting and family. The team over the 3 years course has grown from just 2 people, just 1 people, to a team of 10, 15 people working together. I'll like to direct the question to Preeti. Is Preeti with us? Yes. Preeti. Hello. I think so. Preeti is not a part. Yeah. So we were just 3 people when we when we were working on content, but then slowly it grew to a good 15-member team.
Okay.
Now next question to Pari.
Yes.
इतना बड़ा नंबर आ गया अब अपने पास, इतना 7.4 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स का बेस है.
Yes.
आपके आसपास के दोस्त, बिकॉज यू मेंशन फैमिली, आपकी फैमिली के क्या व्यूज हैं, आपके दोस्तों के, आपके टीचर्स क्या बोलती हैं ये बारे में?
Yes, मेरे टीचर बहुत प्राउड फील करते हैं मुझ पे, क्योंकि टीचर बोलते हैं जब तुम वीडियो शूटिंग करते हो उसमें से कुछ ना कुछ सीखने के लिए मिलता है. और मेरे जो साइट्स के फ्रेंड्स वगैरह है वो मुझे बोलते हैं कि वाओ परी आज का वीडियो बहुत अच्छा था, नेक्स्ट वीडियो कौन सा है, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है. और जब मैं बाहर जाती हूँ तब सारे फ्रेंड्स आते हैं और मुझे बोलते हैं परी प्लीज वन फोटो, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
आपने दोस्त का मेंशन किया, फ्रेंड्स ही मेंशन किया, टीचर्स के बारे में आपने बोला कि दे फील वेरी प्राउड. तो ये प्राउडनेस, ऑफ कोर्स वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड दैट बिकॉज ऑफ द बेस एंड कंटेंट देख के अच्छा लगता है. बट जब पढ़ाई की बात आती है, हाउ डू यू मैनेज स्टडीज विद कंटेंट? क्योंकि एट योर एज आप स्कूल में होगे, आपका सब रेगुलर रहता होगा स्केड्यूल, तो उसके बीच में टाइम निकाल के वीडियो बनाना सब कैसे होता है?
Yes, मुझे पता है शूटिंग जितना इम्पोर्टेंट है उतना ही होमवर्क भी होता है. तो जब एग्जाम होते हैं तब मैं शूटिंग के लिए थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ले लेती हूँ और मुझे एग्जाम में अच्छे मार्क्स आते हैं.
इसलिए टीचर्स प्राउड है दोनों साथ में. प्रीति, कैन यू हियर अस?
Yes. I'm so sorry for this network issue. Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so we were just trying to touch the point of how the team has grown. क्या जर्नी थी 3 लोग से, because when we started working सिर्फ 3 लोग.
Yes.
हाँ.
So actually we started Pari's Lifestyle in 2019. So it's just a matter of 2 years. तो जैसे हमने स्टार्ट किया तो सब मी, संकेत, my partner and Pari, बस हम तीनों थे. But now we are having a proper team. We are having proper editors, the photographer, the camera person is there, and 2 people are there who is helping with this scripting and all those things managing Pari's channel. So almost now we are having around 9 to 10 people who are working with us. So obviously it's a very huge difference we are seeing, क्योंकि 2 साल actually बहुत कम time span है. Now we are having more than 7 million subscribers. तो obviously it's a huge responsibility जो हमारे ऊपर भी आती है कि जैसे हम initial video shoot करते थे तो उस टाइम पे इतना ऑडियंस नहीं था, बट नाउ द ऑडियंस इज मोर. तो एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है कि हमें वीडियो वैसे डिलीवरेट करना है कि एक अच्छी क्वालिटी होनी चाहिए. तो ऑब्वियसली वी आर ट्राइंग. मतलब ये 2 साल में हमने काफी प्रोग्रेस किया है in terms of channel also, in terms of team also.
Right. So like how you mentioned about at the start, it was all fun and games for us. We were just trying to capture the best moments that we were spending together, but dheere dheere karke it became a sort of, you know, challenge for us to deliver that consistency. Uske liye team ki growth और वो सब map करना बहुत important हाँ. बट अगेन ये ग्रोथ के साथ साथ फ्रेंड्स और फैन वो सब बढ़ते गया, तो वो फ्रेंड भी बढ़ता गया. सो प्रीति, व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि ये एज में इतना जब आपके पास बेस होता है सब्सक्राइबर्स का, सो डिड यू फेस एनी चैलेंजेस ऑफ दिस सॉर्ट कि आप जब कहीं बाहर हो, फैंस आ रहे हैं फोटो खींचने के लिए, या वैसा कुछ सिचुएशन हो रहा है?
ऑब्वियसली क्योंकि इतना बड़ा फैन बेस है ना, तो एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारे ऊपर भी आती है कि लोग हमें देख रहे हैं, मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं. तो एक ऐसा रहता है कि हमें ना एक रॉन्ग मैसेज वगैरह नहीं जाना चाहिए ऐसा उनके घर. तो जनरली जब फैंस वगैरह आते हैं तो आप 2 साइड भी देख सकते हो. मतलब हम परी को भी हमने समझा के रखा है कि ये जो फेम वगैरह है, तो मतलब इससे ज्यादा इफेक्ट नहीं होना चाहिए. यू हैव टू बी स्ट्रॉन्ग बाय योर ग्राउंड रूट्स में. तो इसलिए कैसे होता है कि परी को हमने जैसे स्टार्टिंग में जैसे ट्रीट करते थे, नाउ ऑल्सो वी ट्रीट हर लाइक दैट ओनली. मतलब घर पे भी उसको कोई स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट नहीं देता, या फिर जब वो ऑफिस में आती है. एंड बेसिकली परी इज अ वेरी मैच्योर्ड गर्ल. This at her age, I'm really feeling really proud, thanks to her parents also, कि उन्होंने उसको इतनी अच्छी वैल्यूज दी. तो उसके भी बिहेवियर में कोई चेंज नहीं आया है कि वो खुद को ऐसा सेलिब्रिटी नहीं समझती, कि शी इज वेरी हम्बल. कोई भी फैन आता है उसके साथ फोटो खिंचवाती है, उससे प्यार से बात करती है, दैट्स इनफ. मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि वो खुद को सेलिब्रिटी समझती है, कि वो चाहती है कि लोग मुझे स्पेशल ट्रीट करें. और वो कभी ऐसे डिमांड्स भी नहीं करती, कभी टेंट्रम्स भी नहीं शो करती कि शूट के टाइम पे या फिर घर पे या फिर इन अ पब्लिक प्लेस. तो ऑब्वियसली उसको भी ये चीज पता है कि वो एक इन्फ्लुएंसर है, उसके ऊपर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. वो जैसे बिहेव करेगी, लोग उसे वॉच करेंगे, उसे मॉनिटर करेंगे और उसे फॉलो भी करेंगे. तो उसे अपने हम्बलनेस रखना चाहिए, या फिर उसे अच्छा बिहेवियर रखना ही चाहिए. तो इन सब चीजों की उसे हमने बता के रखा है, उसके पेरेंट्स ने भी और हमने भी, कि दैट सी यू आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग, आप लोगों को आप रिप्रेजेंट करते हो किसी को, तो आपको आपके नेचर में भी वो सब चीजें दिखनी चाहिए. तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि हाँ कि वो बहुत खुद को सेलिब्रिटी वगैरह समझते, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं.
नहीं, वैसा ही रहना चाहिए एक्चुअली. एंड द लास्ट टाइम आई रिमेम्बर व्हेन आई वाज हैविंग अ कन्वर्सेशन विद परी फॉर अ ब्रांड ब्रीफ, और सारा कुछ स्क्रिप्टिंग की बात चल रही थी. इट वाज अ वेरी फ्रेंडली कॉन्वर्सेशन वेयर शी मेंशन्ड कि नहीं, आप लोग वो सब देख लो, मेरे को तो सिर्फ कंटेंट बनाना है, आई तो वांट टू एंजॉय माय कंटेंट, बाकी जो भी है वो सब आप देख लेना, उसका कोई नहीं. बट द वर्ड दैट यू मेंशन्ड, इन्फ्लुएंस, इन लोग का इतना ज्यादा है बिकॉज अपेरेंटली इनका एज ग्रुप का क्योंकि वन की इनसाइट वीडियोस जो इसके चैनल पे जा रही है, both age groups predominantly 35 to 60 आप समझ लो, and then 8 years to जो भी है पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों को वीडियो सिखा रहे हैं. तो इन अ वे पूरा आपका, लाइक वी मेंशन राइट, ग्रोइंग अप फ्रॉम पर्टिकुलर एज टू वन, बिकमिंग मैच्योर, वो सारा कुछ कहीं पे परी का कंटेंट बिकम्स अ लाइफस्टाइल where people try to gain values from the content के क्या कैसे एक चीजें होती है, जैसे if she is taking part in a challenge, not backing out from that challenge, completing those challenge, कोई प्रैंक्स हो रहा है तो कैसे जोकिंगली वो प्रैंक को लेना है, ऑफेंड नहीं होना है, वो सब क्वालिटीज आई फील आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू बी इनकलकेटेड एज सून एज पॉसिबल एक किसी चाइल्ड में, राइट? And that's why the influencing key comes into picture, where these guys also become your social media influence. ठीक है, सारे brand deals हो रहे, सब हो रहा है, वो तो चलता रहता है, but through content I feel this very age group is very influencing, right?
Obviously, because जो परी का जो एज ग्रुप है, दैट इज 5 साल के बाद वाले, वो इमीडिएटली इन्फ्लुएंस होते हैं. जैसे परी का भी वो लोग वीडियो देखते हैं तो यूजुअली हमें ना पेरेंट्स खुद रिव्यू देते हैं कि वो लोग एक्ट करते हैं, जैसे परी एक्ट करती है वैसे ही वो घर पे एक्ट करते हैं. तो हमारे ऊपर ना एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि परी के वीडियो से ना उनको रॉन्ग वैल्यूज नहीं जाने चाहिए. सो इट्स अ वेरी बिग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी वी फील, क्योंकि परी जैसे एक्ट करेगी वो घर पे वैसे ही एक्ट करेंगी. तो अगर उसका चैनल अभी इतना ग्रो हो रहा है तो हम उसके कंटेंट पे, उसके लैंग्वेज पे हम बहुत ही पर्टिकुलर है कि कोई भी रॉन्ग मैसेज नहीं जाना चाहिए, या फिर कोई पेरेंट्स या फिर कोई ऑफेंड नहीं होना चाहिए. तो अगर आप परी के वीडियोस भी देखोगे तो इज मोस्टली लाइक एजुकेशनल. तो हम मोरल स्टोरीज वगैरह बताते हैं कि टाइम वैल्यूज या फिर एजुकेशन वैल्यूज. अगर उसके, इसलिए हम उसके कंटेंट पे बहुत पर्टिकुलर है. इवन इन अ ब्रांड डील ऑल्सो हम लोग कोई ऐसा ब्रांड डील नहीं करते कि जिससे बच्चे ऑफेंड हो जाए या फिर कोई गलत ऐप उनके हाथ में लग जाए, ऐसा. तो ऑब्वियसली मतलब किड्स कैटेगरी में चैनल है तो यू हैव टू वेरी पर्टिकुलर अबाउट दैट इन ब्रांड डील ऑल्सो, इन कंटेंट ऑल्सो, इन लैंग्वेज और इन योर डायलॉग डिलीवरी, एवरीथिंग.
100%, and it's very good to see Pari also keeping up with whatever values and the pointers you guys ask her to follow.
Yes,
Pari, last question के कैसा लग रहा है फाइनली जब आज आप ये स्टेज पे हो और ग्रोथ होने वाली है और आगे जाएंगे, आप बड़े हो रहे हो, कैसा लगता है? क्या फ्यूचर क्या अनफोल्ड करेगा? क्या आपको कैसा लगता है? क्या चीजें होंगी? अभी कैसा फील कर रहे हो?
अच्छा लग रहा है, मतलब बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
परफेक्ट. आगे भी यही करने का प्लान है मतलब? देखा जाएगा, वो तो देखा जाएगा.
यस,
राइट. यस प्रीति.
एक्चुअली वैसे हाँ, मतलब परी भी यही सोचती है, मतलब उसके लिए पढ़ाई इम्पोर्टेंट है, शूटिंग भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, मैं ग्रो करूंगी. मुझे इसी फील्ड में अगर आगे भी अच्छा लगा तो आई कंटिन्यू. वी आर रेडी टू उसे कहे कि तुम अपनी मर्जी फॉलो करो. बट नाउ एट हर एज शी इज जस्ट एंजॉयिंग मेकिंग वीडियोज और वो सब चीजें. लेकिन वो ये भी ध्यान देते कि उसे पढ़ाई भी इम्पोर्टेंट है. तो वो अभी जस्ट
right. I think we lost her. Yes, but her point that study goes hand in hand with content. वो अगर वो पार्ट एकदम ही we ignore तो किसी का ग्रोथ नहीं होना, because at the end of the day we know education is the important aspect of life, right? Perfect. और कोई pointers परी if you want to add? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, और कोई pointers if you want to add?
मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है.
Perfect.
बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है.
All right. Okay. Preeti is joining back or? Yes, Preeti. We lost you in between. Hello. Yeah, I think so. She was also traveling. But yes, a very important space, very interesting space for us. We are just trying to keep up with whatever's coming through. We are going with the flow. Let's see how things turn up for us. Right.
Thank you very much, Ayush, Sanskriti, and Preeti for that wonderful and absolutely adorable discussion. Now we move on to our next session. The topic is innovative marketing campaigns for kids, the right connect. And we are in conversation with Tarandeep Singh Sekhon, Marketing Director, KidZania, India, joined by Sonali Bhattacharya, Head of Marketing, Kids TV Network, Wycom 18, Azmat Jagmag, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Discovery Communications, India, Lokesh Kataria, Head of Marketing and Franchise, India Metal Toys, India Private Limited, Sujoy Roy Bardhan, Head Marketing and On-Air Promotions, Sony Ye. Over to you, Tarandeep Singh Sekhon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother, for the lovely introduction. My name is Tarandeep. You can call me Taran, and it's a pleasure to host this session. I've been, we've been associated with the India Kids Summit since the first year. This is just the second season. I still remember, it was such a fab day having all the marketers at KidZania and doing the event. Although it's virtual this year, I'm sure, next year things would become normal and we can see you again at the KidZania premises. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sonali, Azmat, Sujoy, and Lokesh for joining in this session. I met Sujoy and Lokesh briefly. It's my first interaction with you, Sonali and Azmat, although your teams have been in touch with me over the past few years. Yes. So let's deep dive onto the topic. The discussion point is innovative marketing campaigns for kids for this TG. And while even I was preparing notes, there was a lot which was going on, what I could ask you. But the idea today is just to pick from you things that have worked for you and try to understand your processes. Even I am curious, I'm actually curious to know how it works for you. How do you go about the thinking and the execution process? Because in real world, Sujoy and we were interacting for a partnership which we've just finalized, but it's purely work. It's work play. So I'll take this opportunity just to get into, pick onto your minds and get some learnings for myself as well. So the first topic is actually, what I want to understand is how does one go about creating winning marketing campaigns? So I know it's very theoretical in nature, but from your experiences, so, is there a process, a formula, what is the spark, what you look for, or what are the things, which help you trigger to get these great ideas, which works. All said and done, our TG is, I think, the most challenging. Marketing to kids is no child's play is my favorite phrase. So what I want to understand, how do you go about, in your professional lives working and trying to get these blockbuster ideas? How you get the creative, juices flowing? Is there a formula or what's the process? You can suggest to all the panel, to all the invitees here. I'm sure they will be happy to learn. So let me start with Sonali and then we'll have a round robin.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me on the panel. And I hope everyone is safe and healthy, cooped up indoors, but as happy as one can be cooped up indoors. So to answer your question, Tarandeep, I don't really think there is any set formula when it comes to creativity and especially marketing to kids who are a very dynamic and whimsical target group. But there are certain universal truths that remain constant no matter who your TG and the profile you're catering to is. And I think it all stems from that one big insight that you unearth when it comes to communicating with your TG. So in our case, clearly it's the kids, and whether it's Azmat, Sujoy, we all work at different places, but the job that we do is very similar, and that is to keep this TG very, very enthused and engaged. So I guess when you discover that one key emotional hook that resonates with the kid, then the idea stemming from there is I would say the next in line. If I were to use the word process, that would be the next part of the process. And as marketers, we know that if we don't execute the idea brilliantly, the idea just remains in your head and then on a very fancy PowerPoint slide, which doesn't really help anybody other than the 3 people you presented it to. So I think the excellence in executing that wonderful, insightful idea is what brings it alive for the kids. Unfortunately, we are fairly handicapped currently with the pandemic. And there are a lot of things I'm sure we would want to do with our amazing ideas that we cannot do because many of the marketing vehicles that we would want to use are unfortunately out of reach. But yes, we have all pivoted and we've started using every possible screen available to us to reach out to this very elusive TG, which are the kids.
Thank you. Thank you so
I
much.
hope I could somewhat answer it. I did try my best in trying to answer it without making it sound like a set algebra algorithm, because it's not that. You can't.
So I think, see, again, although it's a very theoretical question, the idea was just to, pick on your brains. I'm sure there are a lot of budding marketers, as invitees. So that's the idea. But I think one thing which is very important, and I can just imagine it, we have day-to-day meetings, presentations, getting that slide executed in the way it was conceived, deliberated, discussed is, I think, you're bang on there. So thank you so much. We'll move to Azmat, if you could share your practices, how you go about this challenge.
Yeah, hi. Sure, Taran. And, I am really a newbie on this panel, honestly, and I would put myself in a budding kids content marketer space, and all of the others out here are stalwarts, right, in the genre. I joined Discovery like around 6 months back. And I'll speak of you as my experience because I've had a very outside in view on kids marketing in the last couple of months, right? So, and I'm going to be extremely candid. In the beginning, when I used to sit through the content or I used to sit through the marketing ideas or a song idea, there were so many times I was like, oh no, how can we do this? No, but this doesn't make sense. And I literally had to transition from my rational thinking, intelligent, algorithm oriented, marketing thinking brain, because in the past I've marketed to say GC and OTT, and also on Discovery, the role is such that you're marketing across different genres. I think one thumb rule that I have got in my very short journey so far, 6 months, is you really need to for as a marketer, transition to becoming that viewer, to become invoking the child in you. Because I've heard songs and I was like, are we sure we want to do this? But oh no, but is that making sense? And to me that's been the challenge. Okay, now it's transition to, hell, it's not making sense to me. Perfect, go for it. It's almost come to this thing, because kids, and I must call this out for the D-Kids team in totality, the content, OAP, the marketing team. They actually transition to that. When I sit in the meetings, in the D-Kids meetings, it's my actual stress buster meeting, because you see that energy, you see that innocence, you see, the need to actually be the TG that they're creating and marketing content for. So that's been a thumb rule for me. I have left my overthinking rational brain behind while marketing to kids. That's one thing that I'm trying to do. Of course, the genre is evolving, the audience is evolving, marketing no longer is just, digital is, like all the other genres, playing a very important role in the kids as well. In fact, for me, it was a learning again in the last couple of, months, that there are kids influencers, there's IWMBuzz, we just met this lovely Pari right now. And as somebody who had never experienced them, as influencers, when the team used to come to me with proposals of working with them, I was like, but is anyone consuming them? Is anyone watching them? And oh my God, the kind of responses we get. when we do influencer-led activation, even so, that is a up and rising digital influencer marketing, not only in the other genres but kids as well. There is a Little Singam game which has like some 20 million downloads already. So the works, but the general thumb rule is be the kid, don't overthink, don't over, if it brings a smile onto your face, if it gets you to tap your feet, go for it. The Little Singam song has around 100 million views on YouTube. That's a massive number with no promotions and no celebrity. So yeah, that's I'm still learning in the game, like a lot of budding marketers on the panel, but these are my initial takeaways of the genre.
Thank you. I think you've got the point bang on. Again is role play as a kid. So I'll just share my quick experience. So luckily, my office, when things were normal, there is the park downstairs where there are thousands of kids running every day, and we just sit upstairs. So we want to do any dipstick, or we just have a one-off bad day, we can just go down, get the energy, get the vibes. And just again, taking on to your point, I've done so much of dipstick. At times we've got these brilliant ideas, which, I think we were just like thought should, we could never even think about them.
Yes,
even by kids randomly there on floor as they enjoy. So thank you.
I know, I've experienced that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll move on to Lokesh next. The toys and the play man, if I could say. So your thoughts. So how do you go about it?
Yeah, thanks. So no, again, been here for 5 years, and I think what Azmat is going through, I went through the first 6 months working in an FMCG organization, coming to a kids organization. It is difficult, and from a perspective of a marketeer, marketing to teenagers, marketing to grown-ups, compared to marketing to kids, it's difficult. It's not easy. It's not a cup of tea, because kids you won't get insights as much as you have insights on the teenage genre or the grown-up genre. And a lot of times I've seen that the insights fall flat on their face unless and until you have a clutter-breaking idea which kids didn't know it's coming and hitting them. Most of the times what we have seen is that kids have a big influence coming in from their peers. One, so I'll give an example. About 8 years ago, when my son was 3 years old and I was still in Gurgaon, and my son heard about KidZania opening up somewhere in Bangalore. I guess your first store was in Bangalore or somewhere. He got to know it from a friend that, there is a theme park specifically opened up for kids where I could be a pilot, or I could be a baker, or I could be a chef. Now, things when they discussed between the kids, it's kind of a thing, "Tune kar liya, maine nahi kiya." I need to do the same thing. And my kid was actually pushing me to, let's go to Bangalore, let's do this. Obviously, we didn't do it, but it gives you an insight of the influence that the kids have within their own community. Now, you heard Pari in the previous session. There is a big kidfluencer market over there, which is just up for the grabs. Now, if somebody is listening over here and wanting to market to kids, I think the first step for you is to identify your brand with the kids, what they are currently in the trend, and then go to these guys and ask them to, and I'm sorry, there are kids channel representatives over here, but the reach that you get from the kidfluencers is pretty much better compared, and also it is much more engaging. It is much more meaningful because, TV channels, when they skip the TV channels, ye cartoon nahi, wo cartoon dekhunga, jab TV break aa gaya hai, commercial break aa gaya hai, and all those things. A kidfluencer, when you watch a kid, and we did the dipstick and we watched kids watching or talking to a kidfluencer, there is zero intervention. There is zero distraction. So for us, the learning has been that unless you evolve along with what kids want or what they are currently into it, you will not be able to make a successful marketing strategy. And it is difficult already as it is to market to kids. Kids are very, very, the time span of their attention is pretty low actually, not slow, very low. So you have to impress them on the first day. And the final thing that I want to say is a lot of times kids don't know what they want. They don't know what's coming in the trend. They don't know what's going to be the next big thing. So you have to be a step ahead of them in a lot of things and tell them that, look, this is what is a new thing, now enjoy. 50% times you will hit it, 50% times you won't hit it, but you should be prepared to take that 50% of failure and move on with the 50% of success so that you can learn more and improve that 50% hit ratio. So that's my 2 cents on what I've learned so far. The other only thing is that more and more you see how, and pandemic, yes or no, kids were already on digital, kids were already on screen, kids were already talking to other kids on mobile phones and iPads. And there is a huge market over there where they do community gaming sessions and they talk to each other a lot. That is where I think the media consumption, when I say media consumption, the time content is consumed by the kids has been moving to. That's what we need to keep in mind, and we need to drive our purpose or our message of the brand to that direction.
Thank you, Lokesh. I think I'd like to share some insights on us KidZania working with a lot of kid influencers, but it directly now relates and links to Sujoy, because I just read, I think a couple of weeks back, if I'm not mistaken, Sujoy, you all did something very big with one very famous kid influencer. So I'll leave it to you. So you may even share this best practice and also take us through your thoughts and views on how you get juices flowing to get the best marketing campaigns.
Thanks, Em. So it was so lovely to hear all of y'all and your thoughts on, and Azmat, while you are saying that you're a newbie here, clearly your thoughts didn't reflect any bit of the newbiness while you shared your ideas.
Thank you.
So I'll quickly, these are the basic things that we generally do, or I have as filters when we plan a campaign. First of all, campaign to me, it becomes a little bit of a bad word when it comes to kids marketing. To begin with, the filter that we should apply, or rather we apply to anything that to do with kids marketing is the product itself for kids. The simple filter that we apply is that unless and until you are selling imaginative imaginative idea for kids, you are not there. You are not even taking the right proposition to kids. So all of us on the screen today, or discussing, each one of us have a product that is tackling the imaginative side of kids, right? So unless you have that, you are not even there as a proposition. So that's your first filter. There are a few other pointers that you possibly look at. One is, so I'm only talking about the communication piece. I'm not too much diving into the media piece per se. Is that kids are never transactional. Lokesh just mentioned that kids don't know what they want. I would assume that for any human, I don't think any of us know what we want. And that goes for kids as well. But once they form a bond, they will form a bond like no one else, right? There are so many such reflections that you see while people are talking as well, like Azmat talking about how their cartoons does well on multiple platforms. So honestly speaking, media is quite agnostic when it comes to building bonds. As long as you're building a bond with your product with kids, it doesn't really matter which platform you are, because kids will want to lap up that bond and would want to engage across all platforms. Of course, building that connect is what we do in marketing, and that's why campaign is such a bad word, because campaign is transactional. Campaign is in and out. I give you something, you get it, and you do something. In the kids category, what we've seen is campaigning is not what. So building on something, building on a property over a period of time, getting kids to understand what this property is, extending those properties into having multiple lives, and then building an ecosystem around it is pretty much the zone that we would love to be in. When we develop characters, earlier there were characters that were simply bought from the library and played on the channel. The entire channel industry has broadcasting industry for kids has completely changed. Everybody thinks of ideas where licensing is a part of it. The conversations that we are having with KidZania is a part of it, because you want your brand to be exposed in multiple avenues where kids are present, and do that as an exercise to have a life of that particular show or the character in multiple ways, right? And it defies, a campaign completely defies that entire purpose that we are trying to build. So long term is what kids would love to have influence is another piece that kids' minds are fairly pure. Their lives are pretty much out of influences that they have with friends, with family, with parents, with what they see on television, and so on and so forth. Because individualism is still at a very nascent stage for them, influence plays a very big role. So influence I would consider not just as a digital influence piece, but if you consider influence as a big major tool to touch their lives, connect with them, then that's a larger concept than just having influencers on digital. So yes, you're right, we do work with a lot of influencers, but we try and have these as an influencing piece, not just as like I said, not as a transactional piece on digital, but as a holistic piece where we are trying to build something that may or may not work finally, because it's not that everybody's got an answer to building something over a period of time.
Thanks, Sujay. I think it absolutely makes sense that it's all about, building, eventually it's building the brand affinity, rather than we take it as one particular tactical strategic campaign and just, get past it. Thank you so much. So I was shocked to see we've already shot more than 50% of the time allotted to us with the first question, but it's okay. So I'll quickly move to the next question, which is again, just to get what are your best campaigns. So this is actually in two parts. We could just quickly go through them. One is the best campaign you've done recently at your organization, if you could share a bit about it. And second is any other brand's campaign, which caught your eye in the last few months or year. So again, we'll follow the same sequence. If Sonali, on to you. One campaign which you've done and something which caught your eye.
So honestly, yeah, it's very tough to pick, because as we've heard from the panelists, in this category, we don't really look at it as just a 3-week or a 4-week burst of a product. Unlike FMCG and other durables, the broadcast sector at least works in a way that the child is actually consuming your product every minute of the day. He's living it, seeing it, breathing it. He doesn't. And then, of course, you build the ecosystem, you purchase products, you have licensing deals, take it across various platforms. But since you put me on the spot and you're making me choose a particular campaign, I would like to call out and yeah, I am going to do a Nickelodeon plug here, because your question was very direct on which campaign we have done recently that I'm very proud of. So we have something called the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards that is a very, very established brand property. And it hinged on a very large on-ground event culminating the entire initiative for us. And the key insight which it hinged on is kids being empowered enough to vote for their favorites in every sphere, be it sport, gaming, movies, actress. Okay, and now the pandemic hit. So we were fairly stuck in terms of how do we execute something which needed a large on-ground event. Clearly, as brand people, we do get very attached to our brand properties and we don't want to let it go. Despite the environment changing, we want to stick to certain properties and keep them constant. So yeah, we rethought and reimagined and changed a lot of the categories and did the entire initiative virtually. And honestly, we were very worried because Kids' Choice Awards without a Shah Rukh Khan or Hrithik Roshan dancing at Film City meant something very different. And we were worried, will we be able to pull it off? Is it even going to be worth it? But it honestly did better for us than any other year where we've put this very large scale expensive event. And a large part of the credit goes to this new breed of influencers that we've heard so much about, where we had a KCA influencer squad that mobilized the audiences to vote for their favorites. It took on a momentum of its own that even we didn't imagine. And we had celebrities like Tiger Shroff and name the A-listers who gave their sound bites, who accepted the Kids' Choice Award trophy, which is the Nickelodeon blimp, in fact, and did that without a single penny, thanked the brand, thanked the kids. And that's what I'm going to take a leaf from what Sujoy said. The bond that you build with your characters and brand, that is what is priceless. You don't need to even pay a celebrity at times if they feel your proposition is unique and the relationship that they have with your brand is unique and priceless. So yes, we got the maximum number of votes, maximum number of SOB on social, and it was an amazing learning for us. And yes, we hope to take it forward year on year with or without the pandemic.
Super, super. On to you, Azmat. Let's hear your.
Okay, I'll just give like a headline thought in the interest of time. So again, Sujay mentioned the connect piece, right? So I'll not talk about a campaign, but so COVID struck, we all know, and what do we do? So Little Singham, such a powerful character. So the kids are so obsessed with, what he is all about. We thought that how do we use it in a positive way, right? So we actually kind of diverted a lot of activations, a lot of promotions that we had planned to use Little Singham as a character to spread and talk about COVID, the safety, the protocols. And this actually came from an FMCG thought, which I think Lokesh would have been a part of, if maybe building across times, like Dettol, Dettol Ho. Like my niece washes her hands to Dettol, Dettol Ho, because she's seen it in the TVC. So we use that for Little Singham. We used him to establish all the safety protocols, the works to be followed. We got sponsorships on it. But I think the best thing that came out of it is the amount of response that we got from people to saying that, hey, you are just doing the right thing, putting out the right message using Little Singham's Connect, So that was something that we're truly very proud of.
Super. On to you, Lokesh.
Yeah, again, in short, I think one of the biggest challenges that we faced was the onset of the pandemic in the last year and how we reacted to it. I think one of the things that makes me very proud is the way we reacted globally to it, along with all the markets around the world. And we launched it because we know we knew actually the biggest sufferer of all of these pandemic lockdowns and impact coming out there would be actually kids at home. They don't get to go down to play. They don't get to talk to their kids face to face. They don't actually get to go to school. They don't meet up their friends in the school bus and all. So we knew that one of the biggest suffering population over there is going to be kids. And we created this online resource, which is called Plays Never Cancelled, which actually, as it says, is that even though in these times your play should not be cancelled, we created this resource for not only kids to engage online with their favorite toys as well as activities. So we did not limit it to one brand or one toy. We gave them a host of activities, whether you want to do it online live or whether you want to take printouts and do it offline. And also not only for kids, but because we knew that the next thing that is going to be troubling them is the participation of their parents or caregivers along with them. So we actually invented and put up the activities which kids could do with their parents, with their caregivers, and how do the caregivers and parents engage their kids. I think that was pretty simple thought, but the execution and the kind of impact that we've had millions of views, we've had millions of downloads, we've had millions of feedback coming and engagement coming. But what I think personally I'm very proud of is that, one, it is not a selling campaign. Second, it is not a brand specific campaign. And third, it talks to the occasion on the particular impact that we were seeing on one of our core audiences, and it successfully engaged that particular audience. So I think that was one of the best things that I could recall in recent times. It still continues. It will continue till the time we are in these troubled times. So that was a quick one from myself.
Thank you. On to you, Sujoy.
Yeah, again, I'll also speak something that we've done during the times, because honestly speaking, these times have been challenging, not just for us, for kids, for marketeers alike. And of course, most great ideas come out of challenges like this. What happened was we had an entire summer month, which is actually supposed to be one of the highest, in terms of the GRPs garners for a kids category, and we had nothing, no platform that we could actually reach out to outside of television. that we could promote our products. But having a setup on the digital platform which actually doesn't go out and necessarily outwardly sell your particular show, but engage them onto workshops, into dancing competitions, into drawing and DIYs and things like that, which ran pretty much throughout the entire summer period till the time this school reopened, became like a nukkad of sorts for kids to hang out on a daily basis with the brand. Now, the brand might not necessarily be able to, on a daily basis, plug your character there, saying that, Honey Bunny ke saath seekhiye DIY and stuff like that. But it's absolutely fine, because at the end of the day, they are engaging with the brand, seeing that the brand actually has an intent to, do something for you at a time in which you are awfully bored at your place. So yeah, that's definitely one campaign last year that I would want to point out to.
Super. Thank you. If I can easily correlate it, all four of you eventually did share that the campaigns which you've shared, it's not about being salesy. And I think that is a very important lesson for all budding marketers. Especially even we at KidZania, at times we get brands who are just looking at transactional sales, and you all know, being an experiential marketing platform, that is not the way a marketer should think. So I'm really happy you could, get that point out. I think with the paucity of time, I want a 3-4 minute extension. I hope the backend tech moderator, can you please help me with this? Because the last session, I'm leaving out all my other questions. So all four of you, quickly, we have KidZania Council Kids. It's like a government of kids, which we elect every year. They go through, like roadies, they go through all the rounds and then they get elected. So we had reached out to them. They are attending a special event at 5 o'clock today at India Kids Summit. And we told them that they could ask four of you any questions they want. And we shortlisted few questions. So let's make it rapid fire, just because we have less time. And you could just answer it quickly. So let me open. First is Titikshika Bhattara, 12 years. She's from South Delhi. Sonali, here we go. Question for you. Why does samosa only give energy and more health to Motu? Why not other food? So that's for you and your content team.
Samosa is a absolutely amazing food. If I'm not mistaken, it was among the most top ordered food as well in the lockdown, along with biryani and pizza. And I read something where not only in India, it's breaking boundaries globally. And samosa is this deep fried patty that has made many a person smile and feel not just physically happy, but mentally happy. So yeah.
That's a super answer. And all this is being recorded, and we've told them we'll be sharing the recordings with them in case, they can't attend this session.
Yes.
Next is for Lokesh. This is coming from Pari, 10 years, Malabar Hill, Amchi, Mumbai. So she says, I recently read about Mattel's playback program where kids can send their old toys back for recycling. This program is super exciting. I wanted to know if such a playback scheme exists in India, and when will it be coming, if not?
So I think, Pari, you have hit the nail on its head. I think we are in the final stages of finalizing the plan on this. You would hear it from all the resources that you follow online or offline or wherever you heard this from. In a couple of months or 3 months, you will hear the good news. And I'm really, really happy that kids today are very, very aware, or very, very aware about the kind of recycling initiatives that the brand should do. So yes, Pari, we are bringing it to India. Please give us a few more months, maybe 2 or 3 months at the max, and we'll be happy to present it to you.
Super. Next is for Sujoy from Shardul Apte, 12 years, Mumbai. How do you make your own characters? What all goes into creating such a character? So if in 1 minute, Sujoy, you'll have to...
Yeah, we allow kids to make their characters, honestly. So just to give you an example, we were giving away a lot of toys as a part of our CSR exercise, and we realized most kids asked for a battery operated car. And with that was born Kiko and Super Speedo as characters, right? So that's how we generate most of our content. It is UV here. So if he has Mr. Apte has an idea to share with us in terms of what character he would like to see, we would be very happy to hear.
Got it. Next one for Azmat. This is from Sagar Roy, 11 years old, Delhiite. What new shows can we look forward to in Discovery Kids?
Oh, lots. In fact, Sagar, right? Sagar, we have some really exciting propositions coming up for you in 2022. Without giving away a lot, I just say that, Little Singham was made out of a movie IP and it did what it did for the industry. So there's lots more in the pipeline. In fact, Little Singham is getting bigger, better, stronger, and slicker. So do keep a watch out, and we love to keep hearing feedback.
Thank you. 4 more questions quickly. Dhruv from Delhi. For you, Sonali. How did the shooting making of cartoon like Motu Patlu take place during the pandemic? Was it still in the studio or everything was done over the clouds?
I love this. I love this question.
This has been planted by everybody here on the panel. No. On a serious note, yeah, so it was done very much in the safety of people's studios and homes. And yeah, maybe a bit of it even on the clouds, but there was nothing shot. It's animated, there was nothing shot.
Thank you. Lokesh, next one for you from Anirudh, 11 years, Mumbaiite. Again, I enjoy playing board games with my family and friends. However, these days, many prefer playing the games online or the video games. How do I convince them? So again, we don't have much time. So he wants to hear from you.
Send me your address. I'll be very happy to send a hamper to you and your friends together. You guys can get on a Zoom call like we are speaking to you right now today. Uno is the best game that I can suggest you that you play online, whether with your friends or offline, whether with your family at home. But send me your address. I'll be very happy to send a hamper of board games to you, your family, and your friends.
Thank you. Last 2 questions quickly. Azmat. This is Pooja Arora, 12 years, Mumbaiite. She wants to know what are the main hurdles you face during the shoot of your wildlife series and episodes. So again, she is, I think, an animal lover.
About Discovery Network.
I know.
So, okay, no problem. The biggest hurdle that we faced this year is that we couldn't shoot at all. So it couldn't get worse at all. I still do not have my Into the Wild episode with Bear Grylls. So yeah, we couldn't shoot. That was a hurdle.
Thank you. And last question, it goes for Sujoy. Pakhi Raghav, 13 years, Delhiite. When are we getting Kapil Sharma back with Honey Bunny? This time, please get Bachcha Yadav as well.
Sure, we'll do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, for sharing your thoughts, also being candid. I really had a great time. I hope you all enjoyed as much. I look forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you, Karan. Sorry, not rapid jaw, Karan. Thank you, Taran.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Lovely to meet you.
It was great talking to all of you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much, panelists. I really loved that cute little question about samosa, which made the session extra delicious. Now, before we move on to our next session, time to thank our sponsors once again. Voot Kids presents India Kids Summit Season 2 with KidZania, powered by Gubbare and Discovery Kids. Knowledge partners Adamas University and The Learning Curve. Virtual event partner MintLabs. Creative partner Virtual Box. Kids activity partner Real Events. Media partner Media News for You. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. The next session promises to be extremely enlightening because the topic that we are dealing with is about kids entertainment and OTT, the right content formula. And we are in conversation with Vineet Kanabar, host, storytellers and story sellers, joined by Deepak Salvi, co-founder and COO Chingari, Shrenik Gandhi, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder White Rivers Media, Rajiv Kumar, VFX Head, Excel Entertainment, Tabassum Modi, Director Victor Tango and Content Head DIY, Saumani Sridhara Paul, Senior Vice President Hangama Digital Media Entertainment. Over to you, Vineet.
Thank you so much. So glad to be here at the Kids Content Summit, and delighted to be hosting this with leading luminaries from the ecosystem. Big hello to all of you and welcome to the panel. I've got like a bunch of questions for you guys, and I'm sure you have some very interesting insights to add in. I think I want to get started by asking you guys something that, I mean, COVID has affected all of us, right? The way we do business, the way there's no segment or sector untouched by it, right? I want to get started, and I'll start with Shomini. What are your notes on how the kids content space has changed in this sort of pre and post COVID scenario? What are your sort of top line notes that you've seen in terms of behaviors or formats or innovation? We can get started there. Shomini, we start with you.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everybody. Actually, I can see there's a little bit of a delay, but I hope you guys can hear. I think, I mean, the biggest change that I would see, especially when it comes to kids and education, I mean, we're seeing how everything has gone digital. So I think there's such a thin line between education on Zoom and education through an OTT app. And, for someone like us through Hungama Kids, where we've always looked at our content largely as infotainment rather than just pure entertainment. It has been, a bit of a journey, and obviously, I mean, I think parents are getting pretty anxious about the fact that they're already on a device all the time. Now should we even allow them to continue to be on devices, trying to learn or go beyond the books in that sense? But I think the fact remains is, education at one time, which used to be called distance learning, has now become the only kind of learning. So it is possibly our responsibility as all of us as players to look at how can we, keep the anxious parents, calm and enable, content in a way that the child feels, entertained, but the parent also is assured that it's not, unnecessary content, or it's not content that's going to mess up with their minds even more. But yeah, the space has, I mean, of course, we've seen, someone like Voot Kids, who's been very, very active. And of course, a lot of the kids channels as well have, there have been new shows that have come up. But the space is still a little nascent, I would imagine, because most people who have started, adopting OTT have moved more towards the fact that they can't go to theaters and watch their entertainment. So kids is still going to have its, long tail journey in that sense.
Right. I want to bring Deepak in here and get your notes on this. I mean, what I'm hearing from so many is that everything's going digital. Lines are blurring. What is education? What is infotainment? What is entertainment?
Yeah. So I have a daughter who is 6 years old. Okay. So I haven't spent that much of time when I was working, and now work from home. I've spent a lot of time with her. So I've been monitoring what's happening, what she's watching, what kind of content she's doing. So I've worked in a kids channel before, in an international channel, basically. So the kind of content over there and the kind of content we have, it's more of like they have a very infotainment content, which I would love her to see it. But the kind of content which we have on our television channels, or I haven't seen much OTT, but the content is more of a filmy dubbing, voices and this thing, and the kind of reaction which kids have. So right now, whatever she watches, when she goes with her friends, she uses that language. So we have to be very particular. And there is, as said before, there is a big opportunity. I would love to pay for a content which my daughter will learn something new manners, or the way people respect, take something out of it. So that is very important content. And initially we used to say, "Yaar, mat dekho, mat dekho." I mean, they are whole day on their. I bought an iPad for her school. She's whole day on it, and we don't have a control. Since my wife is busy on her stuff, I'm busy on my stuff. But that's why if I give her like a good OTT if I have a good OTT platform, which I can say, yaar, ye content acha hai, it will be helpful. I don't mind spending her like 2 hours on that OTT platform. And right now, I think so it's missing.
For sure. Your thoughts, Shreni, Tabassum? I mean, while we round off the opening segment, what we're hearing is that things are changing and things are complex, but love to get your thoughts.
So firstly, I think this is a very, very big segment. Kids as a segment, I think it's about 15% of country's active internet audience, right? It is humongous, right? In fact, I was reading this research by Kantar along with Viacom 18, which said that about 87% of Indian parents agree that mobile helps immensely for their kids' learning, and almost equal amount of, equal percentage of parents also agreed, and this fact has changed post-COVID, that mobile, in fact, helps them learn faster than a book. So I think if we were to take all the learnings, I think this, for me, especially, this is one of the biggest learnings out of COVID, that, parents have started adopting to the fact that one can learn with the phone. Right. So they are, while they've been digitally native, I think they're becoming all the more digitally habituated.
Which is a great thing, right? Tabassum, want to bring you in here?
Yeah, so I would say, just user behavior pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, everybody thought tech was displacing the kid from doing something better, something physical, something skill-based. But now screen is the vehicle for everything. So even parents have understood it as not all screen time is equal screen time. So when you're attending school, when you're doing a school-based project, or when you're watching a family entertainment or movie, that cannot be counted as the kid's personal screen time. The screen time needs to be separate. And yes, we still lack good opportunities in India for good screen time for kids. And what we also need to understand is the audience that we're talking about is not native Indian content consumers only. These kids are actually consuming content across the globe. So they're not alien to the fact that there is some fantastic show out there, which is probably American, and they're watching it here. So I think compared to adults or even young adults who are consuming a lot of local content, kids today are consuming a lot of international content also. So they know how to differentiate good and bad content.
Let me ask you this, and it's a very interesting point that's emerging from what all of you said. And I'm going to throw it to Deepak because we haven't heard him so far. But kids now have dedicated screen time, right? It's an opportunity that we must program for. No more is it just animated stuff going on Cartoon Network or Chota Bheem or wherever else, right? The tastes and choices have evolved very, very quickly. Have you seen any such innovations in the content space that caught your eye that says, hey, this is a brand new way of serving the kids specific screen time? Deepak, I'd love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, so in between I've been watching, so I spend like 1 hour in the evening with my daughters to watch content. So I want to understand what she's watching. And there are a few shows which is very international, which I saw on Amazon, Kicks. So my daughter wants to be a football player now. She saw that the content and said, I want to be a football player. And she started she pressurized me to get a football, and she started going down and playing football with the kids. So this kind of content will work in India actually if we make it. We have very the skate girl, which I guess I forgot the name of the movie. Recently I saw. So she was like, "Arey, ha, this is good." The kind of
Netflix film that came out.
Yeah.
Physical activity more than watching whole day like, "Ha, isne ye bola, isne wo bola." It's not. So there should be something out of it.
Got it.
And
Let me bring.
Yeah, go.
Please, finish.
So internationally, I stayed for a few years. Of what I understood over there, they prepare their kids for next whatever they want to do, what kind of choices they have, instead of just entertainment. And we shouldn't, because we are creating the next generation, whatever. So whatever we serve right now to them, they will act on it and they will grow on it. So whatever you want to put right now, make it like a productive kind of thing instead of DIY. I'm just saying this example of multiple genres, but there'll be a story. There is good content happening in India also, but it's not getting highlighted right now. What I feel.
Right. Rajiv, I want to bring you in and get your thoughts on why do you think that's not happening? I mean, like we've heard, there are examples of Indian content, international content, but what kind of thrust does this space need for those to get highlighted and to be useful, not just entertaining, but also useful to our kids and in their future?
I would say a lot has been thought of earlier as well, and today as well, while listening to all the panelists over here. There's a lot that is happening already. What constraint I think is that everyone wants to attempt it, but the right kind of content, the right kind of medium, and especially after pandemic, where we know now that the kids are online, they are watching the content, they've seen the pattern, how it works. So now the focus has to be more on the content, more on the educative infotainment, where the people and the parents and the kids, both, all of them are attracted towards it. And where there is a kind of a, I would say, you will start relating to Indian superheroes as well. It's always that, okay, there is a Doraemon, there is something else, there's something else. But hardly there is any Indian superhero which is visible. So this is the right time, I would say, that last year has taught us a lot many things, and a new wave has created all this and emerging digital as an emerging media for the kids, especially, I would say. The learning starts right from preschool, and most of the preschools are now online. So that's where I think the content, the OTT, and the medium of digital has already started.
Right. I have actually two very separate questions that popped into my head when you talked about this, right? I want to talk about the first one, which seems to me like an opportunity. Like you said, schooling has changed. It's all online. If you look at online teaching models in Korea or in China, they look and feel very different, very evolved, very content forward in that sense, right? While we're still teacher dependent, we're still sort of taking what was the offline curriculum and putting it online and expecting it to work the same way. Are you all looking at that as an opportunity? And again, it's an open question, but do you think that's an opportunity per se for us?
I would say definitely that's an opportunity, because see, again, while the digital has opened up a lot many doors, especially if you look at the VFX oriented films, the market has evolved. What we were doing 10 years back is now not the same market. We've evolved with the technology, with the kind of visual. The similar pattern has to be for the kids when it comes to the content. Right now, we need to make the parents first habitual of that content. The kids needs to get synced with the OTTs, where digital, like Tabassum said, that there's a screen time which needs to be useful enough now to bring the knowledge to them and to make that medium as a powerful medium for a learning.
Right.
I have a point. Yeah. So, I mean, I think when it comes to content, it's so subjective, and when we look at ourselves, the way we went into the kids space, we started with a YouTube channel, and then we kind of went into trying to build it as an OTT, destination. And we realized on YouTube, we were way behind from most of the players. You had Chuchu TV, you had Rajshri, you had so many other players and then you had regional players as well. I think, first of all, one has to look at how can you create a positioning which is different from what the others are doing. You can't try to match up with them, with everyone, especially in terms of production quality, if you cannot. It's like, I think one of the biggest reasons Indian, cartoon films have not done that well is because, one, for some reason, I feel they speak down to the children. You look at some of the Walt Disney movies, I mean, movies like Wall-E or Up, they are so philosophical, there's so much. I mean, even an adult would watch. I'm a big fan of animated films, so so for me, it really makes a lot of difference. There are very few. I mean, I think, of course, with Chota Bheem, they've managed to do something, which is fun, it's young, and yet there's some interesting takeaway. I believe your content has to be more in terms of what are you trying to communicate first. I think that is a very critical part before you try to look at how do you communicate, because I think today you can get away. I mean, I'm sorry, I think there's someone here from Chingari, right? Do we have a person here who's representing Chingari? So, I mean, just to give you an example of when you look at short form video platforms today, right? I don't think it's at all about the production quality. It's about what that content is about. And one can, I'm not saying get away with murder, but I think if you've got your philosophy and what you're trying to communicate in place first, you can look at a simpler way. It can be 2D animation, it can be infographics, it can be just be motion graphics, or it can be just script driven. It's as simple as that. That's the way I look at how one can look at also building the kids space. And I see most of the players today focusing largely till the age group of 8 and 9. But if you are able to look at kids today, I would say even your 13 to 18-year-old are kids. They're so confused. They don't know what they want. They don't know how to get it, but they feel that they know it all, so they also need a certain kind of hand-holding, I would believe.
Yeah, I totally agree with Shamini. The tween segment is, I think, something that everybody has just completely ignored, and it's such a big opportunity area. And even if, Vineet, if we come back to the thought that you had about educational content being an opportunity area, it is so big that no one has really been able to crack it right. Whether you look at formats like interactive video, or you look at learning by doing, there are just so many things out there all waiting to be explored. So huge opportunity areas, all of them.
I think I wanted to spend a sec. Sorry, Shanik, I think you heard something.
I have a completely parallel point, I think, which is a huge opportunity alongside education for kids. I think animated content for emotional and ethical development of kids could be a very, very big segment. Right. Yes. Think of it. The way Disney, Disney makes content. So, from timeless messages of love, family, acceptance, failures, right? The way beautifully them, kind of showcase these things via their content. I think that in itself is a huge opportunity, and a lot of things can be co-curated or curated specially for India. Right. So who says that school education only has to be books, right? One can also teach emotional development to kids, right? I think accepting failures as a subject in itself can be a very big subject.
For sure, I think the opportunity is massive, no matter what the subject matter is. The fact that the delivery pipeline has changed means the entire opportunity has shifted forward, right? No more is it Dora the Explorer saying, where is it? Find it on the screen with fake interactivity. You can actually have second screen behaviors built into whatever you're trying to do, right? I want to turn this conversation into two areas that, according to me, and again, I'm an outsider, you're the expert, so I would love to hear your thoughts here. To me, there are two areas which are both threats and could be places which are actually hand in glove with education. These two areas to me are YouTube. I mean, the largest catchment area for anybody. I've got a 8-year-old nephew at home, and he learns words that I did not imagine myself knowing at 8 years old, right? And he gets it from Minecraft. He's watching Minecraft videos. He's getting it from slime videos or somewhere else, right? So YouTube has become sort of a de facto education channel, right? And the second space is gaming, right? And we talked about interactivity a little bit before, but the way these kids are learning now, whether it is young kids or whether it is the teens, interactivity is sort of part of their language of learning, right? How are players in the space looking at these two? Are they considered threats? Are they considered inspiration? Are they considered the future? I'd love to get your thoughts, and I'll start with Tabassum on this one.
So interactivity is just the new way kids consume content. So we have to be interactive. There is no more passive content consumption, especially as far as kids are concerned. So and honestly, gaming can really teach you a lot of things if it is done the right way, if it is done with the right limits and the right kind of games are played. I think gaming can really teach you a lot. As far as YouTube is concerned, just if you look at good quality or well-produced content and the not so well-produced content, because the percentage of the latter is so high and it's just fed to the consumers based on algorithm, I don't really think that's the best way to consume content. I wouldn't want my kids to be consuming content that way just because some algorithm is choosing what they should be watching. So I think curated content is the way to go. Even if you actually look at YouTube Kids, which is a kid-specific platform, I still think it's not really doing its job well, as much as it's not meeting the opportunity that there is. But I think, yeah, gaming definitely can teach kids a lot. And coming back to what Shrenik was also saying about, teaching values, teaching things like, team spirit or sportsmanship, or learning to accept loss, or accepting losing at a game. So various things like that actually you get to learn through gaming. And not just gaming, if you look at the whole idea of learning by doing, if you look at any kind of like the content we make at DIY is all about teaching kids different skills. And for every minute of content that you're consuming on the platform, there are enough challenges to make you go offline and actually apply that learning. So these are things that actually parents appreciate and are looking forward for their kids.
Fantastic. I'd love to get other thoughts in on YouTube and gaming. I think, like I said, to me, they are the biggest threats or the biggest leading indicators of where the space is going. So yeah, Rajiv, your thoughts on this, please.
I would say that while we have the threats, there are also the opportunities. YouTube, especially the way Tabassum explained, that there are a lot of opportunities that needs to be explored and they are not being utilized properly. First, over the past 1 year, most of the parents have understood the patterns, and if the presence against the screen or the content, whatever is there, if it is viable or not viable, whether the kid is being able to make his presence, understand the content. So all that pattern is already there. Now it's all about communicating it right. It's all about where we are focusing and what kind of understanding is coming across with the content. So I would take that as an opportunity. Threats, of course, we've seen like how PUBG has impacted a lot many youngsters. So that was the biggest threat. So more than threat, opportunity is always a focus.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel actually that there's a place for everybody. I think the point that Tabassum made about even YouTube Kids, in spite of it being called kids, not really. I think the biggest gap there is the age appropriateness. I remember when my son was 10 and he's still he's 14 and he's still hooked on to YouTube, but he's also a gamer and now he watches games on YouTube. So there's always going to be those challenges. But I think at the end of the day, the biggest opportunity that I see today, which even I feel, as a business, we need to tap very strongly, is the regional side of things. Because, like right now, for example, our content has been largely English. And I have taken time to try and make it, Tamil centric or Punjabi centric or Malayalam centric. But I think that ideally should be the next step, especially if you are an OTT player in the kids space, and someone who's like, we see a lot of OTT players that are acquiring content from television or YouTube. But if you're somebody who's creating content from scratch, then I think you have the opportunity to give it any kind of direction. Gaming, of course, is a different giant altogether, and one will have to see whether they can allocate or get some time from the child for something that you're doing, which may not be gaming. So it's a good competitive landscape, I would believe.
Wonderful. I want to ask you, and you've all pointed out certain challenges in this space, right? And to me, there are a few challenges that are universal from both as parents and as business people, right? Content safety is one of them, especially with sort of non-linear delivery with YouTube or Facebook or other places. Age appropriate content, like I said. The downstream impact of consuming that content does it have the right ethics, values, etc., etc. How are you at your companies looking at solving for this, and what are sort of buzzwords or guidelines that you're putting in place to guide this going forward? I'd love to get some thoughts from Shrenik.
Me, yeah. So,
Please go on.
Okay. So we've actually taken a very tactical approach on it because, like I said, when we decided to launch our platform, we had to look at how are we going to be different. So our biggest difference was that we cater to kids from 0 to 18 years, but broken into 5 age groups. So there's content for 0 to 2, 2 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 13, and 13 to 18. And then we also have content for parents from a kid's perspective. How do you deal with your child in different situations? The core other philosophy into the content, they're all short form. So even though we have original bedtime stories, the maximum duration will be about 6 to 7 minutes. So the intent has always been, so even from the app or the website, when you access, as you enter, you can decide which age group do you want to enter into, and you will see content accordingly. So that's the kind of, I would say, age appropriateness that we've tried to keep. It doesn't stop you from going into other areas, but at least the entry point has been kind of guided in that sense. As a parent, I was extremely critical on this point that the content has to be, and thankfully even the app stores today are very, the number of times we've been rejected by iOS is not funny, and they'll come back with all sorts of little minute things. So there's been a lot, I think the diligence is super high when it comes to kids anyway. But it's great. I think it's time because there's so much of nonsense going on in the world. The kind of games these kids play, you cannot stop them. So, somewhere as players in the industry, we've got to take that responsibility.
Right. I'd love to get a producer side thought from you guys as well. Nishanik, maybe you can.
So I can give you a marketeer side thought.
Yeah, marketeer side thought. Sure.
Yeah. So we work with a lot of brands, and I think one of the latest buzzword which I've been listening is supervised mod. Rather than a simple parent control viewing. So I think I'm sure YouTube recently launched a supervised mode for parent control viewing, where you can actually get a kid to you can get a parent to supervise what a kid is watching, right? There are multiple other safety features across platforms, like a kid's safety pin feature, right? So you will not be allowed to watch content at a certain hour. Right. So those are the things I think needs to be considered. And I think those are the things one needs to encourage because, right. I think Tabassum rightly mentioned we can't have a child's education controlled by an algorithm. Right. So it has to be a good mix. Right. So even a parent has to be equally involved in, every minute or maybe every hour a child is, investing in watching some content. So I think that's one of the things which one needs to work on.
The problem is, I understand. I've been trying to, take my daughter off from YouTube because the kind of content whatever she said is perfect. The kind of content we don't have control over it. If not YouTube sending content to them, so we don't know. That's why I made sure that she watched certain OTT apps only. So and even parents right now, we understand. We are from content space. We understand कि यार हाँ ये दिखाना ये नहीं दिखाना. But the other parents who are not from a content space, they don't have time for it. Right now, the main problem with parents is they don't have time.
Right.
And they can't monitor. So that's what, if there's what, still there are good stories in India. If we have good content, but we have to produce that and someone has to take that lead and, produce that content and make it happen. Basically.
I want to ask you something from a app perspective, actually, Deepak. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Yeah. My internet's a little fluctuating, I think. But from a Chingari perspective, right? How are you guys keeping these concerns in mind? Because these apps are, again, like you said, your daughter has an iPad. She's free to download whatever she likes. And these concerns stay no matter which delivery platform or which app you're consuming. So from a Chingari perspective, how are you guys sort of solving for this?
So there are two ways we monitor each video content. Maybe it can make a kind of algorithm wise, and we have manual screening also. So that's how we are screening every content which is going on our time, basically the feed. So this is how we are tackling it. And I come from a BBC background. I've worked on CVBs, BBC. So the kind of their, compliances are, we are trying to follow that. So there's nothing, and we are very particular what kind of content will go, how it will affect the kids. And because we are catering to a little older, audience, like 13 to 18 kind of, or 18 to 30. So we are very particular about what's going on our feed. So there are two ways of moderating. One is like kind of algorithm which is monitoring, and the manual monitoring is also there.
Wonderful. That's great to know. I know we're about the end of this, so I'm going to turn back this whole thing into what is the title of our panel and ask you very pointedly, what is the right formula, right? I want short, snappy answers. Think of this as, I do a segment on my podcast called Water with Vinny. So think of it like that kind of rapid fire segment. But yeah, let me get this started with Rajiv, right? What is, according to you, the right formula now for the next maybe 10, 15 years that we're seeing technology, gaming, animated content, values, ethics, education? It's such a mouthful to talk about, right? And then picking out of that, how do you get to that right formula, and what, according to you, are the levers of that right formula?
I would say that it's a blend of most of the elements what you mentioned, like how the film market has evolved after years, and we've cracked the formula of low budget films, high budget films, mega films. This is also a kind of genre that needs to be explored. There is always a perception, even from the production side, when I say from the producer side, that there is a lot of the thought that animated content is an expensive content. So most of the people who want to attempt event, they're not likely to attempt. The people want to say the stories, but because a perception is that it's a expensive content, they're not finding it right. They're not going to attempt also. So I think the kind of media which has evolved now, which is the digital, there will be a lot which will come across, and a blend of a story, content, animation, cost, everything has to be taken care. That's the right formula where the content will also work, and of course the audience is always there. That there's a huge market in India.
Right. Wonderful. I'm going to toss this over to Shrenik. From a marketer's perspective, I'm going to throw in an extra googly in there. Is merchandising still a big part of the formula, or is that something that's gone sometime in the past? Your thoughts, please.
No. So I think I had an answer on similar lines. One of the magic formulas, I believe, for kids content as a segment is creating a lot of localized characters, which has deep connection with our culture. Right. While of course we need to, we need to keep evolving the culture. One need not necessarily follow the age-old practices, but one has to evolve, a lot of things which are happening in the culture, and those things need to be implemented using the right kids content. Right. So I think that's point number one. And that brings me to another point, which will answer your merchandising, as a business, creating an entire ecosystem for kids. Right. So it doesn't end at content. Right. I think the whole journey starts with content. Right. So, how do you take, the content which is there to actual life of the kid, right? Going all the way up to there. Right. So I think if one can, have pure digital only products, physical only products, and phygital products, a good mix of all of these three.
Wonderful. Tabassum, I want to bring you in for your closing notes and tell us your secret formula for kids content.
So yeah, I mean, as far as secret formula is concerned, we believe in making kids do what they learn. So a lot of it's very action oriented. Everything that you watch, you need to go out and actually do it, come back and show us what you've done. So there's a lot of peer-to-peer learning, there's community, there is, if kids feed off each other's energies really well. So that is something that we believe as our formula of content creation. But overall, I feel it's the time for us to have more IP in the kids space. I think we've overdone the whole acquisition and dubbing and all of that. We've seen too much of that. We have good storytellers in this country. We have great technical expertise in this country. We really need to have our own iconic shows. I think that is something that I would like to, that would be my closing notes on this.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to that on the screen. As much as I love my dubbed versions of Dexter from my childhood, I would love to see something that is more native to India come out.
We can have a Dexter of our own, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Right. Rajiv, you're not. Deepak, you're not. I'm so sorry.
So basically, what I look for is good content. As Tabassum said, we have stories. We need to execute them properly. I remember when I did ACK Heroes animated version. That was the first animated version we did. So that kind of stuff I worked on, and I was very happy that what we were reading comic book, it's becoming animated with a voice and everything. So kids are very interactive. So that is only a treatment, but we have good stories. We want to work on it. I know kids will accept it, and even the parents will accept it. So at least that, even what I believe is, if I put 100 rupees, I will put 100 rupees for a good content. I don't mind buying that content.
Okay, yeah. That's
Wonderful. And last but not least, Shamini, your closing notes for us. I'm looking for what is the right formula for kids content from you.
I think I wouldn't single out content as the only strategy. I would want to look at how can I keep this as something which maybe 10 years down the line still exists. We hear of so many platforms and brands coming and going. So prudency is something which I think is vital. And if you can continue to sustain and create content with it being impactful and people being able to get some takeaway from it every time they come back and experience that content, I think that is going to be the core formula. You've got to be able to find ways, and in our case, for example, it is a subscription-based app, so the more we see the subscriptions, either people coming back and subscribing or new people coming in, but that's going to be a big play. And of course, how can we keep evolving the platform, and I'm not in this race that abhi sab kuch ho raha hai, my product has to have it all, because, we all know thinking about it is quick and easy, but actually getting it developed and putting it out there is a journey, right? So I think the aim is to just make sure that we are able to keep ourselves constantly evolving, staying engaged, looking at how we can engage with every subscriber that is coming onto the platform. And I am a strong believer in collaborations, of all kinds. So looking at like-minded people who can help, like Shenik said, the ecosystem needs to be built so that people look at the kid space not just as acha, inke parents se paisa mil sakta hai, but more on, are we playing, is there a purpose behind what we're trying to do? I think that is what has to be the agenda.
Wonderful. I really want to get one last question in before I let you guys go, and that's, I want you to give us one show or one IP that you think is really inspirational, that you think could be the touchstone of what we can develop. I want it to be really short and snappy because I know we're out of time. And so one IP from you guys that we should check out as an indicator for the future of kids content. Tabassum, we go with you.
For me, I think Sesame Street has always been that IP that I've always looked up to and admired, because it's so old and it's still so relevant. And with all the iterations that it has had globally, it still stays true to its purpose. And yeah, I'd like to make a show like that someday.
More Elmo and Big Bird for us. Over to you, Raji.
Tom and Jerry, the classic example, still going, and I think it's a huge. It has a huge potential to come across franchising with multiple other ventures, with making your own Indianized content out of it. A lot.
Did you watch the live action movie that came out?
Yes, I did. Yes,
wonderful,
yes.
That was.
It's
Absolutely.
a wonderful piece, yes.
Yeah. Over to you, Shenik.
I think Mythbusters Junior, if the same is adapted to India, I think it will have tremendous potential.
Wonderful. Deepak?
I'll go for any show on CBBS right now. I haven't watched the bigger shows right now, but for me right now, CBBS, any content which is very learning and very informative, and the kind of production value they have is good.
Fantastic. And finally, Shamini.
I think, the older Walt Disney movies that used to be actually done with, by hand and not all your, the CGI and all of that. You still watch Snow White and, even The Fox and the Hound and all of these kind of movies. They're still so beautiful. You see the expressions, I think that's something. But if I was to look at a particular IP, I feel from an Indian perspective, I think Chhota Bheem has really done a great job, and they continue to sustain. So yeah, hats off to them. They are a good example of how you keep evolving.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your insights and for sharing the IPs that you find valuable. I think this is super informative and super insightful session. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to the Kids Content Summit for having us. I think.
Thank you, guys.
I hope you had
so
fun.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that absolutely engaging session. Now, before we move on to our next one, we would like to thank our sponsors once again. Voot Kids presents India Kids Summit Season 2 with KidZania, powered by Gubbare and Discovery Kids. Knowledge partners Adamas University and The Learning Curve. Virtual event partner MintLabs. Creative partner Virtual Box. Kids activity partner Real Events. Media partner Media News for You. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now to the next discussion. The topic is brands and kids content, the evolving trends. Let me welcome Joyita Basu, AVP Social and Engage IWMBuzz, in conversation with Mansi Darbar, Network VP Corporate Strategy and Development, Intel Media Network, Samar Kagalwala, Marketing Leader and Content Strategist, Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary, Pro Vice Chancellor at Adamas University, Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Head West at Wavemaker India. Over to you, Joyita ji.
Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. We've been witnessing quite an action-packed session since morning, and I think this is no less. We have an interesting topic of discussion today, which essentially is brands and kids content, the evolving trends. Just my two bits to this is when, the kids today, I think have more, or rather have enormous options of entertainment in comparison or as opposed to the kids of the 90s. I think with the rise of internet and digitalization, there has been a shift in paradigm. And with this, we also see more exposure of brands to them. Taking this thought ahead, let me start the session by asking Mansi, what do you think about kids content as a market and how viable do you think it is?
So hi, Joyita, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be on the panel. I would like to say that actually, the kids content as a market, right, has been viable for a decade now. Right. So we started a decade ago, or maybe over a decade ago, and it's still very prevalent, right? So the entire audience, as per the BARC data, actually, if you see the entire age group of about, 2 to 14, which comprises about your main target audience, right, consists and comprises about, 20% total TV impressions. So that's a pretty large percentage in terms of that age group category. So I would like to say that, if something is going on as a genre, as a part of an industry for over a decade, that in itself speaks volumes, right? About, how prevalent is the market, or is it viable or no, or productive in terms of business, etc.
Absolutely. Shekhar, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for inviting me for this panel. And when you asked me about this piece, about the viability of it, I would like to break it down into 3 segments. First will be the linear entertainment, which is driven by the classic TV and the OTT platforms. This is roughly around 500-550 odd crores when you talk about the advertising side of this thing. On top of it, obviously, they are making subscription-based revenue also. But the bulk of this is basically on refurbished licensed content with very low contribution from the locally produced content. There are Indian IPs which are big, but doesn't dominate the share of the total content that is getting done. So because of which, and it's understandable because taking that kind of content locally may be actually prohibitive when it comes from the sense of viability as such. So in a way, it gives also you a sense that why there's a certain amount of what kind of content which is ranging, which is mostly refurbished, and it gives a sense of viability. The second part will be in the content will be the vocational and the education based content which is there right now in the market. However, we are seeing this, when I see this sector, I'm seeing this maturing in another 12 to 18 months and almost becoming a commodity in another 3 years span. we must expect some consolidation also in this space, and not more than maybe 4 or 5 players in future. So look at it from a 3-year span of it. The third and the most stable, according to me, in viability will be the interactive and the gaming ecosystem. This is where we have seen a lot of action in the last 5 years. All the more during this pandemic, powered by more powerful handsets that people have today. 2 spaces to watch out in this: unrestricted access to mobile games, irrespective of age filter, and second is access to mixed reality interactive content, with most mobile devices now almost VR-enabled cameras. So that's there. So that's probably in 3 ways you can look at the basically the kids content ecosystem and the viability for it.
Great points there. Samar, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you, Joyita, for getting us on this panel together. And bear me for my bad voice, I have a bad throat. I look at it from the brand's perspective. The big shift that I'm seeing over the last 5 years in particular is the involvement of kids or the influence of kids in making decisions in high involvement products. And banking is one of them. We always at banking used to look at savings as a product for kid. Kids account was always for saving, nothing beyond that. But now we've understood that, kids also influence their own buying decision, what to wear, what to see, what toys to buy. And that is all an expense product. So the faster we try to develop content, which will influence the kid to decide his own expense, is where this category sees a new dimension, moving from savings to payments for kids. So I think this entire opportunity of kids content becomes very interesting when kids become influencer in high involvement products. It's not only that they decide about what bar of chocolate to buy, but they also decide that what credit card his or her dad should keep, is when it becomes very exciting and interesting.
Sure. I think it also kind of involves, I still remember, the days when parents would refrain from taking their kids to an automobile showroom only because of the fact that eventually the salesman would direct all his conversation with the kid.
Absolutely.
Because again, they have the influencing power, So.
And that's picking up. Now they don't need to go to the showroom. Right from the house, they can tell you what car, what features they want in the car, because they know how to surf and find for themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Professor Chaudhary, your thoughts on this?
Yeah,
please?
thank you. Thank you. First of all, thanks to Siddharth and Ashish for organizing perhaps the first kids content summit. Very interesting. And I will comment more as an outsider because the other 3 panelists are very much practitioners of entertainment. As a media educator, entertainment educator from an outside perspective, I find a few trends quite strong. Obviously, television is the number one, medium in which kids are there. It's a dominant medium. Though digital medium is picking up, and as gaming has been already mentioned, licensing international content we have been seeing for a long time, but now we're seeing commissioning original animated shows also, and building a content library. Even Nickelodeon coming out with Golmaal Junior, or Disney Channel coming out with Oye Golu, or Bhagam Bhag. These are some of the new programs or projects that are coming. For all times, dance has been quite a popular content premise for kids content in entertainment, whether earlier it was TikTok, Reels and all. Idea Sabka Time Aayega, that we all know about it. Starbucks Dance Challenge on Instagram, we know about that. So the brands have been associating with music for attracting kids in a big way. Before pandemic, school initiatives and events were also very particularly popular. Experiential events, like Boost, Bata, Band-Aid, Bornvita, all have been involving in programs on the screen, like Bornvita quiz contest, and on ground as well. Pandemic has given an interesting twist that kids have been quite vocal about COVID appropriate behavior. Savlon has seized upon the opportunity in a big way. Savlon plus Chota Bhim, we know about that. Savlon Chalk and Sticks campaign, which is about healthy hands campaign, that also caught the attention of the youth, of the kids in a big way. Art Route has been there for quite some time. Camlin and DOMS, we know about the largest art competition by Camlin as a Guinness Book record itself. And recently, for very small kids, the newborn ones, firstcry.com has become the most popular platform, as I can see from the parents' involvement in buying what they think would be useful and necessary for the children, for the kids who are just born. And very rightly told by Shekhar, education content, and particularly what I'll try to use the word edutainment, education plus entertainment. Byju's with Disney, integrating Disney characters in education content. We have been seeing Voot Kids has been also coming out with edutainment content. Then Ria Rabbit in multiple channels. They have from Ontamo Entertainment has come out with premium edutainment content. Discovery Plus has come out with Mythbusters Junior. So these are some good examples where education plus entertainment is taking roots. Gaming has already been mentioned, so I'm not repeating that. These are some of the major ones. Okay, I would fail in my duty if I don't talk about kids OTT as well. I mean, Netflix has a large amount of kids content there, and more investment on animation has been seen in these last 18 months because of the love of the kids for animation. Motu Patlu, Shiva, Rudra, Gattu Battu, and kids content in Netflix as well. So I've been seeing OTT also becoming quite active and engaging both entertainment and brands for the kids.
Absolutely. Coming to my next question, Shekhar, just wanted to understand, since you've been handling, brands all across, what do you think what are the advertisers doing to leverage the medium, in the best possible manner?
It's a tough question. It's a tough question, and maybe a very diverse point of view to a lot of discussions that are happening. Actually, to start with, advertisers are more cautious than before when they're advertising today. All large global advertisers are becoming more conscious about directly marketing to kids, and more so brands playing in foods category, especially. It's happening with others also, but food category we are seeing much more intense way of where they're stepping away and not talking to our kids directly. To name few, Mondelez, which I work very closely with, or Unilever, Coca-Cola, are some of the companies who have globally signed these alliances where they are promised that they were not going to be talking to kids directly now. So this is, and rightly so, to be honest. It's rightly so. So this trend needs to grow, according to me, and we must be more responsible about targeting them. It's about when you talk to them, what you talk to them about, and especially it's my personal opinion. Pester power deep down sounds so wrong. It is like using vulnerable minds to push their parents to buy something which they may not need. So there's a bit of a play there that we have to be careful with. Add a purpose, like the way it was talked about earlier. Add a purpose, add a meaning, add an experience that matters to the kids. And finally, I'll touch upon digital ecosystem because it's very rapidly taking over the ecosystem in terms of scale and addressable audiences, especially in kids. The digital ecosystem is far more better designed at this point of time. Let's put it this way. You cannot target kids directly. So there's a clear filter. You cannot directly target kids. So advertisers today try to identify surrogate behavior signals and use them to target kids. It's done. But also when advertisers do that, they work a lot more harder than actually making a 30-second. They work a lot more harder in adding a meaning, adding a purpose, and then reach out to the kids or adapt themselves to the ecosystem where they're advertising. So from that lens, that's what is happening when it comes to advertising and leveraging.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mansi, if I have to ask you, I mean, I know Gubbare has a special niche for itself, but then how would you like to position the channel vis-a-vis the contemporaries or the contemporaries, if I have to put it that way?
So Gubbare, of course, let me give you a little bit of backdrop, right, Joanna? So let me go 2 steps behind, right? When you look at a specific genre, right, and what the genre is capable of, you of course do a little bit of R&D. The kids genre, like I mentioned previously on the first point, has been prevailing for over a decade now, right? And when you look at the genre and you study the genre, there are very, evident and key and clear insights which tell you that there are XYZ things that work on the, in the genre, right? So anything that you really try to experiment and do differently doesn't work well on the genre. For example, if you look at the genres also of content, right, when you're commissioning, that there is, an A type, which is, your adventure comedy and your horror comedy and your, slapstick and your, chase comedy, etc., silent, these are the genres that work, right? So if you want to commission something separately, they are not going to work well, right? And in terms of from a strategic perspective, it's not going to be a very smart business decision to be made, right? Because it affects 360-degree on distribution, sales, etc.
Sure.
So what I would like to say is that you have to study the genre, and once you study the genre and you know that there are these XYZ, types of content buckets, so to say, that work for a channel, then you follow the same. So while Gubbare, what Gubbare has done, distinctively different, I would say that though we are a linear TV kids channel and we have animation content, that we thrive on and drive on. Very early in the, last year when we launched the channel, we had, acquired international programming from different parts of the world, right? So we had a series from Russia, we had a series from US, we had something from UK. So the whole palette, right, of acquired content, what we did was international, which is not new, but what was new was it was never seen in India before. So that was a new, strategic thing that we did with Gubbare. That, well, it's international content. Well, we've been seeing it for decades. Nothing new, but you're seeing this for the first time in India, right? So that is a distinctive positioning as far as the content acquisition is concerned at Gubbare in terms of position.
Got it. Thanks. Just taking the cue from here, someone would like to understand when we talk about screen time. What do you think? How much is enough? Are there any challenges or opportunities?
Yeah.
How can one kind of explore that?
I mean, I would love to hear and get a concrete answer for that, because I don't think there's a right answer. Anyone can tell what's the right screen time.
Sure.
I have a small point of view that as long as that screen time is adding value to the kid in this pandemic, I think, because for me, I feel they are the biggest sufferers of pandemic, mentally.
Yes.
So if that screen time is adding value to them and not getting them into a wrong zone, I think that should be good. But there is no right answer. I cannot give you minutes, correct? Because my son's school is 5 hours. That's a screen time for him, right? Whether he takes education or whether he taking advertisers content, that's screen time. What we are talking is the incremental screen time. Uske baad kitna allow kar raha? So I think we don't have a right answer for that. We shouldn't get into that discussion. I think let this pandemic get over, then we can figure out what's the plateauing screen time that they will get into.
I want to add one point, to what Samad has just said. It's so correct that actually to lock on an ideal screen time is the biggest challenge in it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I may like to add a bit on this topic if it's fine. And
Please.
Means like you said, there's a pandemic behavior and there's a pre-pandemic behavior. But we are also seeing, because the lockdowns are getting over, even though the kids have not stepped out of the home, but the movement is much more unrestricted than before. Just to give you a sense, what has happened, roughly 70% of our awake time now is in front of a screen. And it's not a specific kids data that I'm talking about. I'm talking about everybody put together. It's around 70% of our awake time is in front of a screen. And Indians have added close to 2 hours extra screen time in last 18 months. Again, there's a pandemic behavior. But if you dig a bit deeper in terms of what they have added, there are behaviors like gaming and all which are added in, which means a lot of them may stick and they may not go away. And it has not happened that people have shifted screen. It's not like TV has gone down and mobile has gone up or OTT has gone up. All those things have gone up. Everything remains constant. This additional got added. So it's actually very worrying. Even after the pandemic, the numbers may stack up to be much higher than what used to be pre-pandemic, which worries us pretty badly on the psychological and the physical impact on the kids, because it impacts their fitness. And it's definitely means if we see more kids with attention deficit in future, we should not be surprised, because it's not possible that 70% of the time you have screen.
Yes,
I'd like to
Professor
add to this. Yeah, I'd like to add to this. Going with the same flow that the other colleagues have said, pre-pandemic, pandemic, and post-pandemic, there are 3 scenarios. The pre-pandemic screen time was largely television screen time. The pandemic screen time, television is there, but digital has come up in a big way. And post-pandemic, we're moving to a blended sort of a situation where all days, there may not be a very long time, for a very long time, 6 days school or may not happen. It may happen only alternative days. So there will be screen time lesser than the current period, but more than the pre-pandemic period. That's one part. And the screen time will have three aspects. One, academic screen time, as one of the panelists has really said, that whether they study or they have fun or they consume advertisers' content, it's screen time. So the psychologists and the child specialists, they generally, whatever articles have come up in the media, is around 4 hours is good, considered to be quite good. 6 hours is tolerable. Anything beyond that is bad. That's the current scenario as on today. But moving ahead, there will be three competing screen time slots: education, entertainment, and things that they want to. For example, sports. Now you can't go out, so you can do some exercises with screen time, music on the screen, and you do exercises. Then people have certain experiments they do. They learn it from the screen and then they practice. One child I've seen there, he's always into aircraft assembling. He's a school child, but aircraft assembling videos only. That's his fun. He is not into Doraemon and Pogo for that matter. So there will be contesting slots in screen time. That's one. Currently, it's 4 to 6 hours is the broad consensus, which in my opinion is also quite a bit from the physical health, visual health and other of the child. But post-pandemic, it will be a blended world. So there will be lesser screen time than now, but more than what it was before pandemic. Large amount of education will go online, even in the post-pandemic time, when it will be a blended one or a hybrid one, physical plus digital sort of a scenario.
Perfectly got that. Samir, coming back to you, if I may ask you as a marketer, do you think marriage of psychology and marketing works when you're reaching out to kids? Your take on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the crux of reaching out to kids for a segment like me, right? Because I cannot drive them emotionally. I have to drive on the psychology, bring rational to it, and drive my category. The interesting part that's coming out, in this entire game of rationality, working on psychology, is we are seeing a lot of kids maturing faster than their age.
Right.
It's a good part as well as a bad part. Good part is that it helps me make my brand more relevant to the kid at a younger age, which is good for me, right? But as a marketer, I foresee that in future you'll have more scientists than some great advertisers. I think that power of imagination gets controlled because they want to get into detailing and rationale of everything. When I saw Tom and Jerry in my younger age, I used to get entertained, and it was pure entertainment. Now the whole aspect of Tom and Jerry also becomes detailing for them, why is cat chasing the mouse? So what happens if the cat catches the mouse in real? These are the things which are related but very rational,
Right.
and that's what I'm seeing, I'm observing as a trend when I interact with kids, when we do our campaigns. Kids love to get into content creation because that's rational. They don't like to get entertained too much. They want to create content, see how many likes are coming. Getting more likes is a rational behavior, not as emotional behavior. So they're getting there. So I somewhere fear that brands will enjoy this journey, but somewhere I think we'll need some good marketers in the future, 30 years down the line, who can imagine world very differently.
Absolutely. With the paucity of time, just wanted to understand and maybe taking the closing note from each and every one of you. Shekhar, what do you think is the future, or like we were discussing, the evolving trends when it comes to the kids and the content for them?
Yeah. So rather than repeating some of the points that I said in interest of time, I think three pieces that I talked about. There's a linear entertainment world, which is quite matured and has its own way. Then there is the vocational education-based content, which is likely to mature in another 3 years' time and almost get commoditized to an extent. And third being the interactive and the gaming ecosystem, which is evolving. Another space that beyond these three, which are very, very distinct and evolving, another space that I may touch upon here now is the emerging space of kids-focused influencers. There's a new generation of basically content producers who are doing it at a massive speed and gaining massive audiences. Sometimes when you see the content, you will wonder whether it is fit for kids also or not.
Right.
But at the same time, the kind of content they're producing, they have amazing connect. Kids are strong followers of them, whether it is YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever we bring into this now, not TikTok now, Reels.
Yeah.
But dominant by YouTube, the kind of content they're producing. Some of them are actually quite great, even for kids, in terms of the choices they make in their life. So that's a space to watch out for. And there might be a space where advertisers will start collaborating with them also and talk to them, their kids.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mansi, your closing thoughts on this?
Joyita, I think there are 3-4 things, that I'd like to touch upon. I think the first, in terms of future trends, one of the first things I think that we'd like to do and, we should do is increase the number of localized IPs that we're working on. So the ratio of the local content, in comparison at par with the ratio of the international content, needs to really up, right? We need to up the game on that. The second part is that, edutainment. I think edutainment as a genre has not really been tapped upon to its full potential, right? Because you're marrying education and entertainment. So coming back to your previous question to Shekhar, right? That does psychology work with marketing, right?
Yes.
That's exactly what edutainment would be. And, we would get great benefits if we expose this to exploit it to its full capacity, right? I think the third most important thing is that while there are linear TV channels, existing in this landscape, I think every linear TV channel has to have a digital extension, right? So there has to be a digital platform, because kids, while, there's a high ratio and a loyal audience who are watching digital or kids content on, linear TV channels, they have also migrated to digital, right? There is a section of population who are only watching, a Naruto on a Netflix, right? And not watching TV channel. So, that I think offering needs to be in place. And fourth is that as far as content creation is concerned, I think in content creation, there are 2-3 moving parts that we should look at. One is that we should also look at creating female skewed content, right? It's always been driven by male till today, to add a little bit of, and diversity in the animation, field. And the second is that the genres, which, like I mentioned earlier, that there are about 4-5 genres, that all the content is created around. I think that experimentation in the genres also need to be done. You need to explore a fantasy or a mystery, and also couple it by dividing it further into subgenres, right? Like a fantasy or a mystery drama, right? So I think, the future trends are going to be a mixed bag of all of these different points and what everyone else is saying on the forum here.
Absolutely. I think we've kind of closed on time, but I will take 2 bits from Samar and Professor as well. Samar, your thoughts on it?
Quick, can I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Indian languages, kids content in Indian languages going beyond Hindi. That would be a major area of expansion. Self-learning content that helps in self-learning, because with less amount of physical learning in the schools and all, self-learning content will be a major area. Gaming for sure, and gaming with education if can be done. Virtual reality and augmented reality to contribute to educational learning. So edutainment as a whole, but a lot of slots within edutainment is again. And one business area I find is international market opening up, with Mighty Little Beam coming up and many other projects also on. International market may open up to Indian content for kids as well. These are my trends for the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Professor Chaudhary. Yes, Amar.
Very, very quickly, 2 points. One is kids for brands will soon become mini adults, and we will have to take them very seriously from the point of view of becoming future consumers. Secondly, on the education front, I would love to see conventional education system collaborating with the content of new age consumption for the kids. I was very impressed when my son's school actually asked him to relate a particular lesson with a Batman. So he was so excited to learn that okay, what Miss is saying is exactly what Batman was doing. That interested him to further consume his conventional education. I think that if that works, if both the worlds meet, our kids would be in safe hands.
Nice.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming on board and discussing, having this wonderful discussion. I would suggest you to stay safe and be happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joyita, and thanks everyone.
Thank you, Joyita, and thank you so much, IWMBuzz.
Thanks.
Thanks, IWM. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, panelists. And for all our attendees who are watching our seminar or session live on Zoom, kindly log on to IWMBuzz.com where you can watch the remaining of our sessions for the rest of the evening. So please log on to IWMBuzz.com, all attendees on Zoom right now. Welcome back, everyone. Now for a very interesting one-on-one session. The topic is children's cinema in India. What next? And we have in conversation with our very dynamic Ram Kamal Mukherjee, journalist, author, biographer, columnist, and filmmaker, joined by Amol Gupte, Indian screenwriter, actor, and director. Over to you, Ram sir.
Hi, hello everybody. A warm welcome to you all at India Kids Summit by Voot Kids at IWMBuzz. And I'm extremely glad to have my guest, a dear friend, if I may call, and an extremely talented filmmaker, Amol Gupte, with us today. And I'm extremely happy that, he's made it for season 2, because we've been chasing him from season 1. And finally, we got him to speak at season 2. So thank you, Mr. Gupte, for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing me on board.
Because we couldn't think of any other better name than your name, because I have met you so many times on various occasions during my days with Pritish Nandi Communications, with Mumbai Mirror days and Stardust days, that, I know the kind of work that you sincerely and genuinely do for kids. So I was the one who was pretty hell-bent on having you on board and having this chat today. Sir, I would, without wasting further time, I would just say that I have few questions in my mind that in today's generation, and when we talk about OTT, when we talk about digital platforms,
yes,
we barely see any content that is that can be catered to kids per se. And you have been pretty vocal about kids content in India. So what is your take? So as Sonup said, that what's next? Like, what do we have for kids? I mean, we have Patal Lok, we have Delhi Crime, we have blood bath, we have abusive languages, we have content dealing with political fiascos. We have everything, but we don't have anything for kids once again. So what is your take, sir?
I would say, meaning I always try to look for the sunny side. And if I can get a Killa somewhere, Avinash Arun's Killa, the same person made Patal Lok. But if you see Killa, and it's a way different experience. You also see Tari Zameen Par is on the OTT. There's Chiller Party on OTT. All my films, Stanley Ka Dabba, Hawa Hawai, are on OTT. Sniff is also, it's a little children's detective caper. That's also on OTT. So it's not about that. The idea, I'll tell you why. And pardon me, I hate the word kids, because it reduces children to just 3 alphabets, when actually they need to get the respect of all 6 alphabets, which constitutes children, or 5 alphabets, which constitutes child. Sorry, 8 alphabets for children, 5 alphabets for child, and 3 alphabets for kid. And if that would have been the the tenor, then we would have Kids Film Society of India and not Children's Film Society of India.
I agree.
Because it does bring in a lot of respect and esteem for the child and his or her views and his or her value to the society and to the nation. But since the world has changed so drastically that it imagined that it should get rid of 2 extra alphabets from a child and reduce him to a kid or her to a kid, itself is a very insulting proposition for the child herself or himself. So we should start with that. That is the mental ability of the adult population in trying to rejig a child into a kid. Because normally we use phrases like, oh, don't kid me, or stop kidding. What does it mean? I mean, it then becomes like an abuse to the child. So first of all, let us come to an understanding and, agreement that child is a better word than kid, and children is a better word than kids. I know I'm talking in a kids summit. That's the paradox, but we should start from the beginning and see how we can reassess our lives, adult lives, compared to children. Children don't have the right to vote, and therefore
Right.
they are not on anybody's plate. They cannot be consumed as voters. They cannot be consumed as stakeholders. So we always, bacha hai, the whole thing is bacha hai. It becomes a chant, and from there it becomes a reality. And children, therefore, will always remain children without esteem or respect. And then how do you expect parents to bring their children into a theater to see a film about children? Sometimes ऐसा होता है कि maybe the parent feels कि अरे UA है ना, तो first my entertainment, साथ में बच्चे को ले जाएंगे, popcorn खिलाएंगे. But is that truly
Not at
children's
all.
entertainment? Now, if it's not children's entertainment, then the caveat is not to take the child there. If suddenly there's an item song and suddenly there's violence and it's couched with a UA, so that you say कि ठीक है, मतलब अगर माँ बाप को कोई वो नहीं है, objection नहीं है, तो let them bring their children. More sale of popcorn, more sale of food. The food stall is hot, the seats are hot, everything is hot. Now, of course, with COVID, things have changed because there is no outing. There's no family outing where a happy middle-class family wants to spend about 3,000-4,000 rupees as a habit every weekend, not to see a film. It has to be an outing. So,
Yes, I agree.
Children's film is in the lowest of the food chain in their understanding of consumption. But you go to Europe, you go to Western Europe, every distributor there will say that a children's film, there's a bigger benefit there with a children's film because families come out with their children and therefore there are more people entering theaters versus an adult film where children are not allowed. So the footfalls are more, therefore wallets are opening faster and they are getting encouraged to make more and more content which is driven by children and their stories, because that will ensure more people inside. So an educated society will know how to support good content for children. And let's head towards that. Let's progress towards that. That's all I would say.
Yes, this is something that you're talking about, which is very pertinent and very important point to address, that you cannot just tag along your kid just because you have a UA certificate or you want a family outing and you find that it is not an adult content. So let's be on the safer side and let's take the kid along. That's not the solution. That is what I was trying to ask you, sir, that on OTT platform now, since pandemic, since lockdown, we are all at home. So where do we find a demarcation or a way out to kind of entertain the kids and not just fall back on only adult content? Because we don't have kids content. We don't have what you are saying is the films that are there on OTT. So be
but not new films. You're right. No new content. Yeah.
So what is how do we kind of address that? Because lot of makers are concentrating on blood, on glory, on adult content, on things that will sell. Mostly they are selling sex and thrillers, which is apparently the primary crux of OTT viewership. So why are we not concentrating at all on kids content?
I think your video has frozen and your sound has frozen.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Hello?
Yeah. So why are we not concentrating at all on?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your
content on OTT.
I'll tell you one thing. It's a simple equation. How long will you show blood and gore? See, I belong to the other side. I belong to the cinema of children's hope. I don't use any invectives or any bad language. I see to it that I stay away or steer clear of that kind of usage in entertainment, because it does not agree with my disposition and my nature. So if I'm creating something immaculately for the use of children, then there are some guidelines which are self addressed. I guess if you want to address a population which consists of children and the young and the old, then automatically you will have to bring in that kind of content. You will have to be your own censor. You would know what is good for children. Is it going to make good sense? Am I speaking the truth, first of all, to children? Sometimes what happens is, just because it's a children's content stuff, you start reducing the intelligence valuation of the content. That's not children's film. That's how to put it. I would say it would be bachkana. बचता नहीं बचकाना, और ये मेरी बिल्ली बहुत समझती है, वो आ गई है मेरे पास। हाय, वो बोल रही है क्या बग्गे जा रहे हैं, क्या बग्गे जा रहे हैं, मुझे खाना खिला। ऐसा है। So anyway, what I meant was that you have to make a difference between bachkana and bacha.
Yes.
And the easier you come to your conclusions, you will see that automatically people will get tired of this blood and gore and abuses. And I mean, how long can it hold? This is a very trying period of our lives all over the world. And right now, what you require is a vaccine of hope in your society. Not just the COVID vaccine, but vaccine that will help you, kind of get out of your wounds and all the fractures that have been caused by COVID. So at such a time, I think this is a ripe time, this is the correct time for programmers and to the creative think tanks of all the platforms, whether television, OTT, and the others, that this is the time to infuse hope in society, not a time to disturb the society with I don't know what to call it.
With blood and glory.
Yeah, blood and, I mean, what is there in the blood, I understand, because I'm a film student. So I'm not against any such things. But I'm saying, what is the right vaccine at the right time is a very important question to answer, even for programmers at the OTT platforms or anywhere in the world. That, hey, let's go easy on the verite and the heart and the underbelly, and let's infuse some hope in society. It would net better results. It would create a better society. And I guess that's what Mr. Bimal Roy must have been thinking when he made Bandini, Sujata, Do Bigha Zameen, Madhumati. That must have been his mindset. That must have been the mindset of Ritvik Ghatak or V. Shantaram or Satyajit Ray. So people who have over the years grappled with their own thoughts and confusions and cleared those confusions and come out with super content for the nation and society. I think they've always triumphed, and they'll always be celebrated in in the annals of cinema or even television and now OTT.
Yes, sir. I would like to just to take this question a little further ahead. I would like to ask you that are you planning anything for OTT for the kids, since OTT is at boom and you are the forerunner of children content in our country? So are you planning anything? Do you have anything in mind?
Well, of course, because even Saina, if you've seen the film, a large portion of the child Saina,
yes,
brought me a lot of value for her story of resilience and solidity. So in a 6-part series for Amazon on children in the media, and we are trying to circumspect what is good for the child, what is not good for the child, and how important it is society to understand that all the time you can't stick your wings on your child's shoulders and say that you're making the child fly. many a times it is disastrous, the result. So one made 5 films, so I've had children in those films. Not a single child lost a day of school. Not a single child was taken beyond the hours and with the correct recesses and in their own environment. So if I can create the logistics for child content to make the process also child friendly, then otherwise don't write about children in your content, because don't say that that's the only way to go. The 12-hour shift is a 12-hour shift and many such horrendous things. So not only about content, but how you bring that content with children onto the national eye, and what are your processes? Are they best practices? The way they are practiced in Europe and the US. You take a child actor from India abroad, you'll have to adhere to the rules of how many hours a child can be on set. Is there a doctor on set? Is there this on set? There's that on set. So essentially, these questions also need to be answered. Not just child content, but children's film content. But how are the films made with children? Is it friendly for the child or is it hostile to the child? Whether it's reality shows or any such thing that we see. So which is why the concern. My concerns have always been to help and protect the child. As a chairperson of Children's Film Society India for 3 years, I brought in one rule at least, that every filmmaker who's making a film for Children's Film Society India has to give an undertaking that he will not exploit the child on set and say, that's a child worker then. A child labor is not permitted in our nation. So these other realities also one should keep our ear and eye open for, lest children are, taken to the slaughterhouse. A lot of parents don't mind that, but that doesn't mean a thing. You don't own the child. The child has a life of his or her own, and you have to respect it, and you have to see to it that the child is not exploited in the process.
Yes, true. I agree with you what you're saying, because a children, when a children is, you're making them work in front of camera, there are certain things which one needs to keep in mind, and they cannot be treated like adults, and they cannot be treated the way the industry functions. We have to change our system to kind of balance it with their comfort zone, which you have even mentioned earlier. Also, I remember reaching out to you for a film when you first thing you asked me, Mr. Gupta, was that are we shooting it in summer vacation or in the Diwali vacation or winter vacation, because I don't want the kids to miss their class. So these are this has been your concern always. I mean, you shoot on weekends, you shoot on holidays, you don't give them stress. So this is something which is I would like to ask you that how do you kind of manage to finish a film, because you're a filmmaker, right? And every film comes with a deadline, with a certain sort of a financial structure. How do you manage to meet those and still maintain your understanding of children's psychology and end up making a film? How do you do that? Because that's something, a lot of juggling that I guess you need to do.
The maximum juggling that the industry does, I wouldn't call it Bollywood or Hollywood or Hindi or Marathi or anything. The industry, the maximum twists and turns that they negotiate and absorb and rework is for the comfort of the star. Everybody else is slaughterable. I mean, sorry for being forthright and frank. And the star then happens to be the youngest child on set, to be pandered to be indulged. Everything works. भाई आगे जैसे सूरज निकला दोपहर को 4 बजे, सुबह की 9 बजे की शिफ्ट का. But in that 9 a.m. shift, the child is called at 7 a.m. with the parents, because it doesn't matter. The child is waiting. Star kab aayegi, whatever. And then suddenly activity starts so late. By then the child is like a flower, wo dhal gaya. क्या बुलवाओगे? What will you get out of a child who's been waiting who must have left Meera Road at 5:30 in the morning, come to Andheri or wherever the shooting is, Madailand, idhar, udhar. There is no facility of pick up and drop for children. भाई अपनी मर्जी से आओ, बस पकड़ के आओ, जैसे भी आओ आओ और जल्दी आओ. असिस्टेंट्स का रूल होता है, अरे सबको एक साथ जल्दी से बुला लो without looking at schedule. You know, you can be sweet about it. Say ठीक है, इसको 2 बजे आओ, स्कूल भी मिस नहीं होगा, आके 2 घंटा रेस्ट करेगा, फिर 4 बजे तक उसका काम होगा. But no, like going to sleep now. The mother's getting scared, the father is getting scared. नहीं नहीं हम उसको उठाएंगे, don't worry, don't worry. We'll. बेटा उठ जाओ. I've heard such horror in front of me. Some horror might have happened, and I didn't allow it to go further. One mother told the little 1.5, 2-year-old child, I'll brand you. गरम गरम चमचा लगा दूंगी अगर उठेगा नहीं तो. 1.5-2 साल का. I said, भाई right now pack up. अभी कल मिलेंगे हम लोग. बच्चे को सोने दो यार, उसका सोने का टाइम है. So people are, and the parents are eager to please the producer because they know there's so much at stake. और ये तब स्टार के बारे में कोई नहीं सोचता है. स्टार जी में आए तब आए, जी में जाए तब जाए. सब लोग हाँ सर, हाँ सर, yes sir मैडम, yes sir. अरे कल सुबह हाँ सर. ये है अपनी कहानी भैया.
But sir, do you also believe that? Sorry for interrupting. Sir, I have also faced a lot of issues when I was doing a serial, and now that I'm making movies, that there are little aggressive parents who are really pushy with their kids, and they really don't care about their kids' comfort. I mean, they are only counting the money. Unfortunately, it's fact. It's fact. So
Mostly
how
that
do
is
you
what I said.
combat that? What would you like to tell to the parents?
I do a full counseling of parent and child together first of all. You know that I've made so many films, but I've not auditioned a single child in my life. Audition, where there are 10 adults and 1 child in the middle, and saying my profile is this, this profile is this, and my telephone number is this, and we don't do that. I offer myself in workshop form for writing, and I can paint. So I bring writing and painting and theater into the workshop. And we talk and we perform. And if there are 20 children, I am alone. There's one small camera which is mapping our interaction. That way I get to know which child can do what. And without the child realizing that he's come for an audition or she's come for an audition, it's just a theater workshop, theater and art workshop. They've taken back some wisdom. I have taken back more wisdom from them than they have taken back from me, because the child is the father of the man. And that's the truth. The way the child thinks, the clarity with which a child thinks. I have made films. You agree that I have made 5 films up to now? I have not taken a piece of paper, script paper, onto the set when it comes to children's scenes. No ratta maro. You own your lines. It will come out naturally. And you sit like you're in a panchayat and discuss it with the children.
Wow,
and then the
that's really good.
Yeah. It's not rocket science. Believe me. I rubbish the claim of people who say, oh, Baba, dogs and children, animals and children, difficult to shoot. I'm telling you, it is easiest to shoot with children and animals, because the superhuman and monstrous egos of older people, it is difficult to accept defeat in front of them. With children, it's a victory all the way, I would say. That's why I continue to make films with children. My next one also will be with children. And this show also is about children. So all in all, I don't want to run out of that kingdom ever, because that's my comfort kingdom. They look after me more than me looking after them.
That is true. So since you are so much into this particular genre, if I call children film as a genre, which is probably the weakest genre in Indian film industry or Indian cinema, in the history of Indian cinema, probably the weakest genre because we don't have that many number of films, we don't have any number of directors thinking about uh, uh, children films per se, apart from very few. But if the moment we travel abroad or we go to any other country, we have, as you said, that West really pays a lot of heed, a lot of attention to kids. Like there's properly a Disney studio that takes care of content throughout the year. We don't have that kind of a studio structure here. So do you feel that we need a studio also kind of completely support kids content, and where directors like you and many others can join hands and probably produce a lot of more content and give them their own stories? I mean, there are a lot of Indian stories which needs to be retold for them. So do you think the kind and if
Yes,
so, then what kind of
absolutely.
stories you would like to tell them again?
I mean,
If given an opportunity,
if
what
one
kind of
andro,
stories would you like to tell them again?
there are such a lot to be remade and retold there. Kabuliwala, for instance, Bimal Roy's production, Kabuliwala, with one of my favorites, and the songs, and it just brings tears into my eyes. Just the thought of it kind of thrills me. Oh, you see Ritvik Ghatak's Ajantri. For
Yes.
me, it's a children's film. It's a lovely tale between a car and a man, and I mean how it's so. I think that's what as a child when I was growing up, these Sunday movies were there. There was only Bombay TV, even Doordarshan then, 1971. There was just a 4-5 hour program every day from evening till night.
Yes.
And Sunday there used to be a film, and I was barely in my half chaddis, little boy, and we used to not have TVs. Everybody didn't have a TV, so we went to the person who has a TV. So there were like 30-40 people sitting in the house watching the film together. And I've seen Zameen Ke Tare, bahut pehle, Honey Daisy and I think Anwar Hussain, Nargis's brother. He was playing a truck driver, and Honey and little Daisy, they had lost their parents and they died, and somebody said कि वो उधर ऊपर रह गए हैं. So they imagined the Himalayas, so they hitch onto a truck driven by Anwar Hussain. And I still can revisit that film. It must have been I think 1972 or 73 when I must have seen it. I must have been 11 or 12 years old. But it's so crystal clear. There's two innocent girls dressed as boys, Honey and Daisy Irani, and they are making headway to the Himalayas in search of their parents. It was so crushing. There's also Shamchi Ai, which won the 1950 first President's Gold Medal. And it's a indelible Sant Tukaram. These films, I can think of remaking them. Look at the entire children's film genre created by Satyajit Ray. My God.
True.
The entire Gopiga and Bhagavan for me is an kickoff,
Yes.
for children's entertainment. It was remade as an animation film by Soumitra Ranade and his wife.
Yes.
You've seen the film? It's got fabulous artwork. It is
Yes,
produced
yes.
by the Children's Film Society India.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful film. Gopi Gavaiya Bhaga Bajaiya. Parents and school system should show it.
Yes.
There should be shows organized by schools, like school cinema, and introduce cinema as a subject in school. You can introduce geography in the classroom. You're not going to the Amazon forest. In history, you're not going back to the period. It's in the book. So why not cinema? It's a new art form. Otherwise, your art in Indian context is that sunset with the sun going down and those 5 panchis in the hawa and the jhopdi in the foreground and the river running between that. That is the classical end to Indian art for children. And then as soon as the children come to 7th, 8th standard, they say, abhi ye sab bas hai, abhi maths, physics, chemistry, biology. So if art is not respected in your curriculum, what do you expect artists? Where will they come from? There has to be a Shantiniketan in every village, in every city.
Wow, that's such a nice line.
It's true, because the Gurudev knew it. He knew it. And that is where we should all be headed, instead of being so, dog eat dog kind of aggressive society, culture. It should go to the arts. It should go to we have a 5,000 years tradition. We have a 5,000 years background of culture. We have to share it with our children. Otherwise, it will be lost. So I remember holding my father's finger and, going to Baithaks, going to Prabhat Chitramandal films, Prabhat studio made a huge amount of cinema, which was so children friendly that there used to be festivals in my time in the theaters. Every day of Prabhat film. I've walked with my father and seen those films. It's still indelible in my memory. So I think the answer lies within us. What we have to do for our children, it lies within us.
That is so true, Mr. Gupta. And, coming on to the last segment of this summit, which is this year, it is called India's Kids Summit. So I would call it Kids Summit only, but for the children. And so I'm extremely glad and happy to have you on board to speak your heart out about various things. I mean, through your conversation, we got to know a lot of things to do and not to do when it comes to kids content. And I would wish you all the best in all your endeavors that you're doing. And we would really expect you to keep continuing your endeavors and inspire us with whatever you do, because you have been the forerunner. You have been a great inspiration for all of us, to me as a filmmaker, to me as a writer and author and journalist. And I'm sure to a lot of kids, a lot of children, pardon my word, kids, a lot of children in our country who actually looks up to you every year, that what would Mr. Gupta gift us? Because I guess eventually you've become a Santa Claus of Indian cinema, where you end up gifting something or the other to the kids. Do you agree that you are the Santa Claus of Indian cinema?
Don't go by this beard, because I used to have this beard and this long hair, and I was always with children, and I feared that the minute they look at me first, they'll be very scared. So I reinvented my name, and I rechristened myself as Amol Frog, not Santa Claus, Amol Frog, because a frog is a small little thingy. So from Amol Frog, they started calling me Froggy, 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 Beduk Kaka, Mendak, and I became a friendly figure with them. So my intention is to do the same thing all my life and stay the frog in their life and try and do things to them. Because children are my God. They are my guru.
I'm losing your voice, sir. I'm losing your voice. I guess we have.
You couldn't hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I guess we have come to the last segment.
I'm so sorry.
And thank you once again for being an important part of the summit. And we wish you all the best in all your endeavors. And thanks for taking out your precious time from your busy schedule for all of us. And
thank you so much. Ram, thank you very much. And wish you all the best in your film endeavors. And my best wishes, and I offer myself for anything that you require in order to create content. And God bless you all, and my love to all the children who are watching. and their parents and their cousins and friends. And this is a salam from Froggy, Mendak Beduk Kaka, Amol Gupte signing off.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ram Kamal Mukherjee sir and Amal Gupta sir, for that wonderful, wonderful session. Friends, it's time to thank our sponsors once again. Voot Kids presents India Kids Summit Season 2 with KidZania, powered by Gubbare and Discovery Kids. Knowledge partners, Adamas University and The Learning Curve. Virtual event partner, MintLabs. Creative partner, Virtual Box. Kids activity partner, Real Events. Media partner, Media News for You. And initiative by IWMBuzz Live. We'll take a small break now and be back by 5 p.m. for a special engagement activity for kids with some kids. Stay tuned. We'll be back by 5.
KidZania पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission to have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन।
गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल। ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर। न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन टू हैव अनलिमिटेड मस्ती विथ यू. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe parent controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, माँ कस्टीन अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है।
गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चूइंग विद चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स.
पर पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission to have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes, जहाँ है 100% safe parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things.
Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201.
I am a firefighter.
Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us.
I am a store manager.
If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part.
I am a director.
Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors.
I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फुव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
किड्स पर पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ टूनीवर्ड इंडिया के बिगेस्ट और आपके फेवरेट सुपरस्टार्स आ रहे हैं एक साथ फॉर वन एंड ओनली वन मिशन टू हैव अनलिमिटेड मस्ती विथ यू. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things. Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201. I am a firefighter. Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us. I am a store manager. If we were to run away, cut. The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part. I am a director. Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors. I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन।
गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
Kids पर पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission to have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes, जहाँ है 100% safe parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things. Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the flame. It seems like fire started from the room 201. I am a firefighter. Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us. I am a store manager. If we were to run away, cut! The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part. I am a director. Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors. I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
Kids पर पहली बार in the history of Tuniverse, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids house full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
At KidZania, I can be many things. Everybody, take positions and aim at the bottom of the frame. It seems like fire started from the room 201. I am a firefighter. Sir, that will be 150. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for shopping with us. I am a store manager. If we were to run away, cut! The dialogue is nothing without voice modulation. Feel like you're the part. I am a director. Rough weather, but good landing. I can't believe this happened on my first flight. You're passed with flying colors. I'm a pilot. KidZania lets you be whoever you want to be. Over 100 real-life role-playing adventures.
हेलो दोस्तों, मार्कस टीम अटैक करेगी।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
एक्शन तो अभी शुरू ही हुआ है। बेहतरीन। गुब्बारे, मस्ती के फव्वारे।
एक तरफ है दुश्मनों की फौज,
इंडिया में होगा तबाही का धमाका।
दूसरी तरफ मस्ती और मौज।
एक नंबर।
बढ़ रहा है टेंशन का माहौल, ये देख सबकी आंखें हुई गोल। लबालब एक्शन और हंसी का चक्कर, न्यू ब्लॉकबस्टर्स, देश का सिपाही डॉग स्क्वाड दोबारा, सैटरडे 24 जुलाई 11:30 AM एंड चुई मुई चूचा 1:30 PM ऑन डिस्कवरी किड्स।
Good evening, everyone. How are we doing today? How are you? कैसे हो आप सभी लोग? Come on, I want you all to, unmute yourself. For the next 1 hour, we will be having fun, Hello, Adya Agarwal.
Hello. Hi, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so before we begin, there are, few things that I would like to tell you guys. I want everybody's camera to be turned on. Poonam, Shade, Franklin, everybody. And I would request their parents to please change the Zoom name to your kid's name so that it's fun to call them out and, participate in the contest. All right, I can see Anirudh, Vipni, Titiksha. Hello, come on, unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, amazing. So my name is Ruchi Shah and I am your host and I welcome each and every one of you to Voot Kids Presents India Kids Summit Season 2, an initiative taken by IWMBuzz.com. So this is a very special engagement session brought to you by Voot Kids. And, there'll be few lucky winners who will be getting 1 year subscription via an email. So before we begin, I want you all to, tell me a few things about yourselves. So hello, Paki, Raghav, I could see you.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, ma'am.
How are you doing, Paki?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am fine as well. Are you ready for the contest today?
Of course. Yes.
Of course, I like the energy. Amazing. So yes, before we begin, a special thank you to our kids activity partner, Real Events. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are 54 participants strong. And, we will be beginning with our very first contest. But before that, Computer G, let us present the Voot Kids AV right on the screen. I want each and every one of yours attention on the screen.
Voot Kids पर पहली बार in the history of Tuniworld, India के biggest और आपके favorite superstars आ रहे हैं एक साथ for one and only one mission
To have unlimited masti with you. So enter the Voot Kids House full of tunes. जहाँ है 100% safe, parent-controlled entertainment. Watch Motu Patlu, Beam, Pokemon, Peppa, and 200 more characters together. Only on Voot Kids, India's biggest house full of tunes. Download the app now.
All right, you guys. We have one special, amazing performance by KidZania only and only for you. So let us have a look at it. Computer G, let us present the KidZania. Amazing, fantastic performance right on the screen.
Kai kids and parents, welcome to India Kids Summit Season 2. We are super happy to greet you all virtually with a welcome dance. This dance is specially for the council kids. The city has missed you all a lot. We congratulate the other kids and welcome all the guests. Now, sit back, relax and enjoy the dance. See you all soon.
Get ready.
a wonderful performance it was, wasn't it, all you kids? If yes, I want to hear a round of applause for the performance. Come on, unmute yourself and zor se taaliyan bajaye. So now is the time, to begin with our very first contest, जिसका नाम है Spell Bee contest. और उसके लिए before we begin with the very first round and I tell you कि क्या rules है, मुझे आपसे चाहिए कि क्या आप ready हो हमारे contest के लिए? If yes, I want everyone to shout as loud as yes. On the count of 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, I love this energy. And with this energy, you have to participate in the contest presenting to you. That is the Spell Bee contest. Computer G, can we have... Okay, so let me quickly tell you what the rules of our Spell Bee contest are going to be like. So I will be speaking certain words and whoever is willing to answer will have to raise the hand virtually. You know how to raise your hand virtually? To the bottom.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, there's a reaction bar and in that you have an option to raise your hand. And the first one who will be raising the hand will get to answer first, okay? And whose decision will be the final decision. So are we all set for the Spell Bee competition, you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Amazing. So I'll tell you first a sample word, okay? This is a sample word which you need to spell it. The word is misspell. I repeat. The word is misspell. Tell me, how would you spell this word? All right, we have people raising their hand. Computer G, let us have. Hello, what's your name?
Yeah.
Okay, how would you spell this word?
SPLL.
Can you repeat it once?
MIS SPLL.
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 Okay, SPELL, that's the correct one. Good going. And this is how we will be participating in our Spell Bee contest. Good job. And let us now finally begin with the very first word of our contest. Okay, everybody, listen carefully. It is pronunciation. Your word is pronunciation. Let's see. Okay. We have Mama here with us. Hello, ma'am. Vinisha Jain. We can't see your kid. You are on mute, ma'am.
My daughter is sleeping.
Okay, no problem. Computer G, let's pick somebody else. Hello, what's your name?
Hello, my name's Anirudh.
Hi, Anirudh. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good as well. Can you spell this word?
Yes. PRONOUNCIATION.
I'm afraid, Anirudh, that's the incorrect spelling of the word pronunciation. There was just one letter that you added. Computer G, let's have somebody else with us on the screen. Hello, Yuvraj.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm Raj.
Can you please spell the word?
Ma'am,
COUNCIATION.
Oh, that's the incorrect one as well. One letter you have added more. Let's have one last kid with us, and then I'll reveal what the spelling is. Pronunciation. Hello.
Hello.
Adi Jain. Yes, Adi.
Yeah. So I think the spelling would be PRONUNCIATION.
Very well done, Adi. That's the correct one. Congratulations. Let's hear it for Adi. Come on, everyone. Okay, let's move forward to the next one. Everybody listen carefully. The word is embarrass. I repeat, embarrass. Okay. Let's see who has raised the hand. Computer G, let's have the kid on the screen. Hello. Aksh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Aksh, tell me, how would you spell the word embarrass?
EMBARRASSED.
Okay, okay. Let me tell you. Are you sure about this spelling?
Yes, ma'am.
I love your confidence because you have given the correct answer. Very well done. I'm liking how you guys are correctly spelling the word. Let's quickly move forward to the next one. And it is 12th. The word is 12th. Okay. We have... Hi. How are you? Okay. What's your name?
Charvi Kothari.
Charvi. Hi, Charvi. So can you please spell this word for me? 12th.
TWLETH.
Charvi, you have given the incorrect spelling for it. No problem. Can we have Computer G, somebody else to answer this? Hello. How are you? Paki.
Fine, ma'am.
Okay, Paki, tell me, what's the spelling for this one?
TWLTH.
TW?
TWELTH.
One letter is missing, Paki. Computer G. Okay, we'll give you one more chance. Yes.
TWELTHE.
No. Computer G, can we have somebody else to answer this? Hello, your daughter is awake now. Good evening. What's your name?
ELTH.
Can you repeat it once again?
TWELTH.
Okay, you are also missing one letter. Let's have the last kid and then I'll reveal what the answer is. Okay, we have Paki with us once again. Okay, Computer G. Okay, we have the mom-daughter duo, Ritisha Agarwal. What's your name?
My name is Ritisha Agarwal.
Ritisha Agarwal, very cute. Can you
TH.
Very well done, Ritisha. You have given the correct answer. Congratulations. Come on, smile for me now. All right, let's move forward to the next one. And the word of this spell bee contest is immediate. I repeat, immediate. Okay, I would request no mom to help your kid.
IMMEDIA.
Yes. Hi, Ritisha. Let's see who do we have Computer G on the screen. Okay. Let's have them on screen. Okay, we have you. What's your name?
My name is Adamas.
Hello, Ridhima. Can you please spell the word for me?
IMMEDIATE.
DIA? Ridhima, I must say you have given the correct answer and clap your hands. Congratulations. I want you to smile. Come on. Why are you so tensed? Amazing. Okay, let's move forward to the next word. And the word that we have is rhythm. I repeat, rhythm. Let's see who do we have here with us. Okay. Computer G, we have... hello, Adya.
Hello. So the spelling of rhythm is RYTHEM.
That's the incorrect one.
Sorry, it's RHYTHEM. Yeah.
Still, we have added one letter extra to the word.
Okay. Sorry, it's RHYTHM. Rhythm.
Wrong.
Okay, that's the correct one. Very well done. Nice try. Amazing. Okay, moving forward to the next, we have the word is amateur. I repeat, amateur. Spell the word amateur. Hello, we can't see your face. Harshal.
EMMATURE.
Hi, Harshal. How are you?
EMMATURE.
You're good. Okay, so can you spell the word for me?
Course amateur, right?
Yes.
AME. Wait a second. Yeah, AMETUER.
That's the incorrect answer. Okay. Do you want to give it one more try?
Sure, I don't mind.
Okay.
Just a second. Yeah, AMETURE.
That's the incorrect one. Computer G, who do we have next to spell this word for us? Okay, let's see who has got it correct. Hey, Summer, how are you? I love your background.
I'm fine.
Okay, Summer, how would you spell the word amateur?
AMATURE.
TURE. That's the incorrect one. I'll give you one more chance.
Okay. AMATURE.
That's the incorrect one. Summer, no problem. I loved how you participated. Computer G, can we have somebody else?
Ma'am?
Yes. What's your name?
Ma'am, can you say the word again?
Sure. It is amateur.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, we have with us Anirudh. Hello, Anirudh.
Hello.
Yes.
So the spelling of the word is AMATEUR.
How confident you are, and that is the correct answer. Good going, Anirudh. Let's move forward to the next one. And the word is handkerchief. I repeat, the word is handkerchief. Okay, this one's the easy one. Let's see who has raised the hand first. Computer G, let's have the kid right on the screen. Okay. Who do we have With us, we have. All right. Hello, you look so confused, Anas. You're on mute. Can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Okay, let's have somebody else. Till then, Anas, you can ask your mom or dad to check it out. Okay. So once you raise your hand, you need to lower it down as well for the next question. Okay, I could see everybody's hands raised. Okay, we have with us. Hello, what's your name?
Ma'am, my name is Siddhant.
Hi, Siddhant. Can you please spell the word for us?
Yes, ma'am. HANKCHIEF. Oh,
one more try.
HANKERCHIEF.
You have missed just one letter. Let's have somebody else. Hi. Devanshi Singh. Hello, Devanshi. Can you please spell the word?
HANKERCHIEF.
You have two missed one letter. You want to give it one more try? In the first half, there's one letter missing.
Can you please say the word once again?
Handkerchief.
HANKERCHIEFS.
That was a good try, Devanshi, but that's the incorrect one. Computer G, let's have one last kid with us for this word. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hi, my name is Shardul.
Hi, Shardul. Can you please tell us how to spell it?
HANKERCHIEF.
Nope. I think it's time for me to reveal what the answer is. What you guys are missing is the letter D, which is silent. HANDKERCHIEF. But no problem. I loved how you guys are participating. So let's quickly move forward to the next one. And the word is atheist. I repeat, atheist. The word is.
Could you repeat the word again?
Atheist. Okay. Atheist is the word. Let's see who spells it correctly. Computer G, let's have one. The first one who has raised the hand on the screen. Hey, what's up? You're back again. Yes, tell me.
Yes, ma'am. It's ATHIEST.
ATHIEST. Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a little bit, error in this. Let's have one more kid, Computer G, with us. This is the last word. Come on, you guys. Hello.
Hey.
Why do you look so dull, first of all?
Yeah, I'm very sleepy. I haven't slept since ages.
Oh, okay. What is keeping you busy?
I met my cousin, so we were like up till 6.
Oh, that's some fun. Okay, can you please spell this word for me?
Atheist, right?
Right.
ATHEIST.
All right. That's the correct one. Come on, give me a high five. What's your high five? Yay. All right, so let us hear it for him because he has given the correct answer. Okay, ladies. Okay, all you kids. This was the end of our very first segment, that is the Spell Bee contest, and you guys have done amazingly well. Okay, so I want everyone to come on, unmute yourself. Okay.
Okay, there'll be some music played, and I want you all, you know, give a clap for yourself. Okay, how the clap would be? It would be high up in the air and as loud as it can get. Okay. Unmute yourself. Right. So once the music is, let's do. Amazing, you guys were amazing. And with this enthusiasm, we will be continuing with our second round. Are you guys excited for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I want everybody to tell me yes. I'll give you a count. First of all, unmute yourself. आज ना थोड़ी मस्ती करेंगे. आज
Yes.
Yes. Wait. On the count of 3, 2, 1. Are you guys ready?
Yes,
for the next round?
Yes, ma'am. Nice.
Amazing. So before we begin with the next round, I would like to extend my big thank you to our kids activity partner Real Events for executing this event in such a smooth way. So let's begin with our second round, and it is your very favorite cartoon quiz.
जल्दी बताइए कौन सा कार्टून है?
All right. Let me tell you what you have.
हाँ, मैम पूछेंगी कौन सा?
मैं आपको बता रही हूँ. मैं आपको. Or do not worry. I'm telling you what the rules are. Computer G, let's have the rules. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Listen to the rules, please. Then I'll take up the questions. Okay.
Hello.
So we will show you a fabricated cartoon image on the screen, and you have to guess the name of that cartoon. Okay. You have to raise your hand virtually, and whosoever raises their hand first will be spotlighted, and she or he will get the chance to answer. But before we begin with our cartoon quiz, we have so many videos turned off. I want everyone to, turn on the video, have a big smile on your face, and participate in this cartoon quiz. I like Aksha's, all the dance moves that he is doing. Okay, quickly, let's turn on our cameras. Ravish, Neha Mehta, Dhruv Garg, Franklin, Poonam, Dinesh. All right, we have Yuvraj already raising his hand. All right, I want everyone first to, lower down your hands virtually as well. Amazing. So, Computer Ji, let's have the very first fabricated cartoon right on the screen. Yes, what is this cartoon? All right. We have so many hands raised for this, Computer Ji. Let's have. Hi, how are you? What's your name? Rishabh, right? Yes, Rishabh, what's the cartoon? You are on mute, Rishabh. We can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, we can't hear you, Computer Ji. Can we have somebody else? Rishabh, can you ask your parents to sort this technical glitch out? Hi, Yaksh.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, what's the cartoon name?
Shiva.
Shiva, Aksh, you have given the correct answer. Give me a virtual high five. 1, 2, 3, yay! Shiva, very good. Come on, I want everyone to clap for us. All right, now let us quickly move forward to the very second fabricated cartoon.
ये कौन है?
ये कौन है? बताओ मुझे आप.
मालूम है देखो, मोटू पतलू.
रिवील मत कर दो आंसर, म्यूट पे रहो एंड देन जब स्पॉटलाइट करेंगे तभी आपको आंसर करना है. हाय पाखी, वी आर बैक.
Ma'am, the cartoon name is Motu Patlu.
Pakhi, let's see. Computer G. Pakhi has given the correct answer. Yes. Come on. Every time we have to clap for the participant who is giving the correct answer. Good job. I want a virtual high five from you as well. Yay.
And please select new contestants also to answer. There are the same contestants who are answering.
We'll do that. Computer G, let's keep this in mind and move forward to the third.
And some people are already raising their hands before the question.
Definitely. Okay. So before we move forward, Yuvraj, Adi, and everybody, lower down your hands. Come on. Let's give a fair chance to everybody. Okay. All right. Guess this one. Which cartoon is this?
Peppa Pig.
Who was that? What? Wait a second. Do not answer it, Computer G. Let's have them on the spotlight.
Ma'am, Peppa Pig.
Do not reveal it, Pakshal. 1 second. Computer G, can we have the kiddo right on the screen to answer it? Hello.
Hello. Peppa Pig.
What's your name first?
Sia.
Sia, you have given the correct answer or not. We will see. Computer G, let's reveal the answer. Very well done, Sia. Come on, let's see. Good job. Moving forward to the next cartoon, we have. Okay. Guess this cartoon. Come on, quickly.
I'm gonna answer once, ma'am. You give.
Okay, we have with us Anas. Hello, Anas. What's the answer? Yes, we can.
Ma'am, the answer is Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Sorry,
Sure? Pokemon. Yes, Anas. Let's see whether he has given the correct answer or not. Computer G. Good job. Come on. Everybody has to get wrong. Give me a high five. Yay. Okay. Moving forward to the next one. The fabricated cartoon is. All right. We have, who do we have with us for answering this cartoon? Computer G, let's have the kid who has raised his hand first on the screen. And there are so many hands raised, and we have once again with us, what's his name? Rishabh. Hi, Rishabh. We can't hear you again. Can you type it down in the chat box? Yes, Rishabh, in the chat box. Okay, disabled. Okay, now
can you please tell everyone to mute themselves? I'm not able to hear you.
I'll do that. Computer G, let's have somebody else with us to answer this question. Hi, what's your name?
Abigail.
Abigail, hello. Can you tell me what that cartoon is? Yes?
Motu Patlu.
Motu Patlu is the incorrect answer. Do you want to see the cartoon once again? and then recognize it? Okay. Computer ji, can we have the question? Okay. ये मोटू पतलू लग रहा है आपको या कौन सा कार्टून कैरेक्टर लग रहा है Abigail? Okay, let's have Abigail once again with us. Okay. What is the cartoon now? Come on. Tell me.
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry is the incorrect one, but looks like Tom and Jerry is your favorite cartoon. Okay, Yuvraj is raising his hand since forever. Yes, Yuvraj.
Ma'am, the answer is ma'am Augie and the cockroaches.
Yuvraj, are you sure क्या इस आंसर को हम लॉक कर दे?
Yes, ma'am, lock.
Okay, कंप्यूटर जी देखते हैं युवराज ने सही जवाब दिया है या नहीं. बिल्कुल सही जवाब. Congratulations. Before you go, I want you to have a big smile on your face. Go on. Okay. Let's move forward to the next cartoon character, next cartoon image on the screen. All right. This is such an easy one. Let's see who gets it quickly, correctly. And everybody has almost raised their hand. Hello. What's your name? Why are you raising your hand now? What's your name? Okay, can you tell me what that cartoon is?
Chota Bheem.
Chota Bheem, is that your favorite cartoon? Okay, let's see, Computer G, whether she has given the correct answer or not. Chota Bheem, bilkul sahi jawab. All right, Computer Ji, बढ़ते हैं हम आगे हमारे अगले कार्टून की ओर. Let's have it on the screen. Okay. Let's see who gets this one correctly.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, 1 second. Computer Ji, let's have the kid on. Okay, we have it. Hi, what's your name? First, tell me that.
I'm Harshal.
Harshal, hey Harshal. Yes, what's the answer?
The Smurfs.
The Smurfs? That is the correct answer, Computer Ji. Is it or not? It is. Harshal, now it's the correct answer. I want you to smile and then only go. We can't see you first of all. It's just this much. Shows your face complete. Okay, now come on, give me a big smile. I hope you sleep very early after this show. Good job. Okay, then let's move forward to the next fabricated cartoon image on the screen.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay. Computer Ji, let's quickly have one kid on the screen. Okay, we have Abigail once again. I love your smile. What's the cartoon? Shiva. That's not the correct one. One more try. Okay, Computer Ji, let's have somebody else to answer this because that's the incorrect one.
Ma'am, it is Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean, no, it's not Mr. Bean. Hello. How are you? Tell me your name first. Pakshal Mehta. Okay, I could see it. Hi, Pakshal. Where are you running? Hi. Can you tell us what's the cartoon name? पता है आपको क्या है? Okay. भूल गए आप? No problem, no problem. Computer G, let's have somebody else. Okay, hello.
Hello. So I think it's Rudra and his friends.
Are you sure about it?
Can I just show? Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, that was it. I'm sure.
Computer G, let's see whether that's the correct answer or not. Rudra, very well done. It's the correct answer. Okay, you guys, now this is the third last, okay? Let's have the next cartoon on the screen. Okay, so many hands raised. Who do we have with us? Sia. Hello, Sia, what's the answer?
It's Masha and the bear.
Masha and the bear. Computer G, whether Sia has given the correct answer or not. Let's reveal it. Yes, Masha and the bear. That's the correct answer, Sia. Good job. Give me a high five. Okay, moving forward to the last one.
I'm Masha, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
This is easiest. Somebody just revealed the answer as well. Let's quickly have the kid on the screen. Mr. Bean is the correct answer. Good job. We have again the mom-daughter duo. Mr. Bean, Ritisha, बिल्कुल सही जवाब दिया है आपने. Good job. Yes, it is the correct answer, Ritisha. Come on, everyone, let's hear it. Okay, the last one for this contest. Computer G, let's have it on the screen.
I know, but I can't recognize it.
You can't recognize it? Oh no. There is a hint also given in the image if you look at it carefully.
Yes, ma'am. I got it.
You got it? Can we have him on the screen who has got the answer?
Okay, Tom.
Somebody just revealed the answer.
Ma'am,
Yes.
that's not the correct.
Hi, Paki.
Ma'am, it's Talking Tom and Friends.
Yes, Computer G, whether Paki has given the correct answer. Yes, my Talking Tom friend. Amazing. All right, you guys. So with this, we are coming to an end to our very second contest of this round. That was the cartoon quiz. How was it? कैसा लगा आपको ये contest? Was it easy or hard, you guys?
Ma'am, easy. Enjoyed.
Easy.
Ma'am, it was very easy.
Okay, so
It was very easy.
the next round that we have is a little bit harder, okay, for you guys. It's a challenging. Let me tell you, this round, it is Who Am I? Okay. And in this Who Am I, what you have to do, I'll tell you right in the screen. The image challenge, Who Am I? Computer G, let's have the rules on the screen. Okay. So we will show you images of things on the screen. Okay. And you have to guess what that image is and you need to spell that image. The word. You have to spell the word. Okay. Willing to answer will have to raise the hand virtually. First one to raise the hand will be spotlighted and you will be given a chance to say and spell that answer. So before we begin with this last round, okay, of our session, again, I just love how creatively Real Events have, like put in all the questions. A big thank you and a shout out to Real Event teams. All right, let's move forward to the first image. All the kids, tell me what this image is, and you need to spell the word.
T-A-T-L-E.
Okay. There are few hands raised. Hello. What is this image, Adi?
Pencil box.
Pencil box? No. It's like where you keep all the pen, pencil and stuff. It has scissors, markers. Let's have something else. Hello. Yes. What is the image? Titiksha?
Stationery.
It is?
Stationaries.
Very good. That's the correct answer. Can you spell the word for us?
Statinory.
Okay. And can you repeat it? Tion?
Stationary. Stationery.
ARY. There was just one letter mistake. It is ERY, but never mind. This was a sample question and you have done it perfectly well. So very good job. It is NERY. And with this, we will begin with the very first image of our Who Am I contest. Computer G, let's have the first image on the screen. Okay. Let's quickly have the kid on the screen. I think you have guessed what the image is about. Who do we have with us? Hi. Hi, Devanshi. Can you tell me what this image is?
It's broccoli.
That's the correct answer. Can you spell it now?
BROCCALI.
That's the incorrect one. Let's have somebody else. Broccoli is the correct answer, but you need to spell it. Yes. Can you spell it? Yes, Siddhant.
Ma'am, it's yes. BROCOLLI.
It is CCOLI, but no problem. I liked how you participated. CCOLI. Okay, let's move forward quickly to the second image. Computer G. Guess the spelling of this image. And the word as well. Who do we have? Who do we have? We have so many hands raised yet again. Let's see, Computer G is picking which? Escalator. Okay. All right. Okay, let's have the next image on the screen. Okay. What is the spelling of it? Computer G, let's have a kid on the spotlight. Okay. Hi, can you tell me?
It's stethoscope.
Stethoscope, that's the correct answer. Can you spell it now, Shardul?
STO.
Okay.
SCOPE.
It is incorrect answer. Let's have another. Anirudh, we have yet again. Yes, Anirudh, what is the spelling of?
So the spelling of stethoscope is STHETSCOPE.
That's the incorrect answer. It's time for us, Computer G, to reveal what the correct answer is for this. STETHOSCOP. There was some incorrect letters. Let's move forward to the next one. Guess the spelling of this. All right. Who can guess this one correctly? Let's see. Hello, Sia.
Hi. It's a chandelier. The spelling is CHANDELIER.
I am simply amazed, Computer G. Sia has given the correct answer. Yes, that's absolutely correct. That was amazing. Right on the first try, you gave it. Congratulations. Let's go ahead, Computer G, with the next one. Okay. The image looks so delicious. Let's see who guesses the answer. Somebody said, okay. Are you able to speak now? Rishabh? Nope. We need to have somebody else. Okay. Hello. Vinisha's daughter.
Hello.
Okay, tell me what that image is.
Cheese.
Cheese. No, that's not the right answer. No problem. Okay, can you answer it? Yes, Anas, can you?
Cake.
Nope, that's not a cake. It's time for us, Computer G, to reveal what the answer is because our kids are getting a little bit confused. It's lasagna. Let's go ahead with the next one. Okay, this one's a little bit challenging. Who do we have with us to answer this image? Guess what this image is and spell it correctly. Okay, I could see here Devanshi just thinking what it can be. Computer G, we have Sia with us. Hi, Sia.
Hello again.
Yes.
I think it's a merry-go-round.
It's a merry-go-round. You have guessed the meaning of that word, but that's not the right word. I think Computer G, we should reveal this answer because it's a bit tough. It is carousel. I know it was a bit challenging, but let's move forward to the next image. I'm sure everybody might have eaten this. Tell me.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am,
yes.
I got to go, ma'am. It's at tuition, ma'am. So, can I tell this, ma'am, before going?
Oh, sure, Yuvraj.
Ma'am, it's snail.
It's snail? No, it is not. It's something that you eat.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Pitashu. Pitashu.
Yes, who is it? Who answered it?
Pakshal.
Pakshal. Okay, Pakshal. Can you spell it? You have given the correct answer.
P-I-S-T-A. C-H-I-O. C-H-I-O.
Very good job, Pakshal. Computer G, let's see whether he has given the correct answer or not. It is indeed the correct answer. Good job, Pakshal. Come on, everybody. Let's clap for Pakshal. Give me a high five. Come on.
High five.
Okay, moving forward to the next one quickly.
Jaldi bolna, Pakshal.
Jaldi bolna aapko.
Ma'am, I am Summer. Can I tell?
Yes, definitely, Summer. What is the answer?
It is pomegranate.
Very good. That's the correct one. Can you spell it now?
P-O-M-A-G-R-A-N-A-T-E.
You have misspelled one word, one letter of it.
Ma'am, can Pakhi spell it?
Pakhi, yes, Pakhi.
P-O-M-E-G-A.
Ma'am, can I tell the spelling? Can I tell the spelling?
N-A-T-E.
You missed one letter.
May I tell it?
Okay.
Then can I tell spelling?
Yes. Who is it? Who wants to answer? This is the last one.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, can I do it?
Okay. Yes, please go ahead. Riddhima.
बोलो P-O-M-E. Loudly बोलो.
Riddhima, we can't hear you. Very good, Riddhima. You have given the correct answer. Computer G, let's see it once again. Amazing. Come on, everyone. Let's hear the Karutika. All right, this was about our Who Am I contest. And with this, all you beautiful, all you energetic and smart kids, comes an end to our special engagement session. But before going, there has to be some dance, right? We have to, like dance with full on energy, full on power. So whosoever, Ridhima, I want you to turn on your camera, Himanshu, then Ravish and everybody. Let's have some music and let's dance it. Come on, Computer G. On the count of, come on, everyone. Unmute yourself and dance it out loud. It was so much fun. I would like to thank Voot Kids and Aditya Sheth and Team Real Events for all the backend support and executing this event in such a wonderful way, in such a creative way. Thank you so much, all you kids, for participating. You guys were really fun. I am your host, Ruchi Shah, signing off. Thank you so much. Stay home and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my co-host. It was a wonderful session. So nice to see all these kids jumping around, answering spell-bee questions and doing very nicely and entertaining us, engaging us. Thank you very much, viewers, for joining us all throughout the day. It's been a wonderful day, some wonderful session, some wonderful speakers, some engaging conversations, enlightening ones, and all I can say is India Kids Summit Season 2 has been a great success, just like Season 1. तो जाने से पहले सिर्फ एक चीज कहूंगा, stay safe, keep smiling, क्योंकि अगले साल हम फिर मिलेंगे, बहुत सारी बातें करेंगे, बहुत सारे सेशंस करेंगे, बहुत सारे नए स्पीकर से मिलेंगे. तब तक घर पर रहिए, सुरक्षित रहिए and keep smiling. This is Sonu saying bye bye. और हाँ, जाने से पहले अगर आप मेरे बारे में और जानना चाहते हो तो मेरा YouTube चैनल बॉलीवुड वाला चेकआउट कर सकते हो, जहाँ पर मैं बहुत सारे मूवी रिव्यूज, वेब सीरीज रिव्यूज करता हूँ. But till then, take care, be safe, stay smiling. Ta-ta. This one's great. kind of stand ready for movement and then kind of attach to it. मतलब इसमें कैसा है, ये वाले में we've got that tablet attached. I think they are laser और डायरेक्ट क्या उसके पास लगेगा ना लौटने वाले उधर. फिर आप अपने बाकी की तेरे को मोना को ऐड करना फोटो पे